This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. And last episode, we were talking about the great year, and then we started to get into some Mithraic stuff, and then we started looking at some tarot cards. I think we looked at, was it Temperance? And we looked at the Wheel of Fortune. So I think we're going to go back to Temperance, because that's a good card for moving forward, and maybe we'll see some more Mithraic stuff, and we'll see where we go from there. Right, Randall?
Yeah, it's possible you'll see some more Mithraic stuff. It all depends on your behavior for the next half hour or so.
If I just be quiet, will you show me some Mithras stuff? I'll just shut up.
What about the word itself? Not necessarily all the symbolism of the imagery, but the word temperance itself.
Well, Kyle was about to give us a definition of the word temperance.
Yes, I was.
And,
it means, hold on, let me look it up on Google. No, I don't actually know what the definition is.
Oh, well, I thought you were going to look it up for us.
Welcome, everybody.
I know, I should have known that, right? We were talking about this before the show. I should
Yeah.
have known to look up the definition of this word.
Happy holiday
Well,
season.
let's see.
Maybe after another year of Cosmo, I will start to do that kind of stuff.
It means moderation in action, thought, or feeling.
Restraint.
Habitual moderation in the indulgence of the appetites or passions. Well, okay, that's probably not bad advice.
Yeah. I also think of it in connection to, blacksmithing, I guess, or metallurgy. Like you temper.
That's what I was thinking too.
The metal.
Yeah, to temper. Yeah. Well, there must be some ancient connection there.
Right.
Well, and as we've compared it before, tempo and temple and
yep. That's right.
Temperance. There we go, temperance.
But I like that. I like the blacksmith connection because you're like fire and water and banging stuff with a hammer,
forging some artifact. Yeah.
Well, I'm just thinking of cataclysm,
fire and water,
quenching
things with a hammer.
Like we're talking about some of the metals coming out from the impacts, fly up into the air, and then they're molten, and then they solidify, so they're quenching.
Yep,
That's a process you go through with your sword making.
Tempering is you're throwing hot metal into cold water, or hot water or warm oil. Sometimes human blood, depending on what you're trying to make. Just depends. I'm just saying.
Okay, so from the late Old English, temprian, to moderate, bring to a proper or suitable state. So
there it is.
You're tempering the steel, right? To modify some excessive quality, to restrain within due limits. From the Latin temperare, which means to observe proper measure.
Ooh.
Mix correctly in due proportion. Now see, that's interesting because in the Book of Tahot, Crowley's book, his rendering of the tarot deck, he's calling the 14th trump alchemy.
That's what I was going to say. It reminds me of alchemy.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like what we have just done is we have traced some breadcrumbs along the pathway of etymological history to see that connection.
There you go.
So that's the 14th trump. So why don't we pull up the one we're talking about here? Let's see if I've got it handy.
It's interesting that word temperance, but then there's also temper, right? Somebody who has a temper does not have temperance. It's a strange.
Oh, temper, like when you lose your temper.
Okay, so you're
Monitoring.
losing
you do
it.
not have
Monitoring
restraint,
temper.
right?
Yeah. So if you're losing your temper, then yes. But people also say, well, that person has a temper. So maybe that's just a
modern misuse of the word.
misuse of the word. Yeah.
Or because of the fact that it is now opposite in meaning, there are other words like that are related, interrelated etymologically, that have opposite meanings to one another.
If it says bring it into a proper state, and you just say like changing it to a certain state, then you can say someone has a bad temper.
Yeah.
They're brought into a improper state.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it might.
Yeah, there we go. That makes
They're
sense.
not measuring their emotions.
Yeah. Taking their temperature. Right?
Well,
Not the card you were planning on
sorry,
starting
guys,
with,
I
huh?
thought I had this ready to go, but let's see here. So, do you remember the imagery on the card?
Yeah.
Temperance?
Yeah, I have it here in front of me, actually. I have the
Kyle's got his deck
Rider-Waite
out here, yeah.
The Rider-Waite version.
Well, why don't we have a look at the Rider-Waite version?
Had the
And I
lion
thought-
down at
Well, I'm
the foot of
pulling
the
up the
angel.
Builders of the Adetum version.
So yeah, the angel, 1 foot in the water, 1 foot on land, pouring water out. This one doesn't show the torch.
it's the two cups in this one, and pouring water from one cup to the other.
That's the reason I like the Builders of the Adetum deck, because like I said, he's woven certain themes back in.
Yeah, and I thought that there was a crab coming out of the water next to his foot, but this one, it doesn't look like a crab, but there is something next to the foot. Or a lobster or something, right? Something with the claws.
Yeah, I think that's a different one.
With the scorpion coming out of the water?
You've got a crayfish crawling out of the water on the, on the...
crawfish.
Yeah, the moon.
Oh, that's the moon.
The number 18 card, which is the moon.
All right,
I'm going to share my, from the Builders of the Adetum.
Speaking of the moon, by popular demand, we are going to do a Randall Reveals to be released in January.
All right.
Well, yeah, it'll be, it's just going to be a peek. It's not going to be full disclosure. Okay. Let's be clear on that. Okay, so here we see this is the angel of the apocalypse, which we know from the reference in the book of Revelation, which I can pull up here shortly. But what we see here is the two means of expiation. Now, there's a good one for you to look up there, Kyle. Expiation, E-X-P-I-A. So these are the two instruments, the two agencies employed on the days of judgment in the apocalyptic traditions, right?
Atonement.
You have fire and water, which are the two agencies of world destruction. And in the Greek, that would be cataclysmos, the water, destruction of the world by water, and ekparousis, the destruction of the world by fire.
The act of extinguishing the guilt incurred by something.
The act of extinguishing the guilt. You see, this is the idea that's found its way into the Christian tradition, is the accumulated sins of mankind bring on the destruction of the world. But I think the real idea behind that is that the idea of sin, you remember the original meaning of the word sin, right? It comes from archery.
Really?
Right? It means to miss the target. That was the original meaning of the word. It comes from archery. It means to miss the target. And why do you miss the target? It's because you're not focused. You're not focused on the essential. You're not focused on the critical. Your mind is wandering. You're distracted, right? You're distracted, you'll miss the target. And so the idea is that the things that people indulge in their day-to-day lives ends up to be huge distractions, most of it, from what is critical, what is vital. That's the idea there, see? So expiation again. What is it, Kyle?
To
Read it to us again.
The act of expiating something is the act of extinguishing the guilt incurred by something.
Yeah. So then the idea is that the apocalypse that comes at the end of the world age is the cleansing of the world. It's the cleaning away of all of the superficial, the chaff. And that's often why the apocalypse is represented as a fiery destruction, to contrast it with the watery destruction with which the biblical narrative opens in the 3rd chapter of Genesis, and the story of the destruction of the world by water. And then, like, bookends, complementary bookends, the Bible ends with the Revelation, which is essentially the destruction of the world by fire. And that comes from the Greeks. It comes from the Sumerians. It comes from, the Hopis, the Mayans, Native American traditions. We could go down the list. In all of these cultural stories, the mythic stories about the, destruction of the world, those are the two primary agencies. And we kind of did we shared the quote last time with from Victor Klube and William Napier, talking about the cosmic battle and throwing the idea of fire and brimstone. And here, which is interesting because we were talking about the Tel Hammam. Weren't we talking about that with George some? Yeah. So clearly there's a story of destruction by fire, fire and brimstone.
Right.
But so in this particular card, temperance, and we just found out that it goes back to, mixing things in right proportions, right? So that kind of interesting meaning then ties it in with alchemy. And alchemy ties it in with the whole Hermetic tradition. And the idea that you see here coming off of the torch, the burning torch, you have the seeds. So the descent of the burning torch to the earth is accompanied by the discharge of these seeds. So the seeds are there to basically, once the old canopy of life has been removed, you now have a pristine matrix in which these seeds are implanted. And now you have the proliferation of new species, new forms of life, etc. But there's more to that. There are also the Yuds, right? The 10th letter of the Hebrew alphabet. And we looked at the other card we looked at last episode was the Wheel of Fortune, which is the 10th trump. See, so that 10th trump represents the completion of the wheel. And the wheel within wheels, I think we quoted the verses out of Ezekiel about the wheels within the wheels. And not that the meaning is confined only to the measure of time cycles, but it certainly does apply to that, because cycles of time are and can very aptly be described or represented as wheels within wheels. This is because literally, a point we are now, every 24 hours, we're basically making a wheel. Every year, the earth makes a wheel. Of course, we know that really these are helixes that they're making, right? We're all kind of moving in this whole set of nested helices. But in order to simplify the comprehension of these patterns, it's useful to collapse them into a two-dimensional form. And then you've got, then you have the circles within the circles, within other circles, and they are the wheels within the wheels. And so we have the daily cycle, the diurnal cycle. We have then the annual cycle, and then that annual cycle is subsumed within a greater wheel, which is the processional cycle, which is the cycle of the great year. And then there is that, in turn, is going to be part of a larger cycle, which one might think as well, we would be up to the galaxy, the galactic cycle. But as has been pointed out by a number of researchers over the years, there's sort of a gap there between, the the cycles that, because you're like jumping several orders of magnitude when you go to the galactic, from the solar system level to the galactic level. So that led to the idea that there might be a subgalactic orbital system. And you know what became one of the primary candidates for being a member, crucial or central member of that system is what?
Sirius? Was it?
What did you say?
Sirius? Are you talking about the star Sirius?
Yeah, the dog star, exactly. So that would be an interesting conversation to have in greater detail. So we should do that, because there's some really rich traditions about Sirius, and how it spawned the whole Assyrian myth in Egypt, and the death and resurrection of Osiris, and how that was commemorated with the heliacal rising of Sirius that marked the Egyptian New Year. That interestingly, coincidentally, was immediately followed by the flood, which was, the annual flooding of the Nile. But the annual flooding of the Nile, of course, was also seen as a human scale counterpart of the cosmic flood. So again, that's your scale invariance phenomena. So they when the Nile River flooded each year, they were also thinking in terms of the Great Flood. The ones that the elderly priest told Solon about.
Right.
So it was
Said
seasonal.
you Greeks only know about one flood,
the
but there were
annual
actually
year.
many floods, right? So that's part of it, because the world cycle keeps turning and turning, and as it does, there are repeated catastrophes. That's part of the natural order of life on this planet. And that's kind of what that comprehension essentially got sidetracked with the rise and dominance of uniformitarian thinking and the subjugation of mythology to a lower status, that it had no literal or historical value. It was really, eventually seen as having psychological value by the Jungians and others, but not any actual historical value. So people weren't looking and going, okay, the myth of Noah, behind the myth of Noah is really a memory of a gigantic flood that wiped out everything within the purview of the survivors, who essentially could only assume that the world had been destroyed. And think about this. If you've thought, okay, you guys have all been up on top of Steptoe Butte. Now, let's say that you took refuge on top of Steptoe Butte in eastern Washington during those floods. Well, during the peak of the flood, Steptoe Butte was completely surrounded by a turbid moving sea, right? Moving from north to south. And as far as the eye could see in any direction, if the atmosphere wasn't so choked to reduce visibility to nothing, but in every direction you would see this roiling, turbulent water. And then as the floods subsided, what would you see? Well, what you'd see is a rolling sea of mud, as far as the eye could see, right? Picture you're on top of Steptoe Butte after those floods are over. You're going to look all around you 360 degrees, and all you're going to see is mud, hills of mud in every direction. And then by the time that the thing dries out enough that you could actually then emigrate off of the mountaintop, and you could walk for days, for weeks, and you'd find no other sign of human life in any direction for a long ways. I mean, so this is I'm describing a literal type of situation. If and it's not likely anybody would survive on top of Steptoe Butte, but if you did, it would be a situation where you survey the world in its aftermath, and there would be nothing for you to even assume. You would have no basis for comprehension, how far this destruction, how far it was spread over how vast it was. And so it would be easy to assume that the world had been destroyed.
I would imagine, too, that lots of animals would gather on a place like that, right? Because they have intuition in some cases, and they will go to safe places before disasters.
That's right.
And so in a way, it's very symbolic of like an ark, right? There's all these animals, bugs and birds.
They come willingly.
They come willingly, and they're just sitting there.
Yeah.
waiting for the thing to subside. That would be wild.
Well, yeah, when we start talking about the cosmic firestorms, like Hinckley and Peshtigo and others, one of the common things is as the people, like of Peshtigo, took refuge in the river, they were sharing that river with animals, even bears, mountain lions, deer, and everybody, even the animals, like the bears and the animals, were paying no attention to the people really at all. They were all just absolutely consumed with fear.
Wow. That's wild.
At what was going on. And that's what we're about to get into. So maybe we should have a little forewarning here. Maybe we should have like an R rating of, no, I'm serious.
Put your kids to bed, folks. Some scary stuff.
So yeah, this is so anyways, back to this card, we had been looking at, seeing the evidence for destruction of the world by water. And we covered some pretty vast territory, but we were mostly, confined to North America for most of but we could certainly, the Eurasian continent bears the imprints of gigantic floods as well. And so does the South American continent. I'm not quite as familiar with Australia, but Australia certainly has a mythology about great floods. The Mayans, of course, have mythology of great floods, and we can look at that some. But so anyways, this is also referencing here the great year cycle, because here we have the age of Leo. And interesting, look at this. The water is being poured out next to the lion. Is that suggesting the possibility of a flood in the age of Leo? Well, we already know. We already know that there was tremendous meltwater events during the time that the vernal equinox was transiting through the constellation of Leo. Of course, we also know that there was black mat deposited. So there was fires accompanying the water. But sorting out, the fire, obviously, I would think that the fire would come first and then the flood would follow. And in the Phaeton myth, it kind of expresses it that way, right? Because Phaeton comes and sets the world on fire. He's struck down by a thunderbolt hurled by Zeus. And then Phaeton's sisters, the Heliades, they weep over the demise of their brother. And as they weep, their tears fall to the earth and cause the great flood. So in that framework, you've got the first level of destruction, fire, followed by the second destruction of water. And I think what we're seeing now is the scientific verification of that dual phenomena right there. So let's see what happens here. I'm going to stop share for a minute.
Didn't we hear that in Egypt too? I'm sorry, Randall, but the Osiris and Isis story was similar. Like, he's broken into a bunch of pieces, and then she weeps and weeps and weeps and causes the floods.
That's right. She causes the Nile to flood.
And then the gods and all the people and all the animals go to her and say, please stop crying, And she says, no, you have to find all the pieces and put them back together. So
yeah.
So yeah, the whole breakup, breaking him into many, many pieces and scattering him around the earth is, what are we talking about there?
Yeah, well, that could have, the thing is about symbolism and myth is actually the more meanings that can be fused within one mythic image, the more powerful that image is.
Yeah.
So, well, yeah, and in some of the myths, Osiris is severed into 14 pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In others,
which is interesting because we're looking at the 14th trump.
Right. And then when we were in Egypt, the guide told us, wasn't it? He said 60 or something. He told us a big number. I can't remember what it was, but yeah.
I thought it was 32.
Maybe it was 30 something. Yeah.
For what?
For Osiris being broken into many pieces.
Or maybe, was it 36?
It was.
Well, yeah, there are variations.
Yeah, it was much larger. I was expecting 14, and he said a much bigger number. I thought it was 60 something, but I don't know. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's just a very interesting story.
But that could be symbolic of civilization, right? Civilization
is fragmented.
It's like the confusion of tongues. They are the whole thing about the confusion of tongues was that they would be scattered throughout the earth. So that, in a way, is like Osiris, if he was knowledge and civilization, that knowledge is then broken up and scattered, and it has to be brought back together. I don't know. That's one way to look at it.
Well, we might also think about, in multifaceted meanings here, we might also think in terms of like strewn fields.
Right. That's true.
Or an object breaking up, a single object fragmenting and producing multiple objects, which could be the breakup of a cometary nucleus, or it might be an exploding star.
Yeah, that's what I initially thought as well.
Except you don't need to go around and pick all those up and put it back together to get the flood to stop. But that's just a separate.
That's part of the story.
That's just a different part of the story. But I agree.
Yeah, I think that's where you get into Humpty Dumpty.
Yeah.
Huh.
Right.
That's interesting.
Remember Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty
had a great
fall.
Yeah.
And all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty back together again.
Yep, that egg cracked.
So they couldn't do it. So that's kind of an interesting.
An egg from the sky. Yes.
Well, actually, I think that the origin of the Humpty Dumpty was it was a canon in the English Civil War called Humpty Dumpty. And I guess who was it? It was the two factions fighting within the English Civil War. Now, I'm not saying this exhausts all the esoteric connotations of the Humpty Dumpty nursery rhyme, but there was a cannon called Humpty Dumpty, and they mounted it up on top of the wall in order to get a longer range. And then the other side was able to fire their cannons against the wall, and the wall crumbled. Yeah. And down went Humpty Dumpty, and all the king's horses and all the king's men who were there engaging in the battle,
win the war.
They tried to reassemble the cannon, but they couldn't do it. So there's a historical interpretation to that.
Horses are notoriously bad for rebuilding cannons.
That's right.
Yeah, lacking retractable thumbs, it could be problematic.
I feel like they just get in the way, yeah.
That's right.
So I want to take a look here at some Mithraic symbolism, if that's okay with you guys.
That's great.
Sounds good.
Okay. Let's see. Here we'll jump to see who we can find here. Because the torch is a very important symbol. Okay, let's just look at a few things. We'll go back to this one. Yeah, here we go. This is a really nice one. This is the Tauroctony, it's called, the slaying of the bull. Now, Mithraism is loaded with symbolism, and it's a coherent amalgamation of symbolism that can actually be read almost as you would read a book, if you know the symbols, if you can read the symbolism. So we're not going to, this is something we'll go through over a period of time. We're not going to try to, take this apart and examine it in detail tonight. We'll just notice a couple of things. The attendant, see, this is Mithras, and his two attendants are carrying swords. You see how they're pointing, and I'm sorry, not torches. Back up, not swords, torches. And you'll see that the torches are being pointed downward as if they're being turned toward the earth. And this right here represents the Royal Arch. So it has the same meaning as it does in Freemasonry. And the Royal Arch is the plane of the ecliptic, along which the sun, the moon, and the planets journey. And it's also the realm of the short period comets, because your long period comets coming from the Oort cloud, they can take a variety of different orbits around the sun. They can actually be orbiting perpendicular to the Earth, to the plane of the ecliptic.
Yeah, they can.
Right now, plane of ecliptic is Earth's orbit around the sun. The short period comets, the ones that are coming from outside of Neptune, ultimately, they tend to congregate along the plane of the ecliptic. So that 16-degree wide band, that highway there, which is called the zodiacal belt, is the zone in which most of your short period comets are going to have their orbit. So if a short period comet is coming in and fragmenting, and humans are observing this phenomena from Earth, they're going to see this whole thing being played out pretty much within that zone of the ecliptic. And so that in Freemasonry is the Royal Arch. And so all of the Masonic work is conducted under the Royal Arch. And then, of course, the Royal Arch has a keystone, which is not represented here. But this, in Mithraism, it has the same essentially connotation, that this is the orbital plane in which all the action is happening. And that's why the ecliptic and the associated zodiacal belt is so important, is because a lot of the stuff that is directly affecting life on Earth is taking place within that region of the sky. And then you'll see underneath here, you'll see, how many stars do you see there, Kyle?
I mean, in all, 7.
7. And we know what that stands for, don't we?
The Pleiades, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The 7
and notice
sisters.
that Mithras, he's got his head turned. What's he looking at?
He's looking at this. Is this a phoenix up there?
This right here?
Yeah.
No, it's a raven.
It looks like he's looking at
Yeah.
the raven. Or he's looking at the star. I don't know.
Who's this?
He's looking at the sun.
Well, he's not looking at the sun. He's looking at the raven. This is the sun god. Over here is the moon goddess, right? So you've got the sun and the moon. The raven was the messenger, symbolized the messenger. So the sun god is sending a message to Mithras. Mithras is turned, looking at the raven and getting that message. And he's wearing a cap. That's how you always recognize Mithras, is by his cap. Now, there's a whole lot going on here, so we're not going to dive into all of that. But I'll point out a few things that we will be coming back to. Notice the bull. He's slaying the bull, and the sword is being plunged into the bull's shoulder. Blood is flowing profusely out of the wound, and here's a dog drinking the blood as it flows from the shoulder of the bull. Now, what is that referring to? And, of course, down below, you've got the great serpent, right? Notice the bull he's kneeling. On his legs are bent. Also notice the tail. It's not a normal tail. What is that?
Looks like wheat.
It's wheat. Yeah, it's a stalk of wheat. So it's some really interesting stuff going on here. And then you've got all of these pots down here, right? Now, is this interpreted as that's what's coming out of these pots? That's fire. Now, notice up here you've got pots as well, and then in between the pots you've got trees growing. And these trees are growing up on top of the Royal Arch.
Are those pots the flaming altars you mentioned earlier?
That who mentioned?
You mentioned the flaming altars, 13 flaming altars? I'm sorry, it's down there in the caption.
Yes, in this rendering, both torchbearers point their torches downward. Image has a total of 13 flaming altars. That's what these are. And here's another depiction. And a bunch of interesting things going on here. Notice up here the flaming altars. And here you got the torchbearers. And you'll see that one of the torchbearers is pointing his torch upwards. Another one is pointing his down towards the earth. And here again, you can see very clearly the sword being plunged into the shoulder of the bull. And we're going to get into all this in great detail down the road. And down here, we have some interpretations and things. You'll see that stuff is lettered here. And we'll work through all that because it's a very interesting, powerful, coherent message here.
In this one,
notice
too,
again the cap.
Oh, yeah. There's cap.
He's got that Phrygian cap, it's called.
And the torchbearers are both wearing them too. And they also
yeah, they're both
they
wearing
have
it
that
as well.
same like cross-legged, like I'm just leaning up against the wall, chilling kind of position or whatever that is. I don't know. They're balancing on one foot.
I think that's some kind of Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
Could be.
So in that previous one, it looks in the background there, like there's the tree with the scorpion and the serpent, and it's like the apple tree.
Right here,
it looks
yes.
like there's a serpent coiled up in it.
Yep.
Yeah, right here you have a scorpion.
There's a scorpion, but isn't that a serpent's head sticking out of the top? It looks like he's coiled around in the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, this right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then the serpent and the scorpion are pictured next to each other. So that's making me think of possibly Ophiuchus. He's holding this large serpent, and then he's standing on, like, where his feet are is right where Sagittarius and Scorpio are.
Yeah. Well, this is definitely, and then look over here. See the tree, and then you see this, which is most likely a cornucopia. And then you've got the bull peeking out here. And then up here, notice this. D. Who is D? Well, this is the moon. See the crescent there?
Okay, yeah. It looked like horns, but it's kind of the image is a little small.
Mm-hmm. So let's see what we can see. And this is a little bit blurry. I couldn't find a better image of this.
So is the whole group of these called Tarakthani because it's based around the bull? It's not just the one in the stone, but the whole thematic story that's being told is Tarakthani?
Pretty much,
okay.
yeah, because, everything kind of revolves around that slaying of the bull.
The Toro, the bull.
Yeah, right. Up here, I know this is hard to tell. This is actually the prow of a boat. And this is the cabin. This is actually representing the Ark of Noah. And then there's you see this crescent up here, and peeking over the crescent of a bull right there. You see the bull's horns? Or is that the lunar crescent? And here you have an archer. Could that be Sagittarius? Let's see. Oh, and down here you have the chariot, right? Let's see here. Maybe we get a clear image of this. So here's your raven. The Phrygian cap. You see the dog. So they're very consistent, although there are some variations within it. Let's see, this is just the remnant of one, but here you can see very clearly. See, he's turned and he's looking right here at the raven. Yeah. And the raven is the intermediary between Sol, the sun, right, and Mithras. This is an interesting version of it.
Yeah, he's not looking back at that on that one.
Well, actually, if I recall, I think on this one they did a restoration and they fucked it up.
Yeah, you can see his face. It looks like a different piece of stone there.
Yeah. Well, the face was originally turned towards the raven.
Okay, so they got somebody who didn't know what he was doing to fix it.
Or maybe
apparently
the times are a-changing.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not listening to you anymore, Raven.
Yeah. And so here's the Royal Arch up here. And so the Mithraic temples had arched ceilings.
Wow, that's interesting.
Oh, and he's also always shown with this cape.
Yeah.
Now, this is an interesting
here.
twist because look, plunging the sword into the shoulder of the bull, but look what's coming out. Right. Not blood, but leaves. of stalks of wheat. And you can see the remnant of the torchbearers over here. Now here's your Royal Arch. And here with this depiction, then you can clearly see that,
put the symbols in
yeah,
there.
it's the plane of the ecliptic. And there's the signs of the zodiac in it. And there's a bunch of interesting stuff here. Now you've got the urn down here, which is the crater, Krater, right? That's what this thing was called, the crater or crater. And then let's see, you've got the cape billowing out. You've got the tail, which is stalks of wheat. Up here, you've got, look at this guy falling to earth. He's falling from the sky. Look over here. Look, see, here's the sun god with the 4 steeds. On this side, what this represents is fate and falling.
Yeah.
And up the sides here, I can't make it all out, but, here are these various events in the life of Mithras. You can't make these out very clearly here, but in other images I've got, I can show you back to that, because like here, this is the rock birth of Mithras over here. This is the meeting of Saul with Mithras right here, this interesting meeting that's going on. I'll show you an image of that in a minute. Here is a more detailed look. You can see better what's going on here. You'll notice the tree coming up. And I'm not going to try to decipher all of this now. It's like I'm introducing this just so you can see. And then, these images and symbols will come back to. And every time we come back to them, we can kind of explore another layer of meaning.
And that's making me think of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse right there.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's somebody harvesting the tree or something, reaching into it. Yeah.
Yeah, the fruit from the tree.
Uh-huh.
And here's the other side. And here you see the falling figure. And that falling figure you'll see is basically the same meaning as Zantamach does in the Central American traditions. Okay, look here. This is so here, this is Mithras kneeling, and here's the sun god handing to Mithras the thunderbolt.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's telling this whole story here.
So again, the time
stop
frame
share
on
for a
these
minute.
and who was carving all these or creating these?
Oh, unknown, but there's many different variations of this. I mean, Mithraism was actually at one point almost equal to Christianity in the Roman Empire. 2nd century AD, 3rd century AD. It was the primary competitor to Christianity. Let's see here. Maybe we should go into a little bit more here about this.
Not far from break time if you're going to get into a different share screen or anything.
Yeah, we could take a break.
Sure, let's take our little break, and then we'll come back and continue our dive into this symbolism.
All right. We'll
Okay.
be right back.
Do it.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Go check out cbdfromthegods.com. First thing, do it now. Enter the promo code RCShipsFree to get free shipping. If you order stuff, it helps out the podcast. And Randall, I think you guys just released a promo for something new, right?
Well, we did 4 minutes maybe. It's just talking about what's coming up. So, I just went down to Florida for Tampa area for 3 days. It's the first time never been to the Tampa area before. I went down and they did a podcast with Danny Jones, who does concrete with a K. So we had a long discussion, about 3 hours plus, and basically kind of, covered all the basics. So for his audience now, talked about the floods, talked about the climate, talked about a lot of things. But it's a good, I think it's a good, broad, compact, sort of a smorgasbord of a lot of the stuff that we get into here on our podcast.
And that just got released yesterday, so it is out. But I think the title's like, "Why Randall Carlson Thinks We Need to Leave the Planet." Something like that was the title.
With me before he put that up.
He had a grabby title.
I mean, I'm thinking, okay, that was his interpretation, his conclusion about what he heard for 3+ hours. Like, hey, we got to get out of here.
I'll stay.
But that's not the message. But okay, maybe let's say we're not leaving the planet; we're just expanding.
Right?
It's not like, hey,
we're adding on
Earth.
another planet.
Yeah, we're moving on. We're expanding the domain from terra firma up into the heavens. Let's put it that way. We're not going to leave the poor planet to its own fate because, look, this isn't why we're here. We humans are here because we are the custodians of this planet.
Well, yeah, let it return to its Edenic state.
So we'll get into that idea at some point.
I don't know. I feel like we live at its mercy.
Yeah.
Well, this is why. Remember what the
Will Durant,
the biblical injunction that's got the environmentalists all in an uproar.
We haven't subdued it yet.
After being fruitful and multiply, subdue the earth.
Start with mosquitoes. Destroy them all.
Yeah, well, I might even throw ticks in there.
Get rid of the ticks.
Get rid of those.
no-see-ums.
Yeah, fleas.
Yeah.
Chiggers.
I guess there's a purpose for all that, though.
Yeah, there is. I know.
Birds eat ticks, right?
Do.
And then
Ants
they make
eat them too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So
dang it. All right, well,
but,
go to CBDfromthegods.com. Get your CBD oil, all organic. Check it out.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, because when I went to Tampa, I was really glad I had my bottle with me, because whenever I'm in a strange place, in strange rooms, in strange beds, trying to sleep, that's now when I've really been thankful for having that CBD oil with, because it really helps. Especially, if I'm there and I'm doing a podcast or whatever, I want to be not half asleep while I'm trying to do a podcast on the road. So anyways, yeah, I like having that stuff now. I'm using it. I have no reason to stop using it because I feel like at this point it's only benefiting me. So
good deal.
Yep.
All right. So where were we? We were talking about the tauroctony, and so let's swing back. I'm going to show you a couple of things. We're going to go back to this this image here that we already looked at. So we've got this panel up here, and we see that there's some things going on. And one of the things that we see is this falling image here, and he's holding something in his hand. We don't really know what that is because the image is so obscured. But this guy right here has the same meaning as this guy right here.
That's Mesoamerican.
Yeah, in Central America, we find a bunch of representations of this, sometimes referred to as the diving god, other times the falling god.
Okay, so that'd be, the Christian tradition, falling god would be Satan, right? I mean, he's the fallen one.
Well, here is Rosslyn Chapel, Lucifer,
There you go.
bound and falling. Absolutely, yeah. And here is Otun Cathedral, the skydiver. So this is another typical representation. This would actually be part of Satan's entourage, is the demons that fall with Satan.
He looks like he's having fun. I don't know. He's
looks to me like he's going, ah! Okay, now let's go back to Central America. Look at there, the diving dog with flaming torches. This is from the Dresden Codex. And here is the belt, right?
Yeah.
The dog is holding the flaming torches down towards the earth as he's falling out of the zodiacal belt. And let's go to Zantamach, the fallen god from Codex Borgia. Right?
That is strange.
Is that not strange?
So these little circular objects, and then the one in the bottom right corner, look, I mean, it's kind of
Well,
UFO.
okay, so what are these? Well, these are the falling stars that are accompanying Zantamach in his fall to Earth.
So there's 7 of them, because the one in the front bottom right corner looks, but it's like encased in something.
It's coming out of a
Yeah,
portal.
well, you know what this is? Do you know what this is?
I don't.
That is the rattlesnake glyph.
Oh.
Look at the next one.
So is that, do you think those 7 circles are also the Pleiades?
Well, you've got. I don't know. I tend to think that though that's part of the
It's
swarm.
kind of dipperish.
You know,
looking.
the entourage that accompanies Zantamach in this case.
Okay.
Now, just it's somehow when you get into the structure of reality and you realize that there are this whole interconnected network or labyrinth of coincidences that, of course, initially would have no meaning other than the fact that they're bizarre coincidence, but maybe on some other level there is a meaning, and how it gets there, I don't know. But I'm not going to say that this has anything more than totally a coincidence. But I think we might, the coincidence in this case kind of gives us a clue as to, I think, the identity of this Zantamach, the falling god. Notice here there's 2 spellings, Zantamach like this up here, and then leaving off the Q-U-E. It's also spelled this way sometimes. But check this out. If you start from the last letter and read backwards,
I see it.
what does the first 5 letters spell out?
Comet.
Isn't that weird?
That is weird.
Of course, purely a coincidence. Yeah. Okay, and then this is from Akansa in the Yucatan. And here you see this diving or falling monkey figure, right? Now, a couple other things that are going on. Here you see the rattlesnake glyph again. And over here you see this overturned urn. And this is the flood. The water gushing out of the overturned urn. So, and here we've got the vase of the falling lord from the southern Maya lowlands, late classic period. It's difficult to see, but his feet are up in the air. Now, notice the position of the legs, Kyle.
Yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very Mithraic.
And as he's falling, striking the earth here, you see, look here at the flames.
Rising up, yeah.
Yeah, rising up. And then up here, you've got a serpent in the sky. You've got that belt-like figure over here. A lot of interesting stuff going on here.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The Hanged Man.
Yeah, so we find these themes on both sides of the planet. And once we begin to recognize these thematic symbols and images, we can see also the various transmutations of them, the various permutations of these symbols. For example, in a lot of ways, the serpent and the dragon are interchangeable symbols. And there's a crossover between them. You know, if you've got a winged serpent, then the winged serpent, you add wings to the serpent and it becomes the dragon, right? So, the dog holding the torches towards the earth, it again symbolizes the same thing, the ekparousis, the dog is now the agency of delivering the cosmic fire. And so the torch itself becomes an image of that. The cosmic fire. And the fact that the 2 attendants of Mithras are usually shown one holding the torch pointed up towards the sky, the other pointed down towards the earth. Could that signify that the cosmic torch sometimes bypasses the earth and heads back out into space, but at other times is caught into the orbit and like Phaeton then descends to the earth, setting the earth on fire? I think we should go back now to take a look here. Here we go.
I mean,
yeah.
I get the idea of the fall. Like, so are you comparing Mithras to the fallen god story as well? Because Mithras is slaying the bull.
Yeah, Mithras is slaying the bull. And yet we just saw
Phaeton.
On the panel above Mithras, we saw the falling or diving figure.
Right.
So I wanted, in other words, as we're going through and peeling back the meaning of these symbols, we realize that these symbols are universal. So you've got this idea of this descending God, falling God, diving God. And yes, absolutely, that connects it back to the story of Phaeton, right?
Yeah.
Now let's check this out. Here's Mithras emerging from the cosmic egg. In his hand, his right hand, he's holding aloft a sword. In this hand, he's holding aloft the burning torch. So these are the two implements, weapons, whatever you want to call it, that Mithras is endowed with right from his birth. And you see here emerging from the cosmic egg, the broken egg here, see? So, and then of course over here is the royal arch with the figures of the zodiac. If we go to the next one, here's another depiction of the rock birth of Mithras, wielding a knife in his right hand, a flaming torch in his left. Notice, again, you can't see here because it's covered by the top half of the cosmic egg. But if you go to this one, you'll see he's wearing a Phrygian cap. Another version of the rock birth emerging from a crater, like, see this thing here? See, this looks like that. I pointed out to you, this is called a crater.
Yeah.
K-R-A-T-E-R.
A big urn.
Yeah, like a big urn. And it's accompanied by, these are flames down here. So he's rising up from this crater-like or urn-like, pitcher-like feature with flames issuing up from around the base of it. And here's, you got question mark, Orpheus, possibly, Eon, possibly, emerging from the cosmic egg within the zodiacal wheel of cosmic time. And notice how it's displayed as an ellipse. Note the flames issuing from both sections of the egg. See, there's flames coming out from down here, and there's flames coming out from up here.
He's got cloven hooves for feet. Is that?
Yeah, cloven hooves. And you've got the serpent winding, coiled about the body of Mithras, coming here, and then coming behind his head, and then emerging up here. And you can see the top part of the egg up here. He's emerging from this cosmic egg. And notice what he holds in his hand. The flaming torch. And what's on his breast? The lion's head. Right? So there's Leo right there placed upon his breast. And here again, we find Mithras slaying the bull, the royal arch overhead. Notice in this case, he's turned, but it's almost like it's a beam headed back up here towards Sol, the sun. Here's the raven right here. But notice the depiction of the cape in this case. Notice right here,
Yeah, it's full of.
It reiterates. See the belt right there?
Full of stars.
And the sky?
Yeah.
Like the dome of the sky. And you see the two attendants here, one pole holding a torch pointed upwards towards the sky. The other one holds his torch pointed down towards the earth. Notice the position of Mithras's bent leg here. See that? Where have we just seen that bent leg? Right? You showed
It's
it
in
to
the
us, Kyle,
Hangman.
last week.
The Hangman
Yeah.
tarot card.
Yeah. So let's go back to, let's see, this. Yeah, so this is the one with our falling figure right here, which corresponds to the diving gods of Central America. And so here we have another Mithraic era, Roman era. Look at this guy. This is Aeon, the god of cosmic time. Stands upon a globe with the cross, which is the symbol of the 4 ages of the world. He holds a key in his left hand. He has 4 wings. Serpent coils about his body 6 times. And if you look right up here, you see the head of the serpent.
Oh, yeah.
Right up there. Emerges from the top of the lion's head. While not visible in the photograph, examination by scholars has disclosed that the scepter is wound with a spiral dividing it into 12 parts, this thing that he's holding. You can't make it out on here, but in the reading the analysis of the figure, right? Now, something very interesting about this in the scepter and the way it's being held. And
it looks like it has
That's the axial tilt.
Yeah, it has a 23 something degree tilt. That's what it looks like.
What makes you think such a silly thing?
It's actually, because we were measuring one that we saw in Egypt.
Yeah.
I also have a
Jed
photo
pillar.
of it. I'd like to share it too.
Yeah.
It's the Jed pillar.
Look at the tail of the serpent down here. Well, let's see. Maybe I have it. Let's see if I've got it.
It's probably 2 episodes, but you did look at Aeon with the AE, and you looked it up in a unimaginably long period of time, something like that, or a billion years.
Right, and I would presume the etymology of the word comes from the name of this guy right here. Mithraic Kronos, and here's another name for him, Zervan. Statue in white marble found in the Mithraeum in Ostia, Italy. Note the 4 wings that have been broken off. While not visible in the photograph, the 4 wings carry symbols of the 4 seasons, the cosmic seasons, right? According to scholarly analysis. The 4 seasons are also symbols for the 4 ages of the world, dates from 190 AD. And look what's on his, right here on his chest. He's holding the key in his right hand. And then there's this strange little object right here with 12 dots or holes in it. He's holding the scepter. And then look right on his chest. You see what that is? The thunderbolt.
What's that called?
And again, the serpent
Vajra.
coiled about his body. So here's the interpretation. And down here, look at this. You got a pine cone down here, tongs and a hammer, a cock, the caduceus right here, the scepter, the key, the serpent's head, the thunderbolt, and a key with 12 holes.
So the key is the thing that has 12 holes in it. Is that
Yes.
Is that similar to the, what is that thing that the, I'm thinking of something that was what was it, the Jewish priests wore on their,
Yeah, the breastplate.
yeah, the breastplate with the 12 jewels in it.
I would think so.
Okay, that's what it reminded me of too, yeah.
Yeah. So here's a white marble bas-relief found in Rome in association with the preceding statue. Note that the serpent is coiled downward. You see this? Look at this. This time the serpent is coiled downward and appears to be either drinking from or descending into the crater. Again with a K.
That's nice.
Yeah.
And notice here, he says here, note that each hand holds a key. Here's another version. Going down here, here's the thunderbolt.
Yeah, it's a closed Vajra.
Yep, like the Vajra,
Yeah.
right. A partially destroyed relief in limestone of a standing aeon with 4 wings, one pair pointing up, the other pointing down. This lion-headed figure had a rayed nimbus about its head. Note the cloven hoofs and lower part of the body covered with hair. He holds a key in each hand and also holds a torch in his right hand, which has been partially broken off. Between his hands, on his breast, right here, is a thunderbolt. A snake descends from each hand as well. See the snakes coming down here? Each snake is coming down and either descending into or drinking from the urn, the crater down here. The snake holds its head above a crater, and from his right hand, the snake hovers over a burning altar.
Okay.
That's on this
So there's
side.
fire and then water.
Yes. So you've got the crater,
Yeah.
right? The serpent's descending into the crater, and one crater is water, and one crater is fire.
Yeah.
Finally, a third serpent comes out of Aeon's mouth and also descends to the burning altar. And you can see that's this right here. It's hard to make out, but
So is this?
that's what's.
I'm sorry, but is this symbolism changing over time from the previous ones we looked at? Like he's got more snakes now, and there's different things happening, or like is that one that we just looked at a later adaptation of those earlier statues or something?
Not necessarily.
No?
I think what you have to realize is that this complex of symbolism is such that each artist probably added his own idiosyncratic interpretation of it. But I'm guessing that each artist was also an initiate of the mysteries.
Yeah, like they were taught in the same school, but they each express in different ways.
This one just is completely lacking the serpent wrapping around the body, and which all the other ones had in common, and suddenly that's gone. I'm just wondering if it's
right. But what I tend to think is that what this does essentially is it expands the variations of the meaning.
Okay. All right. So they're
provides different ways of looking at the symbols and from different perspectives.
Okay.
And
so each artist is highlighting parts of it that they feel are important by showing it in a slightly different way.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So let's jump to this one. This is a plate. See here. So here we go. What's going on here? Here's Helios, the sun god, in the center. So just like the sun is poised in the center of the solar system. And then we have the symbols for the 4 seasons, which have a dual meaning of both the annular cycle and the cosmic cycle. So here's winter, right? Here's summer, right here. Here's autumn, right here. Notice there's a horse right here. And then who's this guy who's he's having some kind of interaction with the sun god? That's Phaeton right there. Okay. Down here, you've got a water jug, which is being overturned, and here water is pouring out. Over here, you've got a cornucopia. Here, you've got a sail, a vellum or a sail, like the wind is blowing, right? You got another horse right here. Here's the symbol for summer. Another horse right up here. And then look at this thing. So there's the thunderbolt, right? So you've got Phaeton. You've got the whole pantheon here of these different things going on. And what's the thing that's interesting here is this is Phaeton entreating the sun god to let him drive the chariots. And these horses are the horses that would be driving the chariots. So it's linking the Mithraic story to the myth of Phaeton right here. And let's see, I think we've got let's see, what's this one? What we got here. Trying to see if I've got the like this thing right here with the tree with the 3 heads.
Oh, they've got the caps.
And they've all got the caps, yep. So what is the meaning of that, the myth, the Phrygian cap? That has a deep symbolism as well. Okay, let's conclude with this one right here. This is the torch-bearing, lion-headed god breathing fire into the burning altar. Note the 4 serpents entwined about the 4 wings. The wings, the serpents,
All right.
the torches held aloft,
Yeah,
the burning altar. And notice the fire coming out of the lion's mouth, coming down here to ignite the altar.
Okay, so in that one, the torches are pointed to the sky, but there's still fire being breathed onto the ground.
Yes.
Okay.
So in the figures of, that's Kylus is how that's pronounced. In the figures of Kylus, Tellus, and Oceanus, the elements of air, earth, and water are symbolized. The element, now this is from discussion of the Mithraeus imagery that we're just looking at. Corpus inscriptionum et monumentorum religionis Mithraeaceae. Okay. The element of fire is represented in the main scene, which is unique in Mithraic monuments and which refers to the end of the world. According to Humont, Phaeton, who implores Helios to guide the quadriga, right, 4 horses, which now links that to the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The quadriga is a symbol of the Platonic and Stoic ekpurusis. The Mithraists were of the opinion that Mithras himself was the author of the world conflagration, and so they identified Mithras with Phaeton.
So
here now we have this convergence of symbolism.
Yeah,
see?
so they believed that Mithras was the one that would set the world aflame, like that he is the Phaeton person as well.
Well,
the Mithrists were of the opinion that Mithras himself was the author of the world conflagration.
This is not much different than Christianity, where the Christians believed that God himself destroyed the planet, destroyed the world.
Yeah. I'm just.
Yeah. All right. This is a little program I put together when I was really researching. Most of this goes back to the 90s, but it's been updated. So this is the ekpurusis. And I'm calling this the descent of the firestorm. And Revelations 29 refers to this when it says, "And fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them." So in my introduction, this is what I say. Ancient myths and religious prophecies are replete with tales of world destruction and catastrophe resulting from all-consuming fires. Analogous with ancient tales of universal destruction from a great deluge, only a few survivors remain in the aftermath to replenish the race. The Greeks told such tales and referred to the process of world destruction through fire as ekpurusis, the counterpart to cataclysmos, or world destruction by flood. The biblical account relates that the world was previously destroyed through the agency of water and will suffer destruction through fire at some unspecified future date, which is euphemistically referred to as Judgment Day. As with the flood story, the vision of a world-destroying fiery holocaust was by no means limited to the Greeks or to the Bible, but is found in dozens of traditions from all over the world. Since the 19th century, academic and scholarly interpretations of the past have proceeded from the assumption of a relatively continual cultural progress from Stone Age barbarism up through ever more sophisticated examples of civilization, culminating in modern society, with an occasional interruption thrown in to satisfy the demands of evidence contrary to the gradualist model. This idea was the lens through which antiquity was viewed by modern scholarship for the better part of the 20th century. It was not conceded that ancient humans, certainly not in prehistory, might have had a sophisticated understanding of natural law, science, or technology to any degree comparable to the present. With the dominance of this mindset, all evidence to the contrary was conveniently dismissed, ignored, or subject to modernist reductionism. However, paradigm-changing evidence amassed in the past half-century or so for a much greater complexity and depth to both human and natural history has now become overwhelming and irrefutable. So from there, we go to a quote from a dissertation published in 1994 by Victoria Nicole Voitko. And I thought it really was a good segue into this next topic that we're going to be diving into, called Recurrence and Teleology in Stoic Physics. And here's the quote. Tucked into the orthodox Stoic doctrine are two distinct theories. First, there is the claim that the cosmos undergoes cyclic destruction by fire, a conflagration or ekparousis sparked by a particular alignment of celestial bodies. Each ekparousis is followed by a period of cosmic regeneration and the spontaneous creation of a new world. So there is, from one of the Mayan codices, this quote, and of course it's translated, but at the close of the ages it hath been decreed, the world shall be purged with a ravening fire. And then we have the Mahabharata, the Vedic masterpiece. And this is what will take place at the end of the Yuga, when men become fierce and destitute of virtue. Then does the Yuga come to an end, and the course of the winds will be confused and agitated, and innumerable meteors will flash through the sky, foreboding evil. And then the sun will appear with 6 others of the same kind, and all around will be din and uproar, and everywhere there will be conflagrations, and fires will blaze up on all sides when the end of the Yuga comes. And then from Brazilian traditions, Monan, without beginning or end, author of all that is, seeing the ingratitude of men and their contempt for him who had made them thus joyous, withdrew from them and sent upon them Tata, the divine fire, which burned all that there was on the surface of the earth. The Book of the Hopi. So the people went down to live with the ant people. When they were all safe and settled, Teowak commanded Sotuknung to destroy the world. He rained fire upon it. Fire came from above and below and all around until the earth, the waters, the air, all was one element, fire. And there was nothing left except the people, safe inside the womb of the earth. And from the Voluspa, the elder Eddas of the Nordic tradition, Surt, S-U-R-T, Surt, from the south comes with flickering flame. The sun darkens, earth in ocean sinks, fall from heaven the bright stars. Fire's breath assails the all-nourishing tree, towering fire plays against heaven itself. In Isaiah 24th chapter, 6th verse, therefore hath the curse devoured the earth. Therefore the inhabitants of the earth are burned, and few men are left. And then from Daniel G. Brinton's Myths of the New World, published way back in 1868. Daniel Brinton, by the way, was an archaeologist and ethnologist. And in the Myths of the New World, this is what he was talking about, the varied myths having to do with fire. By far the greater number of South American tribes represent the last destruction of the world to have been by water. A few, however, the Tacalas of North Pacific coast, the Araucarias of the Bolivian Cordilleras, and the Umbacobi of Paraguay, attribute it to a general conflagration which swept over the whole earth, consuming every living thing except a few who took refuge in a deep cave. Isaiah chapter 29, verse 6. Thou shalt be visited of the Lord of hosts with thunder and with earthquake and great noise, with storm and tempest, and the flame of all devouring fire. I think you get the point here from the apocryphal text Nahum 1:6. Who can stand before his indignation, and who can abide in the fierceness of his anger? His fury is poured out like fire, and the rocks are thrown down by him. Isaiah chapter 66, verse 15 through 16. For behold, the Lord will come with fire, and his chariots are like a whirlwind, to render his wrath and indignation, and his rebuke with flames of fire. For the Lord shall judge by fire, and by his sword unto all flesh, and the slain of the Lord shall be many. So, and then relative to our discussion about Tal Hamam, 19th chapter of Genesis, then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. And Abraham gat up early in the morning, and he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah and toward all the land of the plain, and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. Malachi chapter 4. For behold, the day cometh that shall burn as an oven, and all the proud, yea, and all that do wickedly shall be stubble. And the day that cometh shall burn them up, saith the Lord of the host, that it shall leave them neither root nor branch. So I think you can see that there's this idea of the earth being destroyed by fire is not quite as prevalent as the destruction of the earth by water, but it certainly plays a very important role. And now I think that what we will do here is we will look at some modern examples of some very unusual fires that have occurred in recent history. And then we'll revisit some of these quotes and a few that I haven't even read yet. But I think the point here is that we can now see that behind this, say, the mythic imagery of the Great Flood, there's actual evidence of world-destroying floods. And I, earlier in the conversation, I used the analogy of somebody who'd survived some of these floods. If you look at the flood that came down the Livingstone Lake event, for example, or the flood that came down from Lake Agassiz and swept down over, 200 miles wide across Minnesota, the Dakotas, and ultimately to the Gulf of Mexico. Well, we can understand how survivors see. Here's the thing: we get these two extreme versions. On the one hand, you have the scientific worldview, which completely ignores the possibility of there having been a quote unquote world-destroying flood, right? Again, though, what I have done is tried to define what we mean by a world-destroying flood. We're not necessarily meaning what would occur on the other end of the spectrum, where you have the biblical literalist imagining supernatural waters drowning the whole entire planet uniformly up to the highest mountains. And that's literally what they're envisioning. And they're not really looking for any scientific explanation for what could cause a flood that would, again, in quotes, world destroying. Because what do we mean? I don't necessarily mean planet destroying, but I say world destroying in that in the few scattered survivors that have somehow managed to make it through these catastrophes of flood and fire. From their perspective, the world has been destroyed. Their world has been destroyed. When survivors disembarked the ark, what was around them? Well, nothing. It was a sea of mud in every direction. And we now know that that this is not some contrived, ridiculous science fiction scenario. The scale of the floods that we now see, when we're talking about floods that are 300 to 700, 800, close to 1 billion cubic feet per second, we're talking about world-destroying floods, So now, through that same kind of a perspective, through that same kind of lens, let's examine the ideas of world destruction by fire and see what there might be in nature. And we already have a pretty solid clue, right? Hey, the documentary that I worked on back in 1996, Fire from the Sky. That was the name of the show, Fire from the Sky. And in that show, maybe we could find even the clip that I'm in. In that clip, I'm talking about these historical examples of fire from the sky. And I think what we'll do is, when we got a few minutes left, maybe what we'll do is leave it to set up for our next episode is to we talked earlier about coincidence. Well, if you look in American history over the last couple of hundred years, we have an example of the most disastrous urban fire in American history and the most disastrous forest fire in American history in terms of destruction, in terms of lives lost, and so on. We have one each. We have a most disastrous, most catastrophic urban fire, most catastrophic forest fire. Okay, what was the most obvious urban fire that would be the good candidate for that?
Chicago fire.
Chicago. What's lesser known, and almost everybody has heard of the Chicago fire, Mrs. O'Leary's cow, and et cetera, right? Or at least everybody from my generation had heard of it. I don't know about some of these millennials these days that you got to wonder what they know and don't know. But so the Chicago fire, okay,
so 150 years ago,
most devastating forest fire was the so-called Peshtigo fire, which consumed multiple towns, but the one that suffered the most loss and therefore made it into the history books was Peshtigo, Wisconsin, which is up along the Green Bay, right? And that was the most destructive forest fire in terms of the intensity, the severity, the magnitude, the number of deaths and casualties. It was something like 1,800 to 2,000. They don't really know the full number of people that died because there were, corpses found, months after the thing, out in the charred remnants of the woods and things, corpses that, people who were probably utterly, completely consumed in the fire. But it was probably somewhere getting up towards 2,000 people that died. So that was the Peshtigo fire. Now, here's what's interesting, and this is what we're going to kind of be diving into. The Chicago fire, when you go back to and you work your way through the histories of it and the accounts of it, for the most part, the fire broke out on a Sunday evening in early October 8th to be exact, 1871. And the first really indication that there was some really extraordinary fire catastrophe getting underway was at 9:00 that night. The fires that burned up Chicago really began. So, they say, well, if you go to of course, Mrs. O'Leary's cow story is apocryphal. That's not, I don't think any scholars really think that the story of the cow kicking over the lantern. However, interesting is that we'll see that there's kind of some interesting symbolism to the idea of the cow causing the conflagration.
Wow.
But in other words, what I'm getting at is the conflagration really seemed to start right around 9 p.m. Sunday evening, October 8th, 1871. Now, you turn over to the Peshtigo accounts, and the eyewitnesses talk about the great firestorm that swept out of the forest and like consumed the village and so forth. And, we're going to be looking at eyewitness accounts and going through those and so on. But from, examination of those accounts to all interpretations, that fire broke out suddenly, catastrophically at 9 o'clock Sunday night, October 8th, 1871. In other words, the greatest, most destructive forest fire in American history and the greatest, most destructive urban fire in American history basically both started simultaneously. They were both ignited within minutes of each other.
Wow.
And how far away from each other were they?
A couple 100 miles.
That's crazy.
Over the lake.
But what's even lesser known is that across Lake Michigan, is it Manistee, I believe is how it's pronounced, Manistee? There was a lumber camp there, and there was a conflagration there. Now, it's not as well known because the number of people that died was much less than the number of people that died at Peshtigo, because it was much more sparsely inhabited. But again, we have the eyewitness accounts that say that this tremendous firestorm ignited almost instantaneously around 9 p.m. Sunday night.
Wow.
So, so we're going to get in and we're going to look at that, and we're going to ask the question, is this coincidence or is there some greater significance to this? So we'll go through some, when we were researching this for the documentary in 1996, of course, almost nobody had internet. So, we actually went up to Wisconsin and went to the town of Peshtigo, and I visited the curator of the Peshtigo Fire Museum, who I'm sure is passed on now, because he was quite an elderly gentleman. So I had access to a lot of unpublished eyewitness accounts, which I've put together. And some of those I think I have subsequently been posted online. I would imagine that, if Robert, what was his last name? Escapes me right now, but when he retired or passed on, hopefully somebody is curating the fire museum up there. And so maybe they have taken it upon themselves to start, putting some of that stuff, digitizing some of that stuff. But in 96, it was mostly unpublished stuff and not accessible to the general public. We went in there and, spent the afternoon with the curator of the museum, and he told us a lot of stories that ended up, he's interviewed in the show. But I was able to photocopy a bunch of stuff. And so we're going to look at some of those eyewitness accounts, and I got to tell you, they're extraordinary.
All right. Well, looking forward to that.
So, we just missed the
pretty exciting stuff.
150th anniversary of that.
Oh.
Yeah.
And that museum's still there. I went by there a couple years ago when you went to the retreat in Minnesota, and I went up to the North Shore of Lake Superior. I went by there. It was closed later in the day, but it's still there.
Okay.
Still there. All right.
Well, it'd be interesting to pay them a visit again and see if they updated their collection. Do they have new accounts? Have there been new studies that I'm not aware of? But yeah, there's going to be some pretty mind-blowing stuff coming out of this. It'll probably take at least 2 segments to cover the material adequately. But at the end of it, it's going to add a whole interesting dimension to our investigations.
Right on, man.
All right. Well, listen, man, if you're going to read long biblical passages on the next show, I'm going to need more like Baptist Southern Preacher Fire and Brimstone. Like, come on. You can't read those just like world destroying passages in a calm, moderated voice. That's not how it's done.
Yes, cosmic fire will descend to the earth. And well, I was trying not to get emotive.
No, you gotta.
I was wanting to. I was holding myself back. I was practicing temperance.
No.
I was using restraint.
No, you gotta, give me some Samuel L. Jackson. They will know my name is the Lord when I rain my vengeance upon thee.
Next episode, we'll
work on it.
I'll put on my Old Testament prophet
Phrygian
hat.
cap.
Yeah, I put on my Phrygian cap.
There'll be opportunities reading some of those accounts.
Yeah.
They're pretty intense.
I mean, you're reading Fire and Brimstone. How can you not do the Fire and Brimstone preacher guy?
Well, okay. I thought, if I do that, those guys are going to be, you're over dramatizing this, guy. You're over emoting.
No. No, that's how it has to be delivered, man. You got to do it that way.
Well, okay then.
Distemperance.
But I got to say, I this dive into symbolism is I'm thoroughly fascinated by
Oh, yeah.
symbolism, and the realization that it actually has a coherent meaning. That if you can learn the alphabet and then the grammar, and you can learn the meaning of the words and how they're put together, then suddenly, it's very much, like the process of learning how to read. If you don't know how to read, if you're illiterate, you're just going to look at things and it's a cluster of forms and shapes and it conveys no meaning, right? But once you know how to read, once you become literate, you can look at words and suddenly they have meaning. And sometimes those meanings can be life-changing.
Yeah.
That's so cool. I love it too. I feel very privileged to be here learning all of this too at the same time. So, thanks so much. It's great stuff.
And I kind of, again, I don't think I'm not trying to create the impression that I have the final word on any of this.
No, but just the insight into it is.
But I've studied. I've got some insight into it, and what I'm hoping to do is to ignite a passion, an interest, a fascination amongst other people who are listening to this, who will take it upon themselves to dive into this stuff. Because one of the things I've noticed from doing this and becoming more public with it is that a lot of people contribute stuff, and sometimes it's, it doesn't seem like it has too much value to it. But other times I'm going, hey, this is really good stuff here. The good work that somebody is doing. And we'll have to talk more about that in future episodes and where one can find good sources of information, where we have other investigators and researchers following sort of parallel paths.
That's what I was going to say. Just the fact that you've collected all those images, is a great starting point for people to, latch on that it's not just a one-off obscure thing, that this was consistent and it wasn't just in one society or one country, the Mayans too on the other side of the ocean, and there wasn't particularly the bull there, right? But you kept pointing out how they had the Pleiades. So those are kind of a tandem. So that was more of a focus to them to link it to the Pleiades, where it was the bull with the Mithraism.
Right.
And they had a little bit of both.
We're going to be coming back to all that because we're at this level, we're just introducing the broad outlines. But we're going to be, by exploring this ekperousis, or these examples of these extraordinary fires, we're going to, I think, present a real world empirical counterpart that will give us kind of a greater comprehension of actual events behind a lot of the mythology. And we're really, in a way, the term supernatural seems to imply something that's outside the realm of, known physics or whatever, but we can also look at it as super nature. And when we start talking about things on a cosmic level, we are talking about super nature. When we talk about, solar storms and meteor storms, and we get into all of this kind of stuff, we are looking at nature on a super level. And what has happened, I think, is that, the human race has been on this planet long enough that we've multiple times experienced, our ancestors experienced these tremendous cosmic events and experienced directly the consequences. And, it's probably multiple times that our species has stood on the brink of extinction. And, if we take some of the myths literally, the Hopi Indians, 4 times prior to this world, the previous world was destroyed. And now science is providing evidence that, there does seem to be a major population crash just at the Younger Dryas boundary. Well, the Younger Dryas boundary, as we pointed out, is 12,800 to 12,900 years ago. But the presence of the human species on Earth goes back a couple of 100,000 years at least. And we know that within that couple of 100,000 years, there have been these outsized events that have involved rapid planetary change, and that somehow other species did not survive, but the human species did. And that's how we are sitting here tonight recording this discussion that we're having. But yeah, I think having the paying attention to the cosmic tempo is going to be critical. And the closer we get to that nodal point, the more critical it's going to be that people become aware that whether we like it or not, we are part of a much larger cosmic ecosystem. And we'll see analogies when we start looking into these historical events. At Peshtigo, what's interesting is that you had one group of people that instinctively knew something was pending. And you had another group of people who were completely oblivious and were going about their routine life without any awareness of the elements and what was going on in the elements. So when it came down to it, and when the cosmic fire struck, you had the people who had already begun to take, measures to increase the probability of survival. And they were the ones who were able to seek places of refuge. The others who were going about their business oblivious are pretty much the ones who got consumed. And so there's a moral to that. And we'll, actually, look at some of those examples because they're coming right out of the eyewitness accounts. And I got to say, these eyewitness accounts, they are very dramatic.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
very compelling. And
then you think you mentioned in a previous episode, you bring in the X factor.
yeah,
So
oh yeah.
That kind of goes along with the
Yes, it does.
supernatural. How do
Yes,
these things
exactly.
happen? So
Yes.
I'm without the Cosmo Cab, but let's. I hate to stop this stuff, I know you keep going, but you kind of put a good wrap on it there.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
I'd
I got to go prepare for the second coming.
yeah. Yeah, we probably need to have T-shirts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I do.
In the works.
Last thing I want to say about this is it's that on the one hand we're like we need to be ready, but on the other hand I'm like it's telling it all of the myths are telling us that we won't be, right? So it's like, is it a warning or is it a foretelling? It kind of can be both, but on the one hand, like the foretelling stuff in the old myths and the stories, you can't stop it. And everything that people try to do to stop it just makes it happen anyway. And so I'm wondering, like, what exactly is being said here? Is this a cycle that we can actually escape from, but then that would cease the great wheel. That would stop it. That would cease the ending of the ages, right? So it's like, what exactly is being said here?
Well, I think that
This is not
I'm
a
not-
last
hold on.
comment. That's a first comment.
we could say that, look, we're here. So that means it's somebody survived previous catastrophes.
Right, but most of them died, right? That's what I'm saying. It's always an erasing and a re-cleansing.
Mm-hmm.
And if we actually, I don't want to. We're stopping the show, so this is just something to think about that I've been thinking about. It's like,
okay,
what exactly is being said to us here?
But don't you think also that those stories tell about humanity's inability to accept the inevitable?
Yeah.
Humanity's inability to accept what's happening and just blunder on, say, "Oh well, it's not going to happen to me."
Yeah, and it's also exactly, and it's also saying
eating
that,
and
like,
drinking and marrying and
and giving in marriage. Yes, exactly. That seems to me like they're like, this is what always happens, and you can't stop it, no matter how much you try.
You can't
won't
stop
get into
it.
this discussion, but I take the presence of prophecy in the prophets as these guys are warning us, and the reason they're warning us is that hey, if you take heed, some of you will survive and can keep going.
Some of you, that's exactly right.
Some of you,
yeah.
But let us
Most
remember
of you
the
won't.
words of Merlin, right? It is the doom of men that they forget.
Right.
And that was the
I need to
You guys
remember
saw
that
the,
one.
the good fellas. You guys see that? Somebody put together. They took the Goodfellas poster.
Ah,
Did you see that?
No, I
I
didn't
hadn't
see
seen
that.
it. No,
Oh,
and put that quote on
okay.
it.
Well, something like that. I think I have it right here. We can stop the show.
yeah, we got to stop the show.
Yeah, we got to stop the show.
Stop
Sorry,
the
people.
show.
We just- We
Stop
got
the
to
show.
stop
Thanks,
the show.
everybody.
At some point, we have to
RandallCarlson.com.
stop the
Well,
show.
yeah.
I mean,
Sign up for
I'm
the
having
newsletter,
fun.
Go to randallcarlson.com.
But we have to stop the
sign
show.
up for the newsletter.
Okay.
That's the best way to keep up with everything that's going on without trying to be timely, and things will
right.
change. So, right, just get on the list for the newsletter at randallcarlson.com.
There you go.
Yeah. Sign up for the newsletter.
Good night.
Thanks, guys. Great
Good night.
show.
But
night.
there will be more shows.
There will. That's right.
Yeah, there will be more.
There
So
will.
Persevering in the face of the apocalypse.
Already got a super chat from Ronin49. Thank you, man.
Oh, man.
20
Thanks, buddy.
bucks. Really appreciate that. And
we
teams
haven't even done anything yet.
right.
Yeah.
We haven't even done
Ronin.
anything.
We did go live. That's about it.
20 bucks for going live.
Ignition.
And we also have Laura joining us. She's part of the team. She's the one that runs all the social media accounts. So thanks for joining us, Laura. Really appreciate that. And
Hey,
yeah, give us your input whenever you feel like it. Randall,
oh boy, you
Sure.
don't want that.
Reporting for duty.
reporting for duty. So do you have anything planned, or are we just gonna?
I don't have anything too specific.
Yeah.
I thought, I might rely on you to kind of give me a little bit of a focus. That's what I need is a focus. because
Okay.
I'm all this big picture, and we need to bring it in, kind of narrow
Well-
it down somewhat.
Well, what if I ask you a big picture question that's also like an origins question? Like, we've talked quite a bit, and probably a lot of people have heard the story of how you were at the concert, you were young, and you looked out over the bluffs, and that's how you started getting into the catastrophic geology. But
It's true.
what about your origin? Like, how did you start getting into the symbolism and the esoteric stuff that you talk about? Why don't you tell some of that story?
Well,
I need record permission.
Uh
Am I allowed to
Sorry.
talk about peyote?
oh, absolutely.
Yes.
That was probably a contributing factor at one point.
I mean, did you travel to India and spend 15 years in a monastery? Like, how did this work? What happened?
No, I didn't do that. Although I did study with a Brahmin priest for a couple of years,
Recording in progress.
Really?
learning about Hindu symbolism, and that was kind of an outgrowth of a lot of the things that happened. And I also studied with the Himalayan Swami, sort of along with the Brahmin priest. And so I got very much into the Hindu approach to symbolism. And that was probably where I first immersed myself into that, that area of interest. Although, even as a kid, I was really, really interested in mythology. And there wasn't a whole lot available to me, but I just really absorbed a lot of Greek and Scandinavian mythology. So I was reading all the stories about Zeus and Hera and all the rest of the pantheon of gods. And then I also got into the Norse mythology, the story of Ragnarok, and Hercules and Woden and all of that. So I think that probably was a contributing factor. And that was something I think I got into in maybe 4th or 5th grade. Started reading books on those subjects. And I vaguely remember reading in a Greek myth about, probably was, I don't know if it was Bullfinch or Edith Hamilton or maybe like a kid's version of one of those, but, the story of Phaeton. And of course, I really at that point made no connection in my mind with Phaeton being an actual astronomical event. Or Ragnarok, the Midgard serpent encircling the earth. The images, the wars of the gods and all of that, which I just found really strange in a way, kind of almost in some ways disturbing, but still very compelling and fascinating. So I would say that, that's the first place in my life where I can remember you know, kind of being attracted to those kinds of things. You know, my teenage years, not so much, although I did read quite a bit of science fiction, got into a lot of the stuff that now I think is called, so what is it called? Uh, um, Steampunk, right?
Ah,
You've heard of that, right?
yeah, I have steampunk.
Well, I was kind of like into steampunk, you know, decades before there was a steampunk. You know, getting really into, you know, Jules Verne and Arthur Conan Doyle, and
Okay.
H.G. Wells, and all of that stuff. You know, that, you know, late Victorian, early Edwardian period from, you know, 1880s up to really, I guess, like the First World War in that interim, when all of that kind of stuff was going on, and, you know, the Industrial Revolution was going full tilt, and, you know, that's when you begin to get a lot of people, you know, social commentators looking at what's going on and trying to project into the future, you know, where all these changes are going to be leading. So, you know, just really getting into, you know, things like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea and The Invisible Man and The Lost World. And
So
I'm like,
did you read Arthur C. Clarke or Larry Niven?
Later. Oh yeah.
Later. Yeah.
I read Arthur C. Clarke. What's the famous one?
He's got a lot of famous ones.
Yeah, he does have a lot of famous ones. But yeah, a lot of those I was really a huge Ray Bradbury
okay
fan. Yeah, I loved Ray Bradbury. I probably read everything written by Ray Bradbury. But, you know, all of that was kind of leading up to, you know, the late 60s and all the stuff that came down then, and, you know, the realization that there's more to reality and existence than what meets the eye.
Oh yeah.
So that's kind of what led me, you know, I kind of followed, you know, a lot of the same path. You know, the Beatles go to India, right? And they learn meditation from the Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. And so I didn't go to India. My younger brother, Rowan, went to India with the Swami, but I wanted to find out what all, you know, meditation was all about, and, you know, looking into the fact that there might have been higher realms of consciousness. So that was a big part of what came off that psychedelic era, was looking for verification that what, you know, we had experienced, what I had experienced, had some objective basis outside of my own subjective experience. And so going into a lot of the traditions that had come down to us, you know, mostly initially it was my exposure to Eastern spiritual traditions that led me to that. But in that regard, I was somewhat fortunate that I had easy access to some of these, like the Dr. Arya. He was the Brahmin priest that I first studied with and started learning meditation and learning Hindu rituals. You know, so I have, you know, photographs of us up in the North Woods of Minnesota, and he's performing, you know, Hindu rituals. And I don't remember a lot of the specifics actually about it, other than that was probably my first really introduction to the idea that symbolism was a core part of some of the great world's religions. And then from there, I kind of circled back to Christianity and took a fresh look at Christianity and realized that there was a whole corpus of symbolism there that actually had its roots in much earlier traditions.
Yes, that happened to us too.
Yeah. A lot of what made its way into Christianity was basically a repackaging of, yet it wasn't it was a repackaging that I think added additional value in depths of meaning to a lot of that earlier symbolism. You know, the prominent idea being, for example, the death and resurrection of the divine king that goes back to the Osirian mysteries of Egypt and others. You know, many of the various heroes and gods that were slain and then rose again from the dead in some form or another. You know, the realization that most of the Christian symbolism had these earlier roots, which to me didn't invalidate the symbolism of Christianity. It only made it that much deeper and richer. So, yeah, but I would say specifically then looking into the, you know, the underlying meanings between, you know, associated with traditional religions, for example, with Christianity and Judaism, or at least, you know, what we would call the Judeo-Christian tradition, the realization that there was a whole system of symbolism and deeper meaning associated with that in the form of the Kabbalah. And you have heard of the Kabbalah, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And that was a major discovery
But
for me.
how would you describe it? Like for anybody who maybe hasn't heard of it, what would you say?
Oh.
Like, can you give a brief description? Like, is it?
Well, I think it's a system of knowing. It's a system of knowledge that it means Kabbalah essentially means to reveal, or it's like the revelation of the inner core, the inner tradition. And it's based, a lot of it is mathematically based, which I found really interesting because I kind of was always drawn to, mathematical thinking and left brain type of stuff. And then to find out that, for me, I guess the really, really compelling thing that I learned was about the structure of the Semitic language and the structure of the Semitic alphabet, that for example, the Hebrew alphabet and the Greek alphabet, the Hebrew alphabet of the Old Testament, the Greek alphabet of the New Testament, were numerical.
Right. So that's gematria.
Yeah, that's gematria.
Okay.
I've heard it pronounced both with a hard G gematria and with a soft gematria.
Gematria,
I don't necessarily know which is the correct one because I've heard it both ways. So, but I generally call it. I'm kind of leaning towards gematria now because of geometry.
Yeah. Okay.
Because of its association with geometry. So the basic idea is that the names, the words, and the phrases in these texts, the Greek New Testament and the Hebrew Old Testament, could be also translated by means of their numerical equivalents. And so, Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Chef, Vav, Zain, Het, Tet, Yud, Kaf, Mem, Nun, Samak, Ayin, Pei. The Hebrew alphabet has numerical values. Aleph 1, Bet 2, Gimel 3, Dalet 4, Che 5, Het, whatever. So I just said it. But anyways, so you go through by units, that gets you to 10, which is the Yud. We kind of already met the Yud, right? Where did we meet the Yud, right? Wasn't it on the tarot card we looked at?
That's right.
Yeah.
It's in the sky. There's like a bunch of them in the sky.
There's a bunch of Yuds in the sky.
That are like dripping off the flaming torch or something.
Yeah.
And also, real quick before we move on, thanks to Just Wondering and what was the other one? Lala C for the super chats. Thank you guys so much.
And Brandon Bird.
And Brandon Bird just threw in another $5. Appreciate that.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, guys.
So the Yud.
So the Yud is kind of like symbolically the seed of the Hebrew alphabet. And if you look at the actual structure of the Hebrew alphabet, you'll see that all of the letters are various permutations of the basic Yud. It's stretched, it's replicated, and then connected in different ways. But you'll see that very clearly, and it has to do with the way that the letters of the alphabet were actually drawn, like with a flat quill pen. If I knew we were going to talk about this, I would have been set up and I could have demonstrated drawing a few Hebrew letters. But so the idea is you've got numbers, and it's the same with the Greek. You can look at the Greek numbers and the Greek letters, and you'll have alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, so on, right through the alphabet. And you'll have units, and you get to the value of 10. In the Greek, the iota, the letter iota, has the value of 10. And then you can go to kappa, lambda. So you've got 20, 30, mu, nun. So you've got 40, 50. So it goes by units, tens, and then hundreds, right? So what that implies is that you can take words, names, and phrases, substitute in the numerical values of the letters, add them up, and you'll get into a number, say, for a name or a particular word or a phrase. And then the next thing is, does that number have a significance or a meaning aside from just being a random number that's generated? And therein we get into the gematria, which is one of the core, I guess, techniques, you would say, of the Kabbalistic system, is this substitution cipher that then leads into the realm of numbers. Well, then you go from the realm of numbers to the realm of geometry, because what you discover is that there's a high correlation between the relationship of the numerical values of words, names, and phrases and particular geometric forms. So that to me is where it really gets interesting. So at some point we can do a whole presentation on this, and I'll have examples and graphs and how the particular geometric forms that come out of it now become the basis for a, if you will, a type of sacred architecture. And it's all interconnected. So systems of metrology and measurement will have numerical ratios. And you find it both in natural, but in also human-made art and architecture, particular geometric ratios. And those ratios recur redundantly in some of these scriptural writings when you translate them numerically. And in fact,
you
maybe on
branched
the
off
break
into that by introducing Kabbalah or Kabbalah, right? So can you get back to that? Do a little more roundup overview of that, and then also, over the years you hear about different celebrities getting into that. So is that a different version? Is that a more superficial level? Are there different things that would be more common that people would get into versus the really deep stuff?
Well, yeah, I mean, Kabbalah is a very multi-dimensional area of study, and there's a lot to it. I mean, I've probably read 6 or 8 books on Kabbalah, and yeah, it's a system of meditation. I kind of look at the gematria as almost being kind of it's almost cone-like if you've studied Zen and you know what a cone is. It's a paradox you're confronted with, that you have to try to reconcile the contradictory nature in your mind, and the reconciliation of this contradictory nature of the cone is sort of what leads to the awakening or the realization. And it's kind of that way to me. The consequences, I think, of studying these particular, the thing that I've studied, which is more, again, it's multidimensional, and I've kind of focused on this. I found that there was so much depth and meaning to the ideas of the gematria, and what came out of that became a whole fascination unto myself, and I kind of neglected some of the other stuff. But basically, it was the cipher dimension of Kabbalah that mostly commanded my attention. So basically, I spent a fair amount of time, particularly in the 70s and early 80s, going through line by line through, procuring copies of the reconstructed Hebrew and the reconstructed Greek, interlinear, which I have on my shelf in the other room, and working out numerical values of words, names, and phrases. And then there wasn't a whole lot of literature on it, but I did find some. The work of Bly Bond and William Simcox Lee, very interesting stuff. Bly Bond was an ecclesiastical architect who did the initial excavations and archaeological exploration at the ruins of Glastonbury Abbey in England. And he used some rather unorthodox methods to help him in his attempts to find where to dig, for example, looking for specific remnants of the original structures and so on. And when the church authorities found out about that, he was quickly dismissed from his post. But he collaborated with Reverend William Simcox Lee, and they did some of the very early work on Kabbalistic interpretation of scriptures. Also, the work of William Sterling, who was the late 19th century, did a book. The title of it escapes me for the moment, but he delved deeply into some of the meanings, the numerical and mathematical, the geometry behind the outer literal form. So you could kind of think of it that way. In this context, you look at the stories and the allegories and things that are being presented, and those are the literary outer forms. the Garden of Eden, the serpent in the garden, for example, the fruit of the tree of knowledge, the tree of life. All of these things are kind of literal symbols. But then when you translate them numerically, you discover that there is this pattern of number that is associated. And once you get that, then you can begin to look for correlations. Now, what Bly Bond and William Simcox Lee did was they explored the geometric correlations that emerged. So that was a major discovery for me. And then the work of Frater Achad, who was a member of several occult orders in the early 20th century, wrote several books on Kabbalah from sort of the occult perspective. One of them in particular I found extremely fascinating was called The Anatomy of the Body of God. And he went into a detailed geometric construction of the symbol of the tree of life. And I think he came upon something quite profound. And so I immersed myself in that study, and this the symbol of the tree of life itself, which is fundamental to the Kabbalah. So there was that. And then just, circling back to mythology, and now expanding my purview of mythology from Greek and Norse mythology into a lot of other realms of mythology, and of course I encountered the Vedas with my studies with the Brahmin priest and immersing myself into the whole, the whole yoga philosophy in that tradition. So I became very interested in the Vedas, read the Mahabharata, I read the Upanishads, a lot of those things. And again, what I began to see was the parallels, between the different traditions. And I go, okay, this is interesting. How many other traditions from around the world have these kind of parallels? So, I began to look at, Polynesian mythology, Native American mythology, African mythology, Chinese mythology, read compendiums of books, and all of this is, mid 70s. And what struck me was, the parallels, the overlaps between these stories. And of course, I got really intrigued by the fact that so many of these accounts all had stories of, had an apocalyptic element to them. And, obviously the apocalyptic element is very prominent in the Norse mythology, very prominent. I mean, and so that played a huge role in, the wars of the gods and the giants, those kinds of things, and the battles in the sky. And then, of course, the consistency of the flood myths, I found very curious, because I didn't know that. I didn't know that there was a story of the flood, great flood, outside of the Bible. I didn't really know that till later on.
Yeah, there's hundreds of them, right? I mean, they found flood myths all over the place.
Yeah, they're from all over the world.
Yeah.
And there's been various attempts to explain that away, but I find them extremely unconvincing.
Right. And real quick, thanks to Joel, super chat, $5, and he says, love the beard, Brad.
$5 for the beard, old Bradley.
And Rex, also $5, thanks. He says, what a treat. And then we got $25 from Richard, who wants to know if one day you'll tell us more about the moon, which I know that is coming up someday, right? One day.
Well, you know what? Brad and I are going to be shortly doing a short little intro to kind of stimulate interest in that. And what I'm going to do is, it's going to be a progressive disclosure.
Excellent.
Rather than all at once, just because I don't want to be responsible for the consequences. I don't want, trauma centers being overloaded, mental hospitals suddenly having to turn people away. I don't want to be responsible for any of that. So,
right. No, too much lunacy. Right. Like
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We have to dispense lunacy in measured doses. So the answer is, to who asked that question?
Was it Richard? Sorry, these scrolling by so fast. Let me check.
Oh,
yes, Richard.
Richard, yes. Richard, the answer to your question is yes, my friend, we will. And Brad and I actually have a little a little appetizer we're going to be sharing soon.
Yeah. The moon stuff
you were
is
getting
great.
into more details, Randall. You were trying to track something down to have a better definition of what was that? What was that
Are we
3-word term you were
getting some inside baseball here?
The propagation of waves through a material. What was that called?
Ooh.
Oh, seismic velocity.
Was that the one?
I think so.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, when we start looking at the velocity of seismic waves is propagated through various materials. For example, the kind of materials composing the crust of the moon. Yeah, that's
seismic
exactly
velocity.
But
hint.
Well, let's go back to where you were. You said you were looking at, basically you're doing comparative mythology from myths around the world. And it struck you how many of them had apocalyptic stories and flood stories.
Yes. So I remember sitting, it would have been 1972, living in the north woods of Minnesota, just north above Brainerd, Minnesota. We bought some land and we're living in a half-built kind of garage. I remember it was colder than shit out there. And I'm huddling, probably had a blanket on, and I'm huddling under a little lamp, and I'm reading the book of the Hopi by Frank Waters. And he gets into the 4 Hopi worlds and the 4 destructions. Now, I was familiar with the 4 ages of the world from reading the Greek stuff. So I'm going, oh, how interesting. No, the Hopis had this. And, then it was talking about each of the successive worlds just being destroyed by some kind of a catastrophe, a great hurricane, a fire, a flood, etc. And I just remember sitting there late at night reading that. It's quiet, it's just up in the woods. It's in the winter. It's cold out. So, if you've ever been in, anybody living up at that kind of latitude up close to the 49th parallel, that some of those winter nights, they can be clear, cold, and very, very quiet, and it was that kind of a night. And I just remember sitting there thinking, well, that was probably didn't come out of they didn't just make this up. There must have been really things that happened. I just remember having that kind of instinct about it, and so I set out to try to understand whether or not there was a real geological basis to some of these things. And as I got into it, I would say that by 1980, after 7 or 8 years of further study and research and so on, I definitely was convinced that, yeah, absolutely, there was a real geological basis to this idea of cyclical catastrophes. In that interim, I discovered Hamlet's Mill, which really laid out the template for the great year based upon a precessional cycle. And I read, again, Vedic traditions. I found the work of Sri Aurobindo, which I read, who talked about cycles, and some of his followers and stuff wrote about cycles, and that became a matter of great interest to me. So I would say most of the 70s I was exploring symbolism. I was exploring various spiritual traditions, mythology, kind of what you would call occult traditions, because I went from looking at the Eastern stuff over to more looking at the Western esoteric tradition. And then realized that there was this incredibly rich Western esoteric tradition that I had been completely unaware of in my youth. And so all of the stories, the legends, the myths and everything were all actually had their roots in that esoteric tradition. So, it's just kind of an ongoing process. I would say that it was around late 70s when I really began to dive into some of the catastrophist stuff. I think I discovered Charles Hapgood's work in 1978, maybe read Velikovsky in 1975, 76, right in there. Of course, the thing that I found most compelling was Earth in Upheaval, which I think is the one book he wrote that really stood the test of time. His other works, Ages in Chaos and others, where he attempts, in Earth in Upheaval, what he did was he gathered together a lot of information and traditions about from geology, from mythology, from psychology, drawing all of these threads together to make the claim that there really had been tremendous catastrophes in the history of planet Earth. Then in his subsequent books, he tried to explain what could have triggered those catastrophes. And that's most of the critics that attacked him were on that basis of his subsequent astrophysics, not so much his compilation that appeared in Earth in Upheaval. That has pretty much stood the test of time, because what he did was he just basically collected all of those loose strands out there from all of these different realms, first, in the 1950s. And then I think Charles Hapgood kind of followed in the Velikovskyan footsteps. He surmised that it was a pole shift. Velikovsky talked about pole shifts, but in his model, it was the entire mass of the Earth that shifted. Whereas, interestingly, Hapgood came up with his model of accelerated plate tectonics and was really developing that idea at the same time continental drift was actually becoming an accepted paradigm within geology, because prior to the 70s, it was considered fringe. It only began to get marginally accepted in the 60s, and then finally grafted into mainstream geological thinking in the 70s. Well, basically what that said was that the crust of the Earth, the plates of the Earth moved laterally over the underlying mantle, right? So up to that time, the Earth was mostly seen, with the exception, of course, Wegener and his school, who was the basically the first ones historically that's recognized as theorizing that the plates of the Earth, of the crustal plates of the Earth moved. And of course, that was based upon simple observation that if you move the Western Hemisphere, North and South America, against Europe and Africa, they kind of fit together like pieces of a puzzle, right? That was Wegener's insight, really. Well, so Hapgood, what he did was he theorized that there was this crustal displacement that took place. And it was the crustal displacement that happened orders of magnitude faster than the continental drift guys were imagining. But it was this crustal displacement that caused the catastrophes. Now, in his book, Path of the Pole, which I think I actually found it at a used book sale, library book sale, for like $1 or something, the hardback version, which I still have. I read that, became totally convinced that great catastrophes were real. And then he had a very extensive bibliography in the back of the book. And what I did was I systematically started going through that, and I started going to haunting university libraries and looking up a lot of the stuff that he referenced that was available in old journals and things, old geological journals and, journals of ethnography or whatever it might have been, and studying that stuff. And so that convinced me that I really wanted to, for one thing, I wanted to really learn more geology. So around 79 or 80, because I'm looking at this, I'm going, well, wait a second now. Here's these guys like Velikovsky and Hapgood and others talking about these great geological catastrophes that caused mass extinctions and the collapse of civilizations. But I've never seen anything like that referenced, within my limited framework of awareness of geological orthodoxy at that time. I don't remember, everything was one grain of sand, one drop of water at a time. Over millions of years, this was over and over again. This was over millions of years. This happens, that happens. And in that model of change, you don't even notice anything hardly over a lifespan, a human lifespan, because it all takes tens, hundreds, thousands, and millions of years for changes to accumulate incrementally. But so you had these two totally different ways of looking at the world, the gradualist model and the catastrophist model. So in my mind, I'm trying to reconcile that. And that's what really led me into, okay, I've got these references here. Let me go and track these down. So I made me go back to these old editions of the Geological Society of America Bulletin and so on, and looking this stuff up. And I'm going, well, yeah, this, yeah.
Yeah.
It does seem like in this, nobody's explicitly saying catastrophism, but what's implicit here is catastrophes. So
well, let me stop you there before I lose track. Thanks to Jay, Rick, Noel, and Luke for super chats.
Thank you guys very much. And Randall, Luke asked about ley lines. Have you ever looked into those?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. And I think there's a geological correlation to ley lines. And here I would refer an interested student of this kind of stuff to the work of Paul Devereaux, who wrote on, he did, it's somebody actually, we should try to, if he's still active, we should try to get him on the, I did a podcast with him, God, long time ago, maybe even the very early days of podcasts. I did, where did we had a great discussion. But anyways, yeah, I mean, I've read 4 or 5 of his books, and he's basically surmised that there's a relationship between the geological substrate and ley lines. And it goes back to this idea that energy is being propagated primarily because, along fault lines, the difference between a fault line and a fracture, right, Kyle?
Man, I know you told me this in the past, and I've already.
Yes, I did. Okay, a fracture is just a crack where there's no movement between the contiguous parts. A fault line, there's movement. It can be a variety of movement. It can be overthrust. It can be like this, but that generates shear and creates forces, possibly piezoelectric forces, if there's a lot of quartz in the bedrock. Yeah. And so there's been scientific demonstrations that this can actually cause effects in the geomagnetic field. And it also may be related to earth tides. The idea that, we know from the motion of the moon that it can affect the entire hydrosphere of the planet. We see the tides in the ocean rise and fall, but the water, the groundwater is also affected by that.
Yeah.
There are tides in the groundwater. There's also flexure induced in the crust. It's very subtle, yet the mass it can accumulate over tremendous areas. And then you've got the day-night cycle where alternately half the earth is being absorbing solar energy, then it's cooling down and it's absorbing again. And these various geological factors that are happening can lead to transient events that are related to the substructure, the geological substructure. Now, where it gets to me interesting is the possible correlation with archaic traditions of astrology and the idea that the motions of the sun and the moon and even the planets themselves can induce phase changes within the Earth's crust that can manifest in a variety of ways. And perhaps that might be what's at the core of, I suspect, this is just a suspicion of mine, although it's based on an accumulated body of evidence, is that herein lies possibly a technology that might have been employed by archaic societies that is very, very different from our own technology. But it's still technology and it's still scientific in its own way. But it's just manifested in a very different form than what we would see today. In other words, they're not using fossil fuels. They might be tapping into the actual fluctuations of the Earth's geomagnetic field, which then could be related to shifts and changes within the Earth's crust, which would also have an astronomical component because of the tidal forces being imposed upon the Earth. Laura, you're being seized with a.
I have a thought. So
okay. Hang on, let me grab my.
Everybody get ready.
I'm ready, Laura.
So when I've always thought of it, the energy would be what would have come first. I've never thought of it from the angle you're talking about, that the changes would cause the energies. I always thought that some type of energy would be what guided the changes, so like that would be what sort of determined where the changes occurred, is that it would have something to do with the energies that were already existing.
Okay, Laura, what I think you need to consider here is the idea of reciprocity.
Okay.
they're both simultaneous and they're creating mutual
working
feedback
together.
loops. Yes.
Okay.
I think that's
yeah.
that's the idea. I think that you have to kind of look at here.
Okay, so we're both right.
We're both right. Yes.
Okay, I'll take that.
I may be a little bit more right, but we are both right. So,
All right.
And,
but I'm willing to concede. Look,
You got a couple of years on me, so.
So,
and hey, thanks to Clifford for the $10 super chat, and also Marcus Tempus Aurelius.
oh, I've wanted, I often thought, shit, I wish I lived back then and I could meet him. So
$5 super chat, and he's asking about Saturn, Venus, Moon, Mars conjunction. This is going to happen on February 29th.
well, this is what I'm talking about. And I think this could be a possible explanation for why conjunctions were really important to ancient peoples. I mean, that's really all I can say at this point.
Yeah.
One of my fascinations is how you could quantify these things. That's what Paul Devereaux has done a lot of in his Dragon project. Looking and trying to quantify and these changes and how they could actually be measured, so that you could see how you might surmise that there could be demonstrable consequences from shifts in the geomagnetic field and so on. On the break, I'll grab a couple of books out of the library there, and we can look at those.
No break. We're live.
No break.
Well, you can go grab.
I
some
mean,
books.
yeah, you can.
Wait a minute.
You can take off. We'll take over. Brad and I can talk about football or something. I don't know anything about football.
Brad, tell us about football while Randall gets books.
End of the season was last
Everybody
night.
has a
I can
purpose.
tell you all kinds of stuff.
Everybody has a purpose, Brad.
And I will say, Randall brought up Velikovsky's Earth in Upheaval. If anyone's interested, Kyle and I did a 7-part?
Yeah.
6 or 7-part deep dive book report on our podcast. So if you're interested in hearing a couple of guys who have no idea what we're talking about, dive into that book and have our minds blown with all the excellent geological evidence. There you go. Just check it out.
And thanks to Mike for the super chat. $20.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And I did listen to most of those episodes, guys, when I was on my last trip, and I really enjoyed that because I hadn't read that, or if I did, it was so long ago I didn't recall. But yeah, just the way you were able to pick out the important things of the chapters and then put your own aspect of what it might mean to you, or trying to speculate and put some meaning to it. I really enjoyed that, and it's like I gotta listen to this again because it's really good.
Oh man, thank you, Brad.
I totally recommend those episodes and all your episodes. I mean, they're just fun.
They are
and informative, and you guys got unique perspectives, and so I really enjoy your show. But that's
snakes.
Some of the ones, absolutely, that I've gotten to.
Thank you, Brad.
Recently, so
really appreciate that.
Oh, and there's a commercial lately. I figured the ad guru there at what is it, Little Caesars? Some must be listening to you because they got a new thing about cutting up the pizza crust into sticks. So they go sticks. Exactly the same as you guys go snakes. They go sticks, and they do it like 3 times in the commercial.
Oh, that's
it's
hilarious!
Like, all right, somebody's watching the Snake Brothers.
They're stealing our gig, man.
Stealing
That's our shtick.
Stick.
Well, I kind of got the idea there when Randall was looking. I see the flashing lights in his face, like he's trying to pull out a slide there. Called Devereaux something and Earth. So I was like, before we get too far afield, I wanted to go back to the Hapgood because that was something really influential to me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I read that Earth in Upheaval in the early 90s on someone else's recommendation, and something that stuck with me is that he talked about there was like a circular depression in Africa that now is right on the equator, and the thought that could have been something that held ice as a pole, but at some point, there had been a full 90-degree shift, and what used to be on the pole was now on the equator in the middle of the continent of Africa, and I thought that was totally fascinating. That was really influential to get my thinking going.
Yeah. I remember actually. Yeah, I remember reading that same thing and thinking, what?
Yeah. Wow.
Right.
Yeah, and I think in Velikovsky's book, in Earth in Upheaval, he brings up several cases of evidence of ice in the like near the equator flowing in the wrong directions.
Mm-hmm.
Which it doesn't necessarily imply something recently catastrophic, but it does say that the configuration of this land must have been vastly different in the deep past, for there to be evidence of glaciers on lands that are now near the equator, and also flowing in the wrong direction. The ice would be moving in the wrong direction, so towards the north as opposed to towards the south. So interesting stuff.
Okay, so I should mention one of the big influences on me in the mid 70s was John Michel and his work. The City of Revelation, View Over Atlantis, 12 Tribe Nations, The Science of Enchanting the Landscape. So who was it that asked now about the ley lines?
That was Luke, I believe.
Okay, Luke. So I don't know if you've ever read View Over Atlantis, Luke. It was published way back in 1969. I don't think I read it until 1973. But this is just a quote from early in the book, page 9. And this was my first exposure to the idea of ley lines. So this is the quote now. One hot summer afternoon in the early 1920s, Alfred Watkins, who, by the way, was a Freemason, was riding across the Bedwardine Hills about 12 miles west of Hereford. I wonder if that's where Hereford cows get their name. Anyways, on a high hilltop, he stopped, meditating on the view below him. Suddenly, in a flash, he saw something which no one in England had seen for perhaps thousands of years. Watkins saw straight through the surface of the landscape to a layer deposited in some remote prehistoric age. The barrier of time melted and spread across the country. He saw a web of lines linking the holy places and sites of antiquity. Mounds, old stones, crosses, old crossroads, churches on pre-Christian sites, legendary trees, moats, and holy wells stood in exact alignments that ran over beacon hills to cairns and mountain peaks. In one moment of transcendent perception, Watkins entered the magic world of prehistoric Britain, a world whose very existence had been forgotten. So that was my first ever exposure to the idea of a ley line. However, and I've kind of told this story, so I don't necessarily want to repeat it, but maybe a lot of people hadn't heard it. In about that same time, I was hired to build a boat barn next to on the floodplain of the Chattahoochee River. It was one of the heirs of the Coca-Cola fortune, and I was doing a lot of work for him that summer of 75. And so he had procured 15 telephone poles from somewhere. And he wanted me to see if I could come up with use those telephone poles to build a boat barn. And I said, oh, I imagine I, can come up with something. So I went down to where the building site was, and I figured that what I would do is there was 15 of them. So I figured, okay, I'm going to build a barn I'm going to set the poles into the ground, and I'll do 3 rows of 15 each. And then I'll basically build the barn on that. And I actually have a picture here. I probably could pull it up in a second of when I was building that damn thing. Let's see here if I can get it quick. If I can't, I'll just keep moving on.
Well, yeah, look for it. I can say thanks to John Lopez for another super chat, $5.
Oh, good. Okay.
And we have another one here from, sorry, I don't know how to pronounce. Is it Kate Work? $5 more. And they're asking about an opinion about simulation hypothesis or growing Earth hypothesis. Which one?
I think is more expanding Earth.
Yeah, expanding Earth. Which one is more unlikely, simulation or expanding Earth? Which is an interesting way to phrase it.
Expanding universe.
Yeah, the universe is probably expanding, but is the Earth?
Oh, is the Earth expanding as well?
Was it like a lot smaller in the deep past? and thus less
Right.
gravity, which would explain large animals and that kind of stuff.
Well, if we've had impacts.
Yeah, but that
Good point.
Right? Yes. So if large things have hit it, that would add mass, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I have this.
I to be honest, I haven't really looked into that, only because, there are a lot of theories out there that are interesting, but usually what I'll do is I'll segue off on looking at what you might quote unquote call a fringe theory, only
Yeah.
because it's not part of the mainstream, when I just can't see things adding up within the mainstream views. I mean, certainly that was the case with catastrophism, because there were so many things within the uniformitarian paradigm that just didn't add up, just didn't make sense. So I was almost compelled to look in another area. Now, Laura just mentioned impact, so there is always the accretion of cosmic matter, yet that's pretty minuscule. And I don't want to try to give an opinion on something I haven't really studied.
Well, I think it's actually the way the question was phrased. All they're saying is, which one do you think is more unlikely? Simulation hypothesis, which is basically that the entire universe is a simulation, or expanding Earth. Which one is more unlikely in your opinion?
Well, simulation hypothesis, we're getting deep into epistemology there, that
that's right.
don't really, I sort of avoid that, only because I feel like I'm more focused on, for example, trying to mitigate the next global catastrophe than understanding, the metaphysics of the universe and the origins of
everything.
Creation.
Okay.
Of everything.
Yeah.
Not that that's not a hell of an interesting question, and not that that's not something that I, wouldn't be interested in getting into.
But the expanding Earth could be part of the simulation, and
right. People in the chat are pointing out.
In any case, we just still have to figure out how it works.
Right. I would say yes. Kyle and I have said multiple times on our show that even if simulation hypothesis is correct, it doesn't matter. There's still rules. The universe works in a certain way, whether it's a simulation or not. We still need to try to figure out what's going on. Right. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
So-
I agree with that. Yes, that's my perspective on the matter. So,
Brothers of the Serpent every Wednesday at 9.
And I can say, with the expanding Earth thing, I've just done like a little bit of math. Not to say that this disproves anything, but if you shrink the Earth in terms of diameter just a tiny bit, that amount of mass is actually a very large amount in terms of the overall mass of the sphere. Like, in other words, if you start out with a small sphere and you try to increase it just a tiny bit, you actually have to add a lot of mass, because that's in terms of ratio to the original size. So if if the Earth used to be 2/3 the size it is now, that's a huge increase in mass, because it's the outside part, right? So I don't know.
Well, are you sure that that's what's increasing?
It has
What
to.
if that's not? What if it's a gas? It doesn't have to be.
Which part's a gas?
There's a giant gas bubble in the core.
Oh, okay, so there's a gas bubble in the core.
There's a huge bubble in the middle, yeah.
Right, but it still
burst.
has to increase it doesn't matter what you're increasing it with. It's still a lot of mass.
Yeah.
And how is it increasing? From internally, or are we talking about space dust, floating down?
Yeah, there's a lot of different ideas on how it'd be increasing, but I don't know. I'm just saying, when you just do the math in general, if you
if you're saying 2/3 the mass, or are we talking about volume? So it's like
2/3 the size of the diameter.
Okay, yeah.
That's a lot of mass for the increase.
Yeah, because the volume of a sphere increases by the cube of the radius.
That's right, exactly.
But what's the evidence for this expansion theory? I mean, I don't know, so I'm asking. I'm not disputing. I'm just asking.
Well, I don't think any of us here are expertise enough in it to even have an opinion. I've not found any in my studies. I've not found anything yet that would compel me to begin to think in those terms.
Right. Well, Kate Works gave us another $5 and said that's the best $5 spent all week. So thanks.
Awesome.
All right.
Well, let's
Totally stumped.
okay. Let's, before we get too far off, let's circle back, right? Circle back to we were discussing the whole ley line thing.
Yes, let's go back to ley lines.
And I was starting to tell a story, a true story, by the way, one that I'm not just making up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a share screen here. And so here it is. This is like 1975. And this is the pole. This is the first stage of the pole barn. And what you see here is 3 rows of 5 telephone poles each. So, and I'm just beginning. That's me up there in the rafters. So I'm just beginning to hang this structure on top of these 15 poles. Well, so we had the poles, and I found out that Ma Bell, who was the telephone company at the time for this area of North Georgia, had an auger truck, and they would come out, and if you paid them $8 a pole, they would come out and dig a hole and set the pole for you. So hey, I thought that's a pretty good deal. We'll do 15 times 8, and I'll call it, because that's going to be a heck of a lot easier than me digging all those holes by hand and then trying to set the poles. So I thought, hell yeah, let them come with their auger truck, and then they'll use their boom and they'll set the poles. And that's exactly what they did. However, when they came out to the day they came out, the official Ma Bell truck comes up, with 2 guys get out, and they're wearing, the khaki uniform and all of this. You can see actually the road is on this picture. The road is up here to the right, and it went kind of up the hill, and they parked up there, and they got out of the truck, and then they stood by the truck. Then another third person gets out, and it's this real tall, skinny guy wearing overalls and an old crumpled hat. And he's carrying something that looks like a violin case. He comes walking down the hill, and he walks in. See, I had put a stake in the ground every place I wanted to have one of these posts set in the ground. So I had laid it out. I had driven the stakes in the ground. This guy comes down there with this violin case, and I'm kind of puzzled, like, what's this guy doing? And I think when he was here, I'm standing over here by the wood pile, right? And watching this guy come down and think, what is this? What's this guy doing here? And he pauses, and I think I probably had, see, I've got my sawhorses here. I think I had some wood or something up on the sawhorses, because he stops there, opens the case, and he takes out 2 swing rods. Now, anybody who's ever done water dowsing will know what swing rods are. Now, basically what they are is a way of you hold rods. For those people who know what water witching is, it was typically a traditional method of supposedly finding underground flowing water. And the traditional way was using typically it was a forked hickory stick that was held, and it went into a V into a single place. And the water witcher, or also now called a dowser, would use that to could detect flowing underground water. Well, what this guy had was nothing more than 2 of the old-fashioned automobile antennas, the telescoping kind with a little ball on the end. And what he had done is he had pulled it out and left about 6 inches within the outer sleeve, and then he had cut hacksawed off that, so he had about 6 inches, right, where he could hold it in his hand. It was about like this pen right here, if you can see the pen. He would hold it, and then then the outer rod was bent at 90 degrees, and it was free to pivot within the outer sleeve. And he had 2 of these in each hand, right? So he gets those, and then he goes and he walks over, if you look at my picture, he walks over each of the stakes that I had driven into the ground. And as he's walking over, you can see that the rods are just kind of gently oscillating, kind of back and forth like this. And then he's walking over each of the stakes, and I'm going, what the hell is this guy doing? And at first I'm like, I'm feeling sorry. Are these guys,
he's witching.
Like, are they pulling pulling something funny on me here? because I'm just this young guy, barely out of the fool stage, but I was smart enough to figure out how to build this barn anyway. But so as he would walk across each of the stakes, he yells up to the guys at the truck, clear. Then he'd go over to the next one, clear, clear. And over all 15 stakes, then he turns up and yells clear to the guys. Now, over here, if you look right here behind it, there's a garage there, and there's a driveway coming into the property, going down to the garage. So he walks back up the hill, and then there was an opening in the fence. He walks there, and the whole time he's carrying these rods. And I knew from the work that I had already been doing there, we had put in an above ground swimming pool. You can't see it. It's in the background here on the other side of the house. So we had to find where to do our water hookups. So I knew that there was a water hookup, and I knew it came, from across the road somewhere, but I didn't know specifically where it came into the property really. So he's walking, goes across the driveway, and he maybe gets halfway across the driveway. And all of a sudden, and I'm watching him this whole time, still scratching my head, he walks across the middle of the driveway. All of a sudden, it looked like somebody grabbed the ends of those rods, jerked them into an X, and then this is what I saw him doing. They were literally bending.
Whoa.
They crossed, and then they were bending.
Wow.
Bending as if somebody was
pulling down on the ends.
Yeah. And I thought, what in the hell? And, I had heard of water witching. There were water witches. I grew up in rural Minnesota, and there were water witch,
Yep.
But I had never given it any thought, and I had never seen it before. So then what he does is he starts coming from across the driveway, and he walked in a zigzag fashion. And every time, and what he was, of course, detecting was where the water main came into the property. And so as he zigzagged back and forth across that water main, every time he'd step over it, you'd see that those rods would cross, and it would look like they were under tension. And so he was able to trace out where the water main came in from the road down onto the property. So then he's coming back up, and I'm standing there, and I'm really quite mystified.
Did you want to set him on fire?
Who the
witch?
No, I didn't actually.
Okay.
I wanted to find out what the hell he was doing. What in the world?
Lots of people in the chat are saying that they do this too, that they've doused before.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then that's cool. That's very cool. Okay. So then he goes, you want to try it? And I'm like looking around, and I look at the guys on the truck, and I can see that they're kind of laughing, and I'm okay. Yeah, I'll try it. Completely unexpectedly, like not anticipating anything, I had him in my hands, and I stepped across where the water main was, and we were able to verify later that that was in fact the water main. The owner comes out there and goes, yeah, I think it comes right across the driveway here and goes down. And I said, we so anyways, I step across it, and it was like an electric shock. It was so surprising to me because I felt it. It literally felt like somebody grabbed the ends of those rods. And
Wow.
I was so surprised and startled over the thing because I wasn't expecting anything. And, I've tried dousing many times since then, and with some response, but never like that first time. I don't know what was different. Maybe it had something to do with my frame of mind. Maybe I was too expecting results or something later on when I did it. I was what, Brad?
It was a lead pipe.
Or he was using the tools of an experienced person, and somehow that person's.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. The tools themselves are
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know.
stronger.
But it was that convinced me, hey, there's really something happening here. Right. So
Yeah.
that became, I got interested in that, read several books on it. Christopher, who wrote a great book. I'll on the break, I'll grab it.
Okay, yeah, I want to shout out to Milo and Casey are in there
From Ancient Presence on YouTube.
Hey.
Check them
Oh,
out.
hey guys. Hey guys.
Sup, dudes?
And Joel gave us another $20 and said he wants to attend a Contact at the Cabin event one day, or maybe one of the Randwolf tours. Also,
Well, we got that Middle Cumberland tour coming up in March.
That's right. Well, he says
awesome.
he says he's got a toddler, so he's got to wait, but he wants to eventually.
Okay.
Yeah. CMA also gave $20, and Frank gave $33.
Well,
Yeah.
thanks, Frank.
Triple out
Thanks,
FM,
CMA. I really appreciate it, guys. It really makes it all worthwhile having to put up with these guys every week.
I know. It's crazy.
I know. It's,
Sorry I was late today, Randall.
It's okay, Kyle.
Don't fire me.
Was this your javelin here, Randall?
My javelin.
The car?
The car?
That car right there.
It's a pretty cool
Oh
car.
no, that's
That's pretty hip.
Yeah.
My man.
no that
You
That's
get a good
Rocky's.
chunk of money for that. And,
Ooh, Rocky.
that's
they're in good
that's
shape
my
this
little
year.
brother Rocky. He was the one
Okay.
taking the picture.
No, yeah, but whose car is that?
That's his.
Okay, it's his car.
Yeah.
Oh, so he, instead of like, you asked him, hey, can you take a picture of my construction site?
Yeah,
and he's
he's
like,
like,
yeah,
check
sure,
out my
bro, I'll do
badass
that.
car.
And he backs his car up in there, just like,
Yeah. exactly.
Rocky. Good God, man.
Rocky. Hey. Well, yeah, you see the trunk is open. That's because we were using his trunk as our pickup truck.
Right.
Beer cooler.
Beer can. But yeah, so that was I would say that was a significant moment that day when I discovered that. And it was actually that led me into, about that time was when I was started reading John Michel, and that's where I first discovered ley lines and started, putting two and two together. And then that led me to Paul Devereaux's work, the Dragon Project,
Okay.
where he's associating ley lines with, patterns of energy in the landscape that is basically the result of the configuration of fault lines and ore bodies and the movement of underground water. So my thought then was that, and at that point, so here it is, the phone company is relying on a dowser
Right.
to tell them where it's safe to drill.
Yeah.
Now, if it was just completely bunk and pseudoscience,
Yeah,
I don't
it's-
think they'd be doing that.
Right.
Right,
It's weird.
yeah.
They keep it on they keep it quiet, right? We had the same thing with well drillers out here. Big water companies, they're coming out, they're drilling people's wells, and they show up with a guy who douses the area to find the spot to
Yep.
drill.
Yep.
And it's I don't know, it's like ignored, or it's like just, they don't tell you, yeah, we're going to bring our witcher out there to check for the water. But it happens.
Well, it's funny because it sounds like even back then, the guys who were actually doing the work didn't really take it seriously.
Except that they
Like
do
in
what those
Randall.
guys say. It's weird. It's interesting.
But yeah, exactly. It's
yeah.
still a big.
Well, I found out from acquaintances that served in Vietnam that, they were using dowsers to locate buried mines.
Ah.
I heard that from a couple of different people. I've never seen that confirmed anywhere, but I heard it, firsthand
Well-
from peers of mine that served over there.
Would that be more map dowsing, or would that you think they're going into the field for something like that?
Oh, they're going into the
can do-
field. They're going into the
Okay.
field. But I
you
wouldn't
can
doubt if there was
do-
map dowsing. Now, since then, I've attended meetings and given talks on the possible geological connection, for example, to the Appalachian Society of Dowsers. And they've hold, meetings every year. And let's see, it was in 95, I did a presentation to the Appalachian Society of Dowsers, and then in Atlanta. And then the next year they had their national conference or gathering up in, and it was mostly the entire Eastern seaboard. Dowsers, there was like 200 dowsers there. And I went, and it was entitled Dowsing for Discernment. And it was held at Warren Wilson College. And I went there. I got invited to go there and do a presentation. So we actually have recordings of 5 lectures that I gave over that weekend. And this was actually one of the very first places where I laid out the whole Younger Dryas hypothesis publicly. So we're doing I believe Stephen, our colleague Stephen is now doing the transcript of that. I think, is that what he's
Oh,
working?
right.
Yeah. So
I
basically,
like the sound of that.
I described the whole phenomena and put forth the idea that that there were impacts into the ice sheet to cause the mass extinction. I extensively go into the Cretaceous Tertiary boundary event and the Tunguska event as analogs to help us understand what happened at the Younger Dryas. I don't remember if I actually was using the term Younger Dryas at the time, but I was placing the date of it as at 12,900 to 13,000 years ago. And that date actually came up from immersion and studies of the great year concept, which is what I encountered in reading the book Hamlet's Mill, probably again about the mid 70s. I would like to actually read a couple more quotes from John Michel that I think are relevant to this. This is now from his later book, 1991, called 12 Tribe Nations and the Science of Enchanting the Landscape. And he says here, and this is quoting, the first requirement of the ruling priesthood is to locate and occupy the naturally powerful centers of spiritual energy in the landscape. This involves the use of geomancy, meaning divination through the earth or earth magic. Now, this is what now would encompass what we talk about as dowsing. Through geomancy are discovered the most effective sites and designs for temples in relation to the spiritual energy field of the country as a whole. The many sciences which contribute to geomancy include astronomy and geology. The temples should be sited at natural meeting places between the powers of heaven and earth. This principle is now being recognized by archaeologists who have discovered in recent years that temples and old stone monuments in all countries are related to their surroundings in two ways, astronomically and geologically. So his work, I think, was pivotal. He's no longer with us, but his work was pivotal, I think, in really kind of peeling back several layers of the veil that obscured the archaic traditions that would have involved, I think, the mapping of the energy field of the entire planet at one time. I don't think that is really as far out as an idea as it might sound, because again, I think one of the hypotheses that that legitimately put out that could be testable is the idea that there was an advanced civilization in prehistoric times. The advanced civilization may have not looked anything like our modern advanced civilization, and therefore the footprints and fingerprints of this civilization are much harder to discern, because if we're looking for analogs of our own culture, we might be missing. But clearly, to me, the universal system of moving giant stones and placing them according to astronomical sighting lines, it can't be some random, superstitious process. It's there's a knowledge at work there, and mainstream models of prehistory don't have any way to explain other than some kind of independent evolution. And you wonder, well, why would people in South America come up with this need to move 50-ton stones, coming out of the Paleolithic societies of hunter-gatherers, nomadic hunter-gatherers. Okay, maybe one exceptional culture, for whatever reason, would be motivated to move and erect giant stones in the landscape. But when you find it all over the world, now you got to go, wait a minute. No. There's something else going on here. And what Graham Hancock says is, and I have to agree with Graham, as I usually do, is that really what we're seeing at the dawn of history is, in effect, the end of something else, as much as it is the beginning of our own, the rise of our own modern civilization, which traces back, to the first appearance of writing, in Sumer and that period of 4,500 to 5,000 years ago.
Yeah. The end of something.
Yeah.
That's a great way to say it. It looks like it's the end of something, and then our civilization shows up later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of look at that as sort of the that's the midpoint of the Holocene. It's kind of a hinge point to me.
Yeah.
And if we've talked about this quite a bit in the podcast, this idea of sort of a reboot that occurred in the aftermath of the Younger Dryas. We've talked about the dispersion of languages, the master tongue that linguists have sort of traced back to goes back, and they're dating what it looks like, all the branches of language stem from this master language. It sort of dates from like 10,000 years ago, and then you've got the agriculture beginning 10,000 years ago. And, we've talked about how that might not even have been too viable when, carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere might have been lower than 200 parts per million.
Right.
But with the post-glacial warming that occurred, there was an influx of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere that raised the ambient concentrations by about 100 parts per million. And at that point, interestingly coincident with that enrichment of carbon dioxide is when you see agriculture becoming more widespread. And since a lot of the food crops, the C3, so-called C3 photosynthetic pathways are directly connected to ambient concentrations in the atmosphere of CO2, it's very possible. Now, of course, this is speculation. I don't know, but clearly, when you had half again as much ice, almost double actually the amount of ice on the Earth as you do now, we know from the northern hemisphere that 5 to 10 degrees centigrade colder. The snow line was down like 1,100 to 1,500 feet. So a lot of valleys that later on were practicing high altitude agriculture, they were completely frozen out. So you have domestication of animals. You have the first urban complexes showing up between 8,000 and 9,000 years ago. You got the dispersion of languages. All of these things are kind of dated to that first millennia or two post-glacial. Well, as Graham would say, and I would concur with that. I mean, are we looking really at the first stirrings, the first cornerstones of civilization, or are we actually looking at a reboot of some kind? And then we've talked about in depth about catastrophes that have engulfed the planet, and the most recent extreme global catastrophe is that transitional phase from the Pleistocene to the Holocene, which encompasses the Younger Dryas, right? And only when you really become apprised and aware of how extensive the remodeling. I mean, this was a major global remodeling project that occurred in that transition, in that roughly 2,000 to 3,000 year transition from glacial to interglacial age. And a lot of the mainstream guys who are always going, well, where's the artifacts? Where's the artifacts? Where's the potsherds and everything? What they don't understand is they do not understand. They have no comprehension of the scale and degree and magnitude of this global remodeling project that took place. So, what you're looking for artifacts, what are you going to be looking for? You're going to be looking for rusted automobile bodies? No. And so, there's a video going around out there. Now I'm seeing that why Randall Carlson is wrong. Well, what this guy has done, and I think, we've talked about that. It might be worthwhile addressing that at some point, but because a few people are watching it. But what is clear from what I watched and saw is this guy does not understand. He's still thinking in uniformitarian framework. He's not, look, you guys have seen enough. I mean, when you go out there and you're looking at a landscape where 1,000 feet of bedrock has been stripped away in a week, well, what are you going to expect to see? If you're looking at every river valley virtually in North America was at one time carrying augmented discharges orders of magnitude than the modern peak flood discharges. Whatever would have been there before is completely erased. When you consider that during the Ice Age, where you might have built culture, where you might have established sedentary societies, one of the most appropriate and conducive real estates would be coastlines, which are 400 feet underwater now.
Yep.
So, you have to begin to take this stuff into your thinking before you can go and have an opinion and say, well, we don't see any artifacts there, therefore nothing happened.
The other interesting thing is like when you're dealing with different levels of technology, Stone Age technology leaves artifacts for tens of thousands of years.
Yeah.
So our technological advancement may not leave artifacts like a Stone Age technologies would.
No.
Plastics and,
paper.
Plastics
metals.
are very durable, but I think
Not
most
that
of the
durable.
studies I have read would be even the most durable plastics are going to generally break down within 3,000 to 4,000 years.
If they're
Most of
exposed
them
in
a
the
lot
sun,
quicker than that.
oh yeah, they're exposed to the sun. Like we find surface points, chipped stone artifacts, flint. These things last in the sun for thousands of years. They can, and they get patinas on them that the depth of that patina can tell you how long that thing has been exposed to direct sunlight. You put a piece of plastic in the sun, it's gone within. I mean, it just becomes so brittle and deteriorates within
you might
a
be
number
able
of
to
years.
You might be able to detect it forensically if you knew you were supposed to be looking for it.
Yeah,
because it would be dust,
microscopic dust, but not whole artifacts.
Right.
Like they could be buried, but still, you just have to consider. Like we were talking about the Sumerians. The Sumerians, they were writing in clay tablets. Well, then when they switched to papyrus, they vanish. We have hardly any of their papyrus, but we know that they started using it, and that's when we don't have they go
records.
dark.
Yeah,
we don't have records of what they were doing at that time. So that's not to say that they became more technologically advanced, and we have less artifacts because of it. That's the point.
Well, now that you guys have been to Egypt and you've been to Giza Plateau, you've seen the pyramids, how utterly awesome they are.
Yeah.
And when you stand there and you look before the Pyramid of Cheops and you realize that for thousands of years, it was encased in highly polished white limestone with extremely tight joinery.
Yeah.
So tight that you couldn't even put slip a credit card between there. From the distance, it would have looked like a completely,
single piece. Yeah.
Yeah. Like a single piece. We don't know what the capstone was, but it probably had a capstone on. Maybe the capstone was solid gold. We don't know. But I mean, that would have been a mind-blowingly awesome sight to see as you're coming across the desert.
Absolutely.
Now, to think that was the product, the handiwork of, subsistence farmers in their spare time, that they were being whipped to build this thing that was a monument to the, the Pharaoh's out of control ego. I mean, that's ludicrous. It's ludicrous.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. And, we'll do a dive looking into the geodetics of the pyramid because of all the various claims made about the Great Pyramid, and there's been many. I've looked into all of them. I haven't looked into all of them, but the one that really struck me as being credible was that you could look at the Great Pyramid authentically as a model of the Northern Hemisphere at a ratio of 43,200 to 1. And we could go into that details. Have we covered that at all?
We've talked about it a little bit.
Just scratching the surface.
But yeah, we're running up on the end of the time here. So
God, that's a great subject.
Yeah, it's a great subject. But I did want to. We want to have a chance to talk about the stuff you have coming up. You've got some stuff planned.
But before that, we need to thank Joel again.
Yes.
$50 donation.
Thank you so much, Joel.
Thanks,
Joel, man.
And then Rex, $10 donation. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yep, thank you.
You guys.
He wants to know where you put a compass in a square in a loincloth. Like, how do you, where do you carry it?
Well, you have to have a secret pocket. But we won't get into where that secret pocket is located. But I will say that was actually the forerunner of the jockstrap.
All right.
The evolution of the jockstrap. We haven't covered that yet.
Not yet.
Maybe
that'll be Patreon only content.
Okay. Laura, I apologize for that.
Oh no.
Okay.
I want to know the secrets too, so
okay.
I can take
Laura,
it.
Well, Randall, you've got an upcoming presentation, live stream presentation, right?
Okay, so we talked quite a bit about Atlantis in our early podcasts that we did.
That's right.
And there's been a lot of interest, and actually quite a bit of new stuff has come out that I, not specifically directed to Atlantis, but has direct relevance to the question of Atlantis and how the particular model that I raised, which had to do with, isostatic movements, vertical movements of the Earth's crust as the scientific basis. And, Jimmy over at Bright Insight has raised a lot of interest in Atlantis by his discussion of the recat structure in Mauritania. And I'll just say, I think what Jimmy's doing is great. I've never met the guy, but I'm looking forward to meeting him someday and hanging out with him. I think we're going to agree to disagree on the Atlantis story. But as we talked about on here, the recat structure is to me, it's a very interesting and unique geological structure. But I've gone into detail why I don't think that was Atlantis. So what I'm going to do is a two-parter. The first one's going to be on January 27th. It's going to be live. It's going to be 3 hours, and then part 2 will be in February.
February 20th.
Thank you, Laura. February 20th. And so what I'm going to do is take a deep dive into Atlantis. We'll review some of the stuff we've already covered, and then we'll get into some new stuff to try to put this on a solid footing and to introduce people to this particular interpretation of Plato. And it's entitled Atlantis, Plato, Back to the Source.
Right.
Plato's Atlantis, back to the source. Back to the source. So we go back to Plato, and what did Plato say? And if we look at all of the places around the planet that have been proposed as being the site of Atlantis, I'm narrowing it down, and I say there's one place that is the most consistent, and here's why. And here's, I think, the geology, the geography, the astronomy, the oceanography that supports this as being the most likely place if it existed. And I'll make clear right at the outset, I am not going to say we've found Atlantis, this is Atlantis. What I am going to be saying, though, is that when we look at all of the places and we go right back to Plato and his very specific and detailed account, there's one place that fits his details where you don't have to alter the geography. You don't have to alter the chronology or the timing to make it fit. You don't have to say that Plato made a mistake by an order of magnitude in his timing. And that's what it's going to be about. And it's going to be, I think we're going to do $18. I mean, the cost of a movie ticket for the 3 hours. If you could do both parts, there's going to be a break, right, yeah. Laura? $33.
Yeah.
33, right.
And so I think it's going to be, if you want to buy them, but you can't show up for the live because you're on the other side of the world or whatever, you can still watch them. They'll be recorded and available. So
yeah, and if you missed the first one, you can still get them, and you'll be able to download and watch the first one, and then participate in the second one live. That's right. The plan.
And even if you get it live, you also have unlimited access
to watch the video
to rewatch later.
Yeah, so you can watch it 100 times if you want.
Yeah,
and that's what I do recommend is that you watch it a minimum of 100 times.
That's what you want.
Yeah, it'll establish a YouTube account.
YouTube
account.
Oh my God.
Oop. The HowTube is hosting the live stream. And how many push-ups do I owe for that?
Yeah, Brad, me and you were doing push-ups tonight, buddy. God dang.
So yeah, it's a HowTube event, and you'll establish a channel once you pay, and then that will be accessible through your channel as long as you have your account there with HowTube. So you don't have to see it live. You can see it later and as many times as you want, like Laura said.
And they can find this at randallcarlson.com, links to go buy it or purchase tickets. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. And in between those two streamed seminars or teaching sessions you're doing, you're also going on Joe Rogan, right? That's what's happening. People are always asking. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I suggested the 4th, and he agreed to that. So I think that's on. I mean, I haven't heard otherwise. He's a hard man to track down, but I think, I got a confirmation from him that February 4th is. So Brad and I are planning to be out your way.
Yeah.
And we're gonna check out Canyon Lake Gorge and
McKinney Falls, hopefully.
Oh,
Yes.
McKinney Falls.
McKinney Falls. Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys are saying that McKinney Falls is possibly evidence of some outsized events, or
Yeah, it's a cataract fall that has a tiny little waterfall coming into what's a giant horseshoe cataract.
Oh,
and then there are potholes downstream, and like you can, it's nothing on the scale of the Scablands, but you can still see the same. It's just it's scale and variance, right? This is much smaller.
Definitely, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, and then I'll also mention, March we've got the Middle Cumberland Plateau tour.
Right.
We're going to be doing. We've reserved a block of 20 rooms and a couple of cabins at the Falls Creek Falls Lodge and Resort, and we're going to use that as our base for exploring the rim of the Cumberland Plateau. And there's going to be some awesome sights. And we're doing March because the leaf canopy won't be back yet, so we'll be able to actually see the underlying geology much clearer than you would any other time. Plus, it won't be hot and muggy and insects.
Excellent.
So that's the middle of March, and it's not on our new page yet. We're having one developed for tours and events. But if you got interest in that, it's probably already half full already, even just from the people that have been on our previous tours. So popular destination coming up, Central Tennessee. If you want to get on that list before it's actually available to put down a deposit, it's tours@randallcarlson.com, and you can send us an email. We'll put you on that pre-list.
Tours@randallcarlson.com.
Correct.
And we got a bunch more people to thank. Kyle, you got the list
Yeah,
there?
Luke, thanks, buddy. €2.
Thanks again.
Again, that's right. Refi, $2. Ancient Sanctum, who is mod in the chat.
Yeah, she's doing a great job. That's right.
Check out her channel out on YouTube. $20, much appreciated. John, with $5, wanted to know if you ever plan to do a trip in the San Luis Valley.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yes is the answer. And then Clark, $20, and he says thanks for the new tools of interpreting Earth history.
And Peter
Schell,
who we met on the last Scablands trip. Yeah, thanks.
$37.
$37. Thank you so much.
Thanks, brother. He's coming on
Peter,
the Cumberland with us.
Yeah. Peter, that's great. I take back some of those things I've been saying about you. No, I don't, because the only thing I've said about you, Peter, is what a great guy you are.
Yeah, Peter
He's
also
going to help us organize a trip over to the Carolina Bays too. I think. He's interested in those. So
I really want to go look at those.
Getting over there, so that's going to be another one coming up.
Peter also supports us on our Patreon, so thank you so much, Peter. Really appreciate all the support you're doing for both shows. Really appreciate that. Yeah. Awesome. Anything else, guys?
Can I do one quick last quote?
Absolutely.
Close it out.
It's your show, so Randall.
Since I've been talking about Paul Devereaux, I got a quote from him here. This is from his book, Earthlights, which was published way back in 1982. And then he's talking about the work of John Michell. Okay, and this is what he says. As long ago as 1969, pivotal year for a lot of things, interestingly, John Michell was associating sacred sites with geological faulting, but more by intuitive observation than anything else. The lie of the land surrounding most stone circles gives the secret away. McCartney's work, and that's not Paul McCartney, by the way. Actually, the guy's name is Paul McCartney, but it's not the ex-Beatle.
Yeah.
Not that one, no, that he's referring to. McCartney's work has now...
the replacement.
Yeah, no, Laura.
That's Sir Paul McCartney.
Keep going.
It's not Sir Paul McCartney. McCartney's work has now... Okay, McCartney's work has now been able to confirm the earlier suspicion. From the work he has currently done on stone circle distribution in England and Wales, McCartney is satisfied that every stone circle in those two countries is within a mile of a surface fault or lies on an associated intrusion. And that's an intrusion where volatile material from the mantle has forced its way up into the fault lines or the fractures, right? And oftentimes that becomes a site of like precious metal formation and so on. So very interesting. This is the central idea here. And this is an idea we will be exploring in greater detail in future Cosmographia podcasts or live stream events that we're going to do. We're going to figure out the best way to get this information out there. But this is all going to come under the rubric of the quest for the Holy Grail. When I present my theory that the Holy Grail romances are actually encoded ways of talking about an ancient lost technology of planetary restoration in the aftermath of catastrophes.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Nice.
I want to say real quick too, thanks to everybody out there who supports the show in other ways.
Yes.
Liking the show, sharing the show, all of the stuff you do, buying stuff from cbdfromthegods.com. That all supports the show. Coming to the tours, everything you do. Just telling your neighbors, telling your friends.
From the Randall Carlson shop.
That's right. All the T-shirts and hats.
That's right. Merch purchases, but
the swag.
Just everything, all of y'all being here on the live stream supports the show, helps the numbers out. So we just appreciate all of it.
And
thank you so much.
Here is Bruce Wayne's T-shirt he sent me.
All right.
Say, Bruce Wayne, this is not Batman Bruce Wayne. This is our own personal Bruce Wayne friend that has been
right. It's not that Bruce Wayne.
It's not
He's
that
watching, hey Bruce.
Yeah, younger Dryas, real climate change.
There you go. And thanks to Derek
Bruce,
for $10.
I told Bruce that I would wear this on one of the shows. So
that's great.
If you're watching, Bruce, looking forward to hanging out with you again, man.
Hey, Bruce.
And thanks to Derek for the $10 super chat. And he suggests while you're in Austin, Randall, that we go check out there are Cartwright tracks. I think that's what he's talking about. Ancient tracks.
Yeah,
really.
Where you have these parallel grooves. Yeah.
Yeah, we should go check those out.
Those are definitely. I would like to do that.
Yeah, we know. Yeah.
You guys know where some are.
Yes.
Well, there we go. Now we got 3 places to visit.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
Bruce, beers, bro.
Yeah. Bring the beers.
San Diego breweries.
Great show, guys. Good night. Thank you so much.
Good night.
Thanks
Get
to
your
the chat.
ready.
Thanks to the chat and all the
deep
super
dive.
chats. You guys were great. Have a good night. We'll
Good night.
see you next week with a regular
Good
show,
night.
not a live stream. Live stream.
This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. And hope everybody had a great holiday season. We had a good Christmas and a good New Year. And then was it Soul's birthday? Also falls on January 1st.
Yep,
so,
that's right.
Yeah.
It's been nonstop parties since the last time
parties over
we were
here
here.
at the Allen House.
Nice. January 1. Happy
Yeah.
birthday, Soul.
And I guess we, as the Cosmographia team, we took a little bit of a break over the holiday season. But we are back now, planning to continue to do our show swap with live streams, at least for a little while. And Mike, how was your holidays?
Very quiet, gentlemen. Very quiet.
All right.
How many beers did you put down there, Mike?
0.
What?
Oh my God.
0 beers.
Zero
That is
beer.
not normal.
Unacceptable.
A little pecan brandy, however.
All right.
All right. You made it back on the podcast. You were almost out.
You're almost out.
Brad?
Hey, Happy New Year. Hope 2022 is better for all of us.
Yeah, I hope so as well. Randall,
Line up the good stuff.
Sir.
what did you think of the holiday? Did you guys get any snow over there in Georgia?
No, but tonight actually is the first night. We've gotten down right at the cusp of freezing a couple of times, but hadn't dropped below. Tonight, we're going down to 28. So
Okay, yeah.
now it's been raining like hell the last few days.
Oh.
But I don't think it's supposed to rain tonight. I think that rain was the leading edge of a cold front that's now here. So
It
I'm
hit
not
me here.
expecting that we're going to get any snow.
Did you get any snow, Brad?
Yeah, 3 inches of snow up here this morning.
All right.
Yeah, there's
So
few hundred miles
after
difference.
after a week of 70.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah,
unexpectedly Christmas Day, and for several days after, it turned the right direction. I got my snow, and it'll be like Randall's saying, teens up here tonight. So all that slush will freeze. It's going to be nasty in the morning.
No,
I'm
it's gonna be fun.
staying put.
Yeah, we went from 80 degrees on Saturday to 22 degrees late Saturday night.
Yep.
Really? Now that's quite a dramatic change.
Yeah.
January.
That was catastrophic climate change right there.
There
Hit you with the door.
Yeah.
Boom.
Well, Kyle, you need to stop driving your pickup truck.
What?
You're contributing to the climate crisis.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh.
It's like
That's
I got to go pick up
emission.
beers.
Oh,
So what subject are we tackling tonight, Randall?
well, since your memory has clearly failed you,
Yeah, I don't remember what we did the last show. Where we talked
so
about
okay, so this is what happens when we go live every other week. You forget. I realize, okay, your attention span it does last a week, but 2 weeks, no, that's out of the question. Throw a holiday in there. Hey,
All gone.
we started actually talking about the phenomena known as ekparusis, because we spent a lot of time talking about cataclysmos, and its counterpart is ekparusis. Now, as you remember, cataclysmos was the Greek term for destruction of the world by water. Ekparusis by fire, which is not quite as widely known as the cataclysmos, but is pretty powerful story in its own right when you begin looking in at the traditions. So we ended with some quotes from various traditions, biblical and others, that sort of encapsulated or expressed or symbolized something that sounds like some pretty major fire stuff going on. Ekparusis, so the root of that word is pyro, right? So so I guess we could just pick up kind of where we left off, and
Might hit a couple of those quotes again.
yeah, that's what I was thinking we could do. This
I remember we were looking at depictions or carvings and such of Mithras, and then there was like some guy off in the corner, and you're like, "What is he? What's going on with that guy?
Yeah.
He's falling." And then everything was all about that guy from then on.
Yeah.
We just did a
We
whole
were doing falling gods.
The fallen gods. Yeah, well, that idea we'll be coming back to that, but we'll have a context now for perhaps understanding better what that symbolizes. So, we could get into some quotes right away from the Mayan tradition. One of the codices, I neglected to put which one. There's only a handful of them that survived the ravages of the Spanish suppression of the Mayan sacred tracts. They destroyed pretty much everyone they could find. But this one says, at the close of the ages, it hath been decreed, the world shall be purged with a ravening fire. This is one of the great modalities of global destruction that are, the Mayans have a very similar concept to the Hopis, that were in the fifth world, and there were previous worlds that were destroyed by a variety of natural catastrophes. Then the Mahabharata, which is from the Vedas, and it's talking about the end of the Yuga. And the Yuga is one of the great Vedic time cycles. We got into that a little bit when we were talking about the world ages, the great year of the world. So here's a quote, and obviously these are all translations, but they I think, capture the essential idea. These all will take place at the end of the Yuga. When men become fierce and destitute of virtue, then does the Yuga come to an end. And the course of the winds will be confused and agitated. And, note Brad's backdrop there, and innumerable meteors will flash through the sky, foreboding evil. And then the sun will appear with 6 others of the same kind, and all around will be din and uproar, and everywhere there will be conflagrations. And fires will blaze up on all sides when the end of the Yuga comes. And then from Brazil comes this tradition of Monan, without beginning or end, author of all that is, seeing the ingratitude of men and their contempt for him who had made them thus joyous, withdrew from them and sent upon them Tata, the divine fire, which burned all that there was on the surface of the earth. And then from the Hopi, and this is quoted out of Frank Waters' book of the Hopi. So the people went down to live. Now, this is the ancestors of the present-day Hopi that's referring to. They went down to live with the ant people when they were all safe and settled, and this is underground. They're taking refuge underground with the ant people, presumably called ant people because they were living underground. When they were all safe and settled, Teowa commanded Sotuknung to destroy the world. He rained fire upon it. Fire came from above and below and all around until the earth, the waters, the air, all was one element, fire. And there was nothing left except the people safe inside the womb of the earth. And then from the Voluspa, which is from the Elder Eddas of the Nordic tradition, we have this. Surt, spelled S-U-R-T, Surt from the south, comes with flickering flame. The sun darkens, earth in ocean sinks. Fall from heaven, and again I will refer you to Brad's backdrop there. Fall from heaven the bright stars. Fire's breath assails the all-nourishing tree. Towering fire plays against heaven itself. And from the Old Testament, Isaiah chapter 24, verse 6, therefore, and this is in referring to the curse that has been placed upon the earth, that goes back actually to, in the biblical symbolism, it goes back to the curse that was laid upon the earth in the Garden of Eden. That was renewed by Cain's slaying of Abel, and then which came upon the earth during the result of which was the great flood. So that's a theme we'll pick up sometime and discuss in further detail, because it's quite interesting, this idea that there has been a curse placed upon the world. Why that curse was placed upon the world in the first place and how the redemption from that curse may take place makes for some very interesting considerations. So this is what it says. Therefore hath the curse devoured the earth. Therefore the inhabitants of the earth are burned, and few men are left. So then there's going back to Daniel G. Britton, the Myths of the New World, which was one of the early attempts to really make a comprehensive gathering and collection of various myths. This was published in 1868. It makes very interesting reading. But in there we find Daniel G. Britton discussing the belief systems and traditions and stories of the indigenous peoples of South America. So I'll read that quote. By far the greater number of South American tribes represent the last destruction of the world to have been by water. A few, however, the Tacales of the North Pacific coast, the Yuricares of the Bolivian Cordilleras, and the Mbacobi of Paraguay, attribute it to a general conflagration which swept over the whole earth, consuming every living thing except a few who took refuge in a deep cave. Isaiah, back to the Old Testament. Isaiah 29, verse 6, "Thou shalt be visited of the Lord of hosts with thunder and with earthquake and great noise, with storm and tempest, and the flame of all devouring fire." From one of the apocryphal texts, "Who can stand before his indignation, and who can abide in the fierceness of his anger? His fury is poured out like fire, and the rocks are thrown down by him." Isaiah again, "For the Lord will come with fire, and his chariots are like a whirlwind, to render his wrath and indignation and his rebuke with flames of fire. For the Lord shall judge by fire, and by his sword unto all flesh, and the slain of the Lord shall be many." So these are just examples of, and they could be multiplied. I think they're completely actually different than the quotes that I read at the end of our last recording. And just as the idea of the world being destroyed by fire, the thing that we tried to get into, and the essential idea that I tried to inculcate, was that at the basis, at the core of these stories, there really is a natural phenomenon. In this case, in what we were talking about before, even though we were focused primarily on North America, we can find evidence from all over the planet of these gigantic floods on such a scale that if there were survivors, it's likely that they would not know or have any comprehension of how extensive the destruction had been. And I think I might have used the analogy, because you guys now have been up on top of Steptoe Butte, right? Now, Steptoe Butte, from what I've been able to find out, I think there are some legends associating Steptoe Butte with one of the places of refuge against the flood. There are certainly many stories of the great floods, and people, the three mechanisms of survival are usually the building of a great boat, an ark, right? In a lot of the Native American stories, it's the great canoe, the climbing of a high mountain, or the climbing of a high tree, big tree, and they climb up the tree. And those are the three consistently that you find in the myths and the stories over and over again. But I use the analogy of the real world analogy of Steptoe Butte. If somehow one was able to survive these floods from the vantage point of Steptoe Butte, once the floods were over, you would look out over the world and you would see nothing in every direction as far as the eye could see, but a sea of mud. That's all you would see. That's, everything that was within your field of view prior to the flood sweeping through there would have been destroyed. And everything, the entire landscape within your whole field of visibility would have been destroyed, and you would have no framework or even thinking or no perspective to understand how or where there might have been other survivors. And of course, all means of communication with any other survivors is non-existent, right? So my point is that, once you begin to understand the scale and magnitude of these great terminal ice age floods that swept over huge parts of the Earth's surface, one could see how, you might be interpreted as world destroying. Not that it's, again, in the oversimplified version where it's a supernatural flood that, drowns all the mountains of the world from some, necessarily unnatural or supernatural source, and then it all disappears through, in the Greek story of Deucalion, the floodwaters flowed off through this big hole in the ground. Well, the point being is that what I'm trying to show is that, when you strip away the symbology and the moral connotations that have been juxtaposed upon these remembrances, that underlying that there were real events, natural events, that would have led people to believe that the entire world may have been wiped out and destroyed by a flood. And so now we can, when we begin to understand the magnitude of these paleohydrological events, we can say, if somebody did manage to survive that, it's very likely that they would go generations without knowing, were there other survivors? Were there other people in parts of the world? And there certainly were. But those people are essentially thinking the same thing. And so we now also know from looking at the Younger Dryas, the black mat layer, is that, there were extreme firestorms associated with the Younger Dryas that left their signature hugely over the planet. South America, North America, Europe, Middle East. Now we've discovered that the black mat layer is there. So, and with the recent papers showing that perhaps, the biblical legend of Sodom and Gomorrah may have roots in an actual event that happened. So that's what we're trying to get here is I guess you could say the working hypothesis here is that underlying all these varied stories of world destruction are really these great natural events that have occurred that have been outside the experience of basically modern people. And so there was no framework for really understanding when you talk about a worldwide flood. Well, it's natural to go, well, if we go, there was a, the Middle Eastern cultures had stories of floods, which were undoubtedly, that the biblical story came from the Sumerians, right? And the Sumerians, well, it was obviously a flood in the Tigris-Euphrates Valley. It was a bad flood. It was a devastating flood, but it was only a regional flood. It wasn't anything that was involved as part of a worldwide event, right? But when you start factoring in the kinds of things that we've been looking at, the massive rapid melting of the ice sheets and the rapid rise of sea level and perhaps accompanying tsunamis that could have wiped out entire coastal communities, in a matter of hours, we see that, there can be a naturalistic basis to these flood stories. So now, with that kind of a perspective in mind, coming back to the stories of the world destruction by fire, can we find anything that would suggest that there's a naturalistic explanation behind these things like that I just read to you? And I think the answer is yes. I think that there is evidence. And the thing I just cited, the Younger Dryas boundary, might be an example of that. In fact, that might be an example of something where you had floods preceded by fires. And that's kind of what it looks like. So what I've done is I've gathered together a collection of historical events. Now, these are all from North America, but there are others. But these are the ones that I had access to. And when we did I participated in that documentary back that we did in 1996 called Fire from the Sky. And the whole premise of that was that there might be a possibility that some of these fires were actually triggered by something, maybe cosmic. So that's kind of the theme that we're going to pick up on. And certainly in the case of the Younger Dryas, it's pretty evident that that fire was a part of the process. When we look at the Tunguska event of 1908, clearly fire was a part of that. And you had a couple of 100 square miles right under the epicenter of the explosion that were completely incinerated. And you had, temperatures generated in that explosion that were close to the temperatures of the surface of the sun. So, so the first fire that I thought we would get into and talk about, for that, I got a quote of something that I wrote, which I think is germane here, and just to kind of put this within a conceptual framework. This is what I wrote in regards to these. In going through these quotes from various traditions, with the predominance of biblical sources only because of the abundance of that material available, one can discern a number of recurring themes and images. Probably the most persistent image is that the fiery destruction is a type of divine retribution for the misdeeds of mankind, or through our neglect of a cosmic or divine plan. And this was clearly made the case in the Hopi traditions, because this was the retribution the people suffered was because they basically forgot the plan of the Creator, right? Or for a lack of appreciation for the compensations bestowed upon mankind by a munificent Creator. Secondly, there is the recurring presence of the obvious celestial or astronomical element, as why I was referring to the backdrop, the very appropriate backdrop that Bradley has. For example, then the Lord rained fire and brimstone from the Lord out of heaven. That was, from the, or I saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth. Book of Revelations. There fell a great star from heaven, burning as it were a lamp. Innumerable meteors will flash through the sky. From the heaven fall the bright stars. So, and so on, right? So my point being is that in so many of these accounts, there seems to be this clear reference to, something that we would consider a cosmic phenomenon. Here's something else.
Can I address the human aspect of this real quick, though?
Absolutely.
Because it's a little confusing.
Go ahead.
Can I address the human? It seems like they're saying these things.
Absolutely.
Because it's a little bit ordained, like they're going to happen, and yet they're also because humans are bad, right? So they're saying like this happens because people forget or they become fierce, like what you read that says men become fierce and
destitute of virtue.
So is the implication that it happens because of that? Or is there an implication that it's timed so that by the time that comes around, the destruction happens again so we can start over with a clean slate? Like, I've never really been clear on what exactly the myths are trying to tell us.
I guess my thought there would be that in the aftermath of these events, I could see that it would be very easy for people to impose a religious or moral interpretation on it.
Absolutely.
And of course, the stories are post-event. Right. So if you've got survivors, I think that who are struggling to make sense out of what happened.
Yep.
Right. Now, as to the second option, I definitely think that, and this was, I think, the whole point of what we were kind of trying to get to with some of the ideas we were discussing in the Great Year framework, which is that, it does seem like there's a cyclical nature to this.
Right. So, because that implies to me that whether we become fierce and without virtue or not, it's going to happen. So you can't really blame it on that. But what you're saying is probably the survivors have to explain it somehow, so they explain it in this framework. And I understand that we've kind of talked about that on our show, that there's this thing called survivor's guilt.
Mm-hmm.
So if you survive something where suddenly you're like, wow, everyone except us died. What would survivor's guilt drive you to do? The easiest out for yourself on that to get away from the guilt is we survived because we're good. They died because they were bad.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
Right.
Chosen.
Yeah. And don't discount the ability of religious leaders to scapegoat. Look at Pat Robertson claiming that the hurricane on New York City was brought on by gays and lesbians.
Oh, you mean that wasn't the case?
I thought that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
The dinosaurs were all gay too,
now.
Mike.
You're right. I also don't, it would be really lucky for that kind of religious leader to survive unless they are generated by these events. In other words, it turns people into someone who would say something like that.
Well, I find the idea of the Hopis pretty compelling, which is that basically the people got, they suffered this destruction because they weren't paying attention.
Right. Yeah.
You're not paying attention. And the whole idea of, think about omens. Omens are natural phenomena that are if you ignore these omens, then you're setting yourself up for disaster.
Right.
And what's interesting is when we get into this material that we're about to get into, I think you're going to see it woven throughout these narratives are all of these ideas. They're all there. People, who got caught in some of these events, there were people who saw ominous from omen, ominous forewarnings. And they took steps to increase the probability of their survival. Other people were oblivious to the omens.
Yeah.
And that we're going to see those themes throughout this material. A lot of this material, I'd already been researching. It goes back to actually Ignatius Donnelly. And so there's kind of a segue off some of the early studies that I read on Atlantis back in the 70s when I encountered this idea first presented in Ignatius Donnelly's book. I think it was Ragnarok, The Age of Fire and Gravel. And we're going to kind of get back into that idea again that he presents in there. That and he was the first one that called attention to the idea of this coincidence, this extraordinary coincidence, which we're going to dive into here. So I think we should just get right into the material. Going on with what I wrote here. Ancient myths and religious prophecies are replete with tales of world destruction and catastrophe resulting from all-consuming fires. Analogous with ancient tales of universal destruction from a great deluge, only a few survivors remain in the aftermath to replenish the race. The Greeks told such tales and referred to the process of world destruction through fire as ekparousis, the counterpart to cataclysmos, or world destruction by flood. The biblical account relates that the world was previously destroyed through the agency of water and will suffer destruction through fire at some unspecified future date, which is euphemistically referred to as Judgment Day. As with the flood story, the vision of a world-destroying fiery holocaust was by no means limited to the Greeks or to the Bible, but is found in dozens of traditions from all over the world. Since the 19th century, academic and scholarly interpretations of the past have proceeded from the assumption of a relatively continual cultural progress from Stone Age barbarism up through ever more sophisticated examples of civilization, culminating in modern society, with an occasional interruption thrown in to satisfy the demands of evidence contrary to the gradualistic model. This idea was the lens through which antiquity was viewed by modern scholarship for the better part of the 20th century. It was not conceded that ancient humans, certainly not in prehistory, might have had a sophisticated understanding of natural law, science, or technology to any degree comparable to the present. With the dominance of this mindset, all evidence to the contrary was conveniently dismissed, ignored, or subject to modernist reductionism. However, paradigm-changing evidence amassed in the past half-century or so for a much greater complexity and depth to both human and natural history has now become overwhelming and irrefutable. If our emerging global civilization is to have any hope of surviving, much less prospering, into the future, it is critically important that we understand the past as it really was, including the great periodic alterations in the state of the world that have repeatedly interrupted the forward momentum of civilization. To that end, we moderns have inherited a rich legacy of ancient knowledge, encoded in multiple venues that we are only now, within the past few decades, able to realistically decipher and reevaluate. This reimagining of our human past on this planet will confer powerful insight into those forces with which our ancestors on planet Earth were challenged, and increase significantly the probability that the present generation of humankind will successfully advance the great work to the next level. And then I have a quote, and this is a recurrence and teleology in Stoic physics.
The great work being, in this case, civilization?
Yes.
Okay.
To keep it in some kind of a manageable model that we can kind of wrap our heads around.
Okay.
Yep. So this is a dissertation published by a Victoria Nicole Voitko from the University of Virginia in 1994. And she had been studying the Stoic philosophy, which, of course, has this whole idea of repetitive destructions of the earth. So she says, tucked into the orthodox Stoic doctrine are two distinct theories. First, there is the claim that the cosmos undergoes cyclic destruction by fire. A conflagration or ekparousis sparked, now this is a very interesting idea, by a particular alignment of celestial bodies. Each ekparousis is followed by a period of cosmic regeneration and the spontaneous creation of a new world. That's one of the fundamental ideas embedded in Stoic philosophy. And you know, in a general sense, it's very interesting, but that one specific reference there I find really intriguing. And when we conclude looking at this massive evidence that we're about to immerse ourselves in, we'll come back to that idea and see if there, in any conceivable way, that is a plausible idea that could have something to do with an astronomical phenomena. That's just clearly referring to some kind of an astronomical phenomena when it's talking about an alignment of celestial bodies. So here we go. We're going to go back to 1825, our first example. So here's my commentary again, from which I will read. From the early 19th to the early 20th centuries, a series of exceptionally catastrophic firestorms devastated various regions of North America. For sheer magnitude and intensity, these particular fires were unprecedented in the experience of 19th century Americans and have not been equaled since. One of these fires, the Great Chicago Fire of 1871, is well known to history. The rest of them remain forgotten except in the annals of local folklore. This section of the presentation, Ekparousis, documents the events surrounding these extreme fires and endeavors to show that they can be understood as microscopic or human-scale analogs of the Ekparousis of widespread ancient myths in which the world is destroyed in a cosmic firestorm. A mechanism will be suggested by which such extreme fires might be provoked. The examination will focus on 6 extraordinary igneous events: the Great Miramichi Fire of 1825, the Chicago/Pestigo/Manistee fires of 1871, the Hinckley, Minnesota Fire of 1894, and the Bitterroot Fire of 1910. I rely primarily on the voices of the survivors and eyewitnesses to narrate the story, with visual augmentation whenever possible. It is surprising that a story as powerful and far-reaching in its implications has been virtually lost to history. Perhaps this effort will be a first step in the rectification of this oversight. So, this is now a quote from the book by Stuart H. Holbrook, published in 1943, called The Burning an Empire, The Story of American Forest Fires. The first forest fire of catastrophic size to get into North American history swept the wild Miramichi River Valley of New Brunswick in October 1825. Although this was a Canadian fire, the worst the Dominion has ever experienced, other forest fires on the same and subsequent days were taking a heavy toll of timber and farm property in nearby Maine, and they would have received much greater prominence had it not been for the vast size and tragic results of the conflagration in the adjoining province. Now, you caught the month, right?
Is it October?
Yeah, October. So this was written, so here is now a quote from the Helena Independent, November 16th, 1878. Okay. And this is referring now to the Miramichi fire. This is the 53rd anniversary of the great Miramichi fire, perhaps the most awful calamity of its kind by which the New World was ever visited. The summer of 1825 was an unusually hot one throughout North America, and the forests of Maine, Quebec, and Nova Scotia were swept far and wide by bushfires. On the 6th of October, a pall of smoke enveloped the town. That's the town of Miramichi. And in fact, the whole country of Northumberland. Now, this is in New Brunswick. On the morning of the 7th, now this is the 7th of October, the heat was fiercer. The heavens had a deep purple tint, and the gloom and sultriness were intolerable. The cattle in the fields fled to shelter as they do when a thunderstorm is about to break, and even wild animals abandoned the woods and sought the haunts of men.
That's when you know something really bad is about to happen.
Yeah, yes. It was quite dark at 4 p.m. At 6 p.m., lurid flashes of light, resembling those of aurora borealis, broke through the dense canopy. This continued until 8 p.m., when suddenly, without warning, a hurricane arose, and above the bellowing of the wind came a series of explosions like a distant roll of musketry. At once, the heavens were filled with burning cinders and even brands, which, driven along by the gale, ignited everything in their path. The roar grew louder, and the sheets of fire more vivid. At 9 p.m., the firmament was in flames. Men could not hear themselves speak for the appalling noise. It was like the rush of waters, thunder and lightning accompanied by the fires, which now surrounded the town on all sides and lit up the villages of Douglastown and Newcastle. The fires advanced with leaps upon its prey. The inhabitants were terror-stricken, thinking the day of judgment had come. And when the long rows of wooden houses caught fire, they gave themselves up to despair. A few made for the Miramichi River, where they gathered on rafts and booms, only to be engulfed by the rising water. The whole surface of the earth was on fire, and everything of a combustible nature was consumed. And then, minutes after it first struck the town of Miramichi, was effaced. And half an hour afterwards, Newcastle, Douglastown, and the adjacent villages. The entire region to the north of the river was in flames. Flaming brands, calcined leaves, ashes, and cinders streamed through the air, and the cries of the ill-fated people were lost in the dreadful confusion of the elements. This is now quoted from the book Redcoat Sailor, the story of Sir Howard Douglas, who was the lieutenant governor of New Brunswick and major general of all the troops in New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Cape Breton, and Prince Edward Island, as well as Newfoundland and Bermuda. These quotes are taken from his biography. From the forests south of Fredericton, a continuous roar like thunder could be heard. This was shortly followed by the rise of a thick column of smoke, and the outburst of a series of extraordinary explosions like those caused by an artillery barrage. Giant tongues of flame shot up to heaven as if a volcanic eruption was in process. Spouts of fire rained down on the treetops, ran up and down the trunks, and kindled the branches. All along the banks of the St. John River, rows of huge trees, centuries old, caught fire and made the water beside them crimson with their reflection. Panic seized the unhappy people of Fredericton as the hurricane began wrenching up burning trees and boughs and hurling them through the air. The livestock of the farmers and the horses of the military were driven mad with fear and galloped crazily through the streets or along the banks of the river. Many people, being fairly convinced that the end of the world had come, threw themselves on their knees and began to pray for deliverance on the day of judgment. At the end of the week, when the embers had died down, Douglas announced his next step. "Fetch me a good country wagon and a couple of fresh cart horses. I intend to drive through the forest and visit the outlying settlements." Now began for Douglas a heart-rending journey. The devastation he encountered far exceeded his worst fears. Most of the settlements that he went to visit had ceased to exist. His way led northward from Fredericton till he struck the upper waters of the southwest Miramichi River. There he followed this river northeast down its course till it reached the sea just beyond the towns of Newcastle and Chatham. The total distance between these points was 150 miles. The town of Newcastle bore the main brunt of the disaster. On the same afternoon, October 7th, as the outbreak at Fredericton, clouds of dense smoke enveloped Newcastle, its neighbor Douglastown and district, blinding and stifling its inhabitants. This was followed around 8 p.m. by a terrifying, thunderous roar coming from the neighboring forests. Suddenly, people realized that the blaze was less than a mile and a half away, and there was barely time to escape by flight. A confused mass exodus took place in the direction of the Miramichi River. Unhappily, at this hour, many people were fast asleep in bed. Others were lying sick of typhoid fever, of which there had recently been an epidemic. These poor people were all devoured by flames or suffocated in their sleep. Others leaped from roofs or windows of their houses, ran startled into the forest, lost their way, caught fire, and blazed like human torches. Some of the refugees found safety by launching boats on the Miramichi River and staying there till the fire died down. Others huddled under improvised shelters on the banks, half in and half out of the water. There they remained, nearly naked, exposed to the cold, and with nothing to eat for the next day and a half. The hurricane, as it gained force, made both land and water precarious. On land, it tore up burning trees and threw them about. On the water, it lashed the river into waves, snapped the anchors off of ships, and drove them on the rocks. At Chatham, in the estuary of the Miramichi, 2 large vessels were set alight by burning trees, tossed on their decks by the wind. They blazed like floating mines and burned to the water's edge. The cattle belonging to local farmers also resorted to the river and stood there in herds with only their heads and horns showing. In one instance, a bear joined the cattle, staying there with them till the danger was finally over, and then quietly walked off without doing any harm. The fire was felt far out at sea in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. The master of a sloop that traded along Northumberland Strait between the New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island coasts reported that while he was running before the gale, the heavy fall of ashes and cinders caused the sea to hiss and boil around his deck, while the smoke on his deck was so heavy and thick as to affect both his sight and hearing. And then from the New Brunswick, Canada Department of Natural Resources, the history of the Miramichi fire. And here's an eyewitness account. About 8 o'clock in the afternoon, a loud roaring was heard in the woods, and from the burnt substances still continuing to thicken the atmosphere, it was so dark that the flames could not be distinguished, though they were more than 1 mile from the town. Immediately after, the wind blew a hurricane. A roaring noise became more and more tremendous and seemed to the astonished people as if the earth had loosened from its ancient foundation. So I'll pause there for a second.
Yeah, we need to take a break. And I have a question before we do that too.
Yeah.
Do you know
what's your question?
Well, the question is when you're mentioning at the beginnings of these accounts, several times we hear like artillery like explosions, and in that really interesting one about the sky is purple, and then they see aurora borealis like phenomena in the sky.
Yes.
So my question was, and I guess I could try to research this, but do we know if that happens with modern forest? Do people report those like similar kinds of phenomena? I know that trees explode in big fires, so you get these booming noises, but
as we go through these and we look at these comparable fires, you will see that are these themes of things that no, as a rule, no.
Okay.
However, with some exceptions, and we'll get to that.
Okay.
We'll definitely get to that.
But the aurora part made me think of that part of this was maybe the sun. So it's like if you had a comet fragmenting in the solar system and some of it was hitting the sun, some of it we're running into, and you've got CMEs and fragments of something coming in. I mean, that'd be pretty amazing, but still.
Well, we'll come back to this after we have gone through some of these fires, because remember, I had 6 of them that we were going to cover. This is only the first one.
Okay.
So, So then jumping back to Holbrook's book on burning an empire, he's also, and this is, I think, an important idea that we find recurring throughout these stories. He says, on the 7th of October, the Miramichi country was not alone with its troubles. Far to the south, on the St. John River, he's talking about, and we mentioned the town of Fredericton, and I'll pull up a map here after the break so that people can kind of see the geographical context of what we're talking about.
Okay.
But yeah, so there was, all the way to Maine, there was a whole series of these great, tremendous, catastrophic fires that basically broke out simultaneously around that evening, October 7th of 1825.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
I just don't understand how these accounts were even observed. A giant sheet of fire came over us and burnt everything in sight as I'm writing this story down later.
Well, people did survive these things,
Okay.
Kyle. Okay.
Everyone died.
He wrote it with a charcoal pencil.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll be right back, folks.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Cosmographia, brought to you by CBDfromthegods.com. And make sure to go check out their website. And if you order something, enter the promo code RCShipsFree to get free shipping. And also wanted to mention the Atlantis live stream, which is a 2-part special event. It's taking place on January 27th, 2022, 9 p.m. Eastern for part 1, and the 20th at 9 p.m. Eastern for part 2. There are 2 3-hour lectures on the mystery of Atlantis by Randall Carlson. And that's going to be on HowTube.
Yeah. I will add that for the fans of Cosmographia, we kind of launched this whole series with some episodes on covering Atlantis, and we did a pretty deep dive into it. So there would be some redundancy for you guys that have already heard that, but there will be some some additional stuff that we didn't cover in that first series. There's been a few new studies that have come out that are of relevance, and it's going to be a very sort of a cogent, sort of a concentrated. It's going to hit all the high points, and it would be like for those of you that are really interested in understanding the details of the story, it would be a good listen, because I'm going to try to really put things, lay out the argument in a very coherent fashion and draw conclusions from it, and then also consider the implications of that story for our own modern civilization and where we're at and where we're headed in the next few decades. Because I do think that there are implications there that have come down to us. And so don't feel like, well, I've already heard it all. Because as I've said before, a lot of this kind of material, it's pretty dense and it gets pretty detailed. And so redundancy can be a very powerful tool to really help grasp some of these ideas and begin to make the complicated connections that are necessary to see a coherent picture emerge. And that's so and also bear in mind that yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Well, I was just going to say that people that have friends that may want an introduction that aren't going to sit through the 10 hours of the podcast, here's a like you said, concise, cogent overview of the big picture and how it's going to relate to what we're in the middle of now.
Have them do a 6 hour.
It's not.
It's only 6 hours.
It's the price of it's the price of taking somebody to a movie these days. So
yeah. So once again, that's January 27th and
Thursday, January 27th.
20th. I didn't say February the first
Sunday,
time.
February 20th, correct. And that'll all be coming out. That just got released with links to buy the tickets or to buy your access through HowTube in our most recent newsletter came out January 1 here. So if you aren't signed up for that, there'll be several more announcements and definitely through the different social media channels also.
And I'll add that the revenue generated from this is going to go into upgrading everything that we're doing.
Yep.
Creating more and better content and quality of content.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's going to be streamed live. So people who are tuning in live will be able to interact with each other as they're watching, which should be fun. That's always fun. And you can buy tickets. It's $18 per episode if you buy them separately, or $33 if you buy them both up front. So there we go. And there should be, we'll put links in the show notes for this probably, right, Brad?
Absolutely.
Go check it out. Yeah. All right.
Okay. So also, and I'd like to put in an endorsement again for CBD from the gods. I've been having some trouble with my back last week. And I tell you what, getting Julie to give me some massages with that oil on my lower back where I've had some inflammation. Yes, sir. In fact, I had her give me one earlier, so I'd be up to doing this podcast here tonight, right now. Otherwise, I might be stretched out on the couch right now instead, feeling sorry for myself. I've been mostly taking the oil, but I'm finding now more and more that, and I'm going to see how it works on my right knee, because those years of carpentry work, I did a lot of kneeling on my right knee, and now I can feel it in my right knee for the last year or so. So I haven't been applying the salve to my right knee, but I'm going to start doing that every day and see what happens. So anyways, and go check out their website. It's really interesting. You can see a video about how a really well done video about how they process the plants and how they cultivate the plants, how they process them, how they extract the oils and things from it. Quite interesting, and you get to know the people behind the product better. And go to the website, CBD from the gods. Check it out.
And I just put a plug in for the gummies, a little quick chewable or let it melt in your mouth. Pretty quick effect, just very calming if you're going through some stressful stuff, or you just need to chill a bit, or if you're going to drive and traffic drives you nuts like it does to me when I go to Atlanta. Those gummies are great.
Helps with the road rage, folks.
Yes, and I found when things get a little too chaotic and there's too much noise around, I take the gummies. I can just insert one into each ear, and that solves the problem. I'm trying to sleep. There's too much background noise.
Straight to the brain.
Yes, strawberry's best for that.
So, hey, you know what? I said that in jest, but might give that a try.
Might actually try it. Yeah.
I mean, I have tried one up each nostril. That works very well too. So,
Protect against COVID.
You might want to put an ant trap on your shoulder then.
all right. So, enough with the levity. So let's look at we'll do some share screen here so people can get the geological context of what we're talking about here. All right, so here are the maritime provinces of Canada, and you can see, Maine, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island. So there you can see Fredericton, the town right there that we referred to in the narratives. And I think, let's see, yeah, there's a map kind of showing it was roughly within this circle that these great fires occurred. And from what I was able to reconstruct from reading the various accounts and things, we can conclude that a minimum of this right here is where several of the fires, now this doesn't even include the fires that broke out simultaneously in Maine, but there was a fire that broke out, like I said, near Fredericton, and it burned very rapidly to the north. And then there was separate fires that started in these other locations. Now, whether they merged into one firestorm or not, I was not able to ascertain from the sources I had available to me. I put this together. Now, bear in mind that the Fire from the Sky was done in 1996. So a lot of this, now I've updated this, of course, since then, but a lot of this was going back to the information that I had available in 1996. And, it was much more, I mean, in the interim, we've seen the emergence of the internet. I'd never been on the internet in 1996, so I didn't have access to any of that stuff. And so, a lot of the material that I acquired was doing research for the documentary, which was broadcast, I think it was March 23rd on 1997, which coincidentally was the day that Comet Hale-Bopp made its very closest passage to Earth. And I might have told that story, but I just briefly, I'd been working with the producer, and he had spent months trying to sell the idea to major networks, and nobody had seemed to be too interested. The idea that, because they had basically come to me like a year before. My name had been dropped as somebody who might have some ideas for a documentary that they wanted to do. And so once we had our initial meeting, the producer, Rex Houck, decided that, yeah, maybe this would be a pretty good story to tell. So the idea was to talk about the role of great impacts in Earth history, right? And the documentary was produced, and there was a section of it about halfway through or 3/4 of the way through where I appeared for maybe 5 minutes and talked about some of the stuff that we're talking about here. And one of the things that we did was we went up to the Peshtigo, Wisconsin, which is one of the fires we're going to be talking about here. And I visited the fire museum there, and old Robert, I'm forgetting his last name now. I'm sure he's passed away now because he had to have been well into his 80s back in 1996, but he had been curator of the fire museum there at Peshtigo for decades. So he gave me access to a lot of these unpublished eyewitness accounts. Now, those were not available at any other place back then, but now maybe, I don't know, I haven't even looked to see if any of those accounts have made their way onto the internet or not. But when we did this and put this together, at least this particular segment of the program, there was not a lot available without actually going to a place like the Fire Museum and accessing their archives. So anyways, going back to 1825, it's even more difficult to find original material. But this kind of gives you the general idea of where these fires were in New Brunswick that we've just been talking about. So you asked on the break, I think was it on? No, maybe you asked before the break about the purple sky.
Yeah, we were talking about the purple sky and then the aurora phenomena.
So again, this is going back to Stuart Holbrook's work, Burning an Empire. So this is from the book Burning an Empire, which may or may not, I haven't even looked. Maybe, Kyle, you might look, see if it's still published, still available. I don't know. It was a really interesting read, though. So he's going on, he's talking about one of the eyewitnesses, and this is quite interesting.
It's available on Amazon.
All right. Well, I wonder what the latest publication date.
Hardcover is $56.
So it's
currently unavailable. So
currently unavailable. Okay.
Is there a digital version?
I'll try to find if it's.
Also, I found the Fire Museum online, so they may have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of that stuff is probably online now.
Yeah, this is 1943.
Yeah. Well, that's what I said too. Remember? Oh, but let me also issue a correction. Earlier I mispronounced Manistee, so I want to correct that. I don't want anybody from Manistee jumping on my case because I know how it's pronounced, okay? But I just misspoke, which I do every few years. All right, let's get down back to the story. So William Coney, apparently an eyewitness to portions of the great fires along the Miramichi, said that on the 7th of October, a sickly mist tinged with purple emerged from the forest and settled over everything. Then, note carefully now the time, around 9 o'clock, a succession of loud roars thundered through the forest. Peal after peal, Coney said, crash after crash, announced the sentence of destruction. And the river itself, tortured into violence by the hurricane, foamed with rage and flung its boiling spray upon the land. Presently there came a stillness when all nature seemed hushed. And then a long and sullen roar came booming through the forest. Within a few minutes, the settlements of Newcastle and Douglastown, the only two places mentioned by this witness, had been utterly destroyed. Within a few minutes. As people hear this, I want you to try to imagine and try to visualize what's being described in your mind, okay? I think that will amplify the comprehension of these things that these people went through. It is not difficult to understand how many people thought all of New Brunswick was on fire and much of Nova Scotia and Maine. As one quaint old account has it, the whole forest world appeared to be in flames. It was a terrifying night, said one unnamed poet who went through it. All it required to complete a picture of the general judgment was the blast of a trumpet, the voice of the archangel, and the resurrection of the dead. And this is from a work called These Are the Maritimes by Will R. Bird. And each one of these different narratives kind of throws a slightly different perspective, adds a few different details to help us get the full picture of what happened. It was supposed that an extensive forest fire was raging. Also, this was published in shortly after the fire. It was supposed that an extensive forest fire was raging and there had been a long period of dry heat. But strangely, not a person seemed to be alarmed. And the reason they weren't alarmed, as we'll find out through many of these accounts, is that it was normal for fires to be burning throughout the forests in these days. I mean, remember now, this is early, and you figure 1825. So now this is in a period where the Europeans have only recently displaced many of the Native American inhabitants. Now, I don't know specifically about this area, but the practice was very widespread of the Native American inhabitants regularly burning off the undergrowth and the underbrush, which helped to eliminate the buildup of a fuel load. And, what happened with the advent of the Forest Service and the management of the forests by the government, there became this long period of trying to suppress forest fires. And the tradition of regularly burning off the undergrowth was interrupted for decades. And so many of the North American forests began to accumulate large deposits of dried branches and leaves and things that helped to the fires to become really extra hot and allowed them to climb up the trunks of the trees into the crowns of the trees. And if this was accompanied by, extreme meteorological events, wind and storms and things, it could rapidly propagate the fire through the crowns of the trees. But so in 1825, it's one of the things is that it's probably likely that many of these forests are not really like they became a century later or a century and a half later. There was probably only very sparse undergrowth. And so typically every year, as you read about the history of these fires, this is one of the things I learned, is that every year there would be these kind of natural brush fires that would burn off the undergrowth. And so people were used to seeing this and knew that this was a natural part of how the ecology worked. Even without having a science of ecology, they knew that this was part of what kept the catastrophic fires from occurring. So that's why it says that not a person seemed to be alarmed. And the reason they weren't alarmed was because this was, the normal sequence of events, that there would be these long, slow burning fires. However, then something changed. In evening, the breeze smartened, and all at once ashes and cinders showered down and almost suffocated those outside their homes. An hour later, a loud roaring was heard, and the falling ashes darkened the area, and nothing could be seen. Then the wind blew a hurricane, and the roaring noise became tremendous. Flames burst in masses from darkness, and then the whole sky was illuminated by an immense sheet of fire that in a moment enveloped Newcastle and Douglastown. Within 3 minutes from the first appearance of flames, most of the houses in that area were on fire. Now the air had a smoky smell, and all the world seemed darker for that amazing... No, back up. This is from the account of Jesse E. Lincoln, who recorded the story of a Louis Boubier who witnessed the fire as a boy. That's from the book Through Flame and Tempest. Now the air had a smoky smell, and all the world seemed darker for that amazing and yet dull light in the west. And you'll see that they're all pretty much describing very similar things. The darkness that came over, the odd light, the mist. All of these things are very interesting details. Then, as sudden almost as a flash of lightning, a great sheet of fire rose over the top of the hill. Immediately, other sheets of flame streamed up into the sky, around to the west and northwest. In an instant, all was as bright as day. It was the most terrifying sight which I ever witnessed. Everyone who saw it shouted or screamed. It seemed as if the whole town cried out at once. Dogs barked and howled. Horses snorted and galloped. Cattle lowed and bawled in as great a terror as the people. Some shouted, "It's the judgment day. The world is on fire. The judgment day has come." Many cried, and some fell on their knees, praying aloud. So frightened that I knew not what to do, I stood staring at the flames that darted far up into the sky behind the hill. Now, as I'm envisioning that, I'm thinking of this verse from the second chapter of Acts, verse 6. It says, "Now when this was noised abroad, the multitude came together and were confounded." The following account of the Great Miramichi Fire is said to have been written by an eyewitness, a sister, probably the eldest, in case you were wondering, Russ, of Samuel Thompson, and the daughter of the Reverend James Thompson, who was a Presbyterian minister at the time of the fire. The wind blew a violent hurricane from the northwest and brought with it from Douglastown and Newcastle and the surrounding country such immense clouds of flames and ashes that it became extremely difficult to retain any position or even to breathe. At Chatham, the appearance of the heavens was awful, representing as far as the eye was capable of extending one unvariable body of flames, the effect of which was frightfully increased from the appalling roar of the fire in all quarters, the wind blowing with such violence as to occasion the air to resound with one incessant thunder. About 9 o'clock, or shortly thereafter, a succession, and this is from the Miramichi, The History of the Miramichi by Esther Clark Wright, and this is what she says note again the time, about 9 o'clock, or shortly after, a succession of loud and appalling roars thundered throughout the woods. Peal after peal, crash after crash, the tremendous bellowing became more and more terrific. The harmony of creation appeared to have been deranged and about to revert into original chaos. The river, tortured into violence by the hurricane, formed with rage and flung its boiling spray upon the land. The thunder pealed along the vault of heaven. The lightning rent the firmament in pieces. For a moment, and all was still. A deep and awful silence reigned over everything. All nature appeared to be hushed into dumbness. When, suddenly, a lengthened and sullen roar came booming through the forest and driving 1,000 massive and devouring flames before it.
For those of you who don't know, which I didn't, I looked it up. Peal is to sing, chime, or otherwise make noise in a loud, clear, and vibrant manner. I was wondering what this peal after peal.
Peal of thunder.
Yeah.
I've never heard the phrase, so there you go.
Uh-huh.
I was just thinking they were peeling out.
Well, I think probably a lot of them were trying to peel out. Yeah. So one of the sources was this, I think I mentioned his name earlier, Robert Cooney. He was chief clerk in one of the mercantile establishments in Miramichi. He went into news work and eventually became a Wesleyan Methodist parson. So he wrote a book called A Compendious History of the Northern Part of the Province of New Brunswick. And in this book, he says that the fire extended 6,000 miles of country, became enveloped in an immense sheet of flame. From the Ganong Papers, New Brunswick Provincial Archives. Now this is where it gets a little grim, people, but we're gonna get into it, all right? Of a family, now this is some of the aftermath of the fire. Of a family of 9 in number, not one escaped, and out of another, 7 perished. Some had their heads burnt off. Some their brains exposed to view. Some their bowels bursting out, while all other parts of their bodies were burnt as though it were tinder, and others were so much burnt that the human form could scarcely be distinguished. And back to Jesse Lincoln's accounts. Among the old people at Miramichi, the date from which events in local history are reckoned is the Great Fire. Such and such occurrence happened the year before the fire or 4 years after the fire. So they say with simple unconsciousness that the visitor may not know what they mean. I remember that day very well, for it seemed hotter than any before it. All the afternoon the sun was as red as blood, and looked larger than I ever saw it before or since. Grandmother Boubier was still all the time going to and fro, and often stood long at the door of our house looking at the sky. Yeah, the omens, right? Like I said earlier.
She's recognizing it, yeah.
Yeah. Toward night, we believed that a rainstorm was at hand, for a great black bank of cloud rose over the forest in the west. The sun went out of sight in it. The evening was very dark, for the cloud had risen over nearly all the sky. Yet in the west there was a light, the northern lights, some said, for we often saw them there and supposed they betokened a change of weather. It was a tawny kind of light, and I heard a lumberman say that it must come from woods on fire up the river. After a time, we outsiders heard a drum a good way off up the river, and some said that a platoon of soldiers was coming into town, or that a man of war had anchored in the bay. Also a low rumbling noise, which we took to be distant thunder, came to us whenever the preacher stopped talking. As we went toward home, this roaring noise sounded more plainly and seemed too steady for thunder. I thought it was a shower coming from the other side of the hill and ran home. It roared strangely, and the wild light in the west looked very strange too. But of all the strange sights, the strangest was the forms of animals, vaguely outlined on the hilltop against the queer light. Animals that we believed were deer and bears coming from the woods. Now the air had a smoky smell, and all of the world seemed darker for that amazing and yet dull light in the west. Then as sudden, almost as a flash of lightning, a great sheet of fire rose over the top of the hill. Immediately other sheets of flame streamed up into the sky, around to the west and northwest. In an instant, all was as bright as day. And I've already read part of that. He says, so frightened that I knew not what to do, I stood staring at the flames that darted far up into the sky behind the hill. The new church on the top of the hill burst into flame, and in a moment was all ablaze. Till this, we had felt no wind. But then a tornado struck the place suddenly. Boards, beams, and shingles from the church, all ablaze, were whirled high into the air and fell over the whole village. The sky seemed full of flaming clouds, for such was the violence of the wind that great branches from pine trees along the hilltop were twisted off and carried hundreds of feet into the air. Like birch bark, they burned, and wherever they fell, they wrapped houses, mills, and lumber piles in flames. In 3 minutes, all Newcastle was on fire, and the people, many of them in their night clothes, fled shrieking, some toward the river, some toward the marsh. In less than an hour, the town, and also the surrounding forest, was wholly burned up. And so great had been the fury of the fire that there were few smoldering beams or trees left behind. All were burned up at once. Of our houses, nothing remained save a few white ashes. The entire Miramichi country was a blackened desert. Its great pine forests had disappeared. Literally nothing was left except ashes. And but for the kindly supplies of breadstuffs sent us from other districts of the province and from the United States, a great many of the survivors would have died from starvation during the following winter.
Man, that's just crazy.
Yeah.
So this is in October, and they have, I mean, it's getting cold already. They have nothing. What do you burn? How do you make a fire when everything's been burnt?
Yeah, how do you keep yourself warm after all of your fuel has gone in one day? They must have moved.
They just had to bail.
Yeah.
Yeah. There were other details. So the New Brunswick fires covered some 2 million acres. Now this is 2 million acres in a matter of a few hours.
And without leaving, like, according to that last account, because you see aftermaths of large forest fires, sometimes in national parks and in some of the other places. And the big trees, a lot of times their trunks are still there. They may be dead.
Yeah. Well,
but you blacken trunks, but these people are like, nope, there's a flat desert of ash.
And what you realize here is you think, oh, this is hyperbole. Well, no, it's not. And the reason how we know it's not is because even though there couldn't be photographs in 1825, in 1883, in the aftermath of the Hinckley fire, photographs were taken. Yeah. And I will show you some of these photographs, and you will see that where these great pine forests stood, there's nothing.
Nothing.
A few stumps here and there, but yeah.
2 million acres, by the way, is 3,125 square miles.
Wow. Well, then that other estimate was 6,000 square miles, so somewhere within that range. So the New Brunswick fires covered some 2 million acres. Well, okay, so that's just the New Brunswick.
That's
so
the forest, right?
Yeah. So the New Brunswick was a country rich in fish and game. Coney observes, quote now, myriads of salmon, trout, bass, and other fish, which, poisoned by the alkali formed by the ashes precipitated into the river, now lay dead or floundering and gasping on the scorched shores and beaches. The countless variety of wildfowl and reptiles shared a similar fate. I myself heard old men report that their fathers had seen the toll of game and that it had been terrible.
Yeah.
More game, it was said, was killed by the Miramichi and other fires in 1825 than had previously been killed since white men came. But this is a way of trying to make something specific out of the tales that have been handed down of carcasses of deer and moose and bear so thick that one could hardly walk between them. The Miramichi fire still stands as the greatest forest conflagration of the northeastern Atlantic seaboard.
Since the Younger Dryas.
Yes. So then we're going to jump ahead to 1871. And we're going to see that one of the great coincidences in American history. Okay. So this is now from the book Wall of Flames by Lawrence H. Larson, which was published by the North Dakota Institute for Regional Studies. Kyle, I'm sure you've probably read that several times, I'm sure.
I'm a guest author on the.
Yes.
I
You
helped
were
write it.
one of the reviewers there.
Yeah. I was also editor.
Okay. So this is from, let's see, this is like getting into the Great Chicago Fire, which most everyone has heard, at least semi-educated people in my generation at least had heard of the Great Chicago Fire. But you guys have heard of that, right? Before we even met, probably you'd heard of it, right?
Yep.
It's pretty well known. I mean, it's the most well-known urban fire in American history.
Yeah, and I had even read quite a bit about how it was really sort of mysterious how it got started because it was too widespread. But your take.
So you don't believe it was Mrs. O'Leary's cow?
Right? No.
Well, it's come out now recently that Mrs. O'Leary's cow had been arrested previously for arson.
For arson,
so,
yeah.
So it's.
I had heard that it had burned a outhouse down the night before, but that isn't conclusive proof that it set the entire city on fire the next day.
That's right. Okay. So this is from Wall of Flames, Lawrence H. Larson. Firestorms caused major havoc in North America during the 19th century. No one had the means to predict when and where one would occur. After all, fires broke out daily for years in Chicago prior to Mrs. O'Leary's obstinate cow supposedly kicking over a lantern. And the kind of climatic conditions that prevailed on that Chicago evening of October 8th, 1871, hot and oppressively muggy with a brisk southwestern wind, were not unusual during Indian summer of the Midwest. The O'Leary fire differed because, for unknown reasons, its convection tower fought up through the inversion and became a wave of flames that moved across the Windy City, burning the downtown district and the docks and destroying over 40,000 dwellings. 46 years earlier, almost to the day, on the 7th of October, 1825, a similar fire ravaged New Brunswick in the Maritimes, burning 10,000 out of 25,000 miles of territory. So here we have now, we're coming forward to more evidence has been amassed. And notice how the area consumed by the Miramichi fires, the New Brunswick fires, has now increased up to 10,000 miles of territory. That is a lot of acres.
Yeah.
In fact, how many acres would that be, Kyle?
10,000 square miles.
Yeah.
So what he was saying there is that the tower of flame punched through the inversion layer.
The inversion layer.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And we're going to come back to that. We're going to come back to specific meteorological conditions that seem to have been prevalent.
All right.
During
6,400,000 acres.
6,400,000 acres. Okay, so now think about this. 6,400,000. This is basically in a day. Now, as bad as some of the modern firestorms and forest fires have been, and we're being told repeatedly that they're unprecedented evidence of the climate crisis, and people are led to believe that there have never been fires of this magnitude before, I think this material that we're looking at here contradicts that interpretation. 6 million acres, 10,000 square miles.
So yeah, it's like 100 miles by 100 miles.
Yeah. Now he goes on here. For days prior to the disaster, fires in the forests and air charged with wood smoke had caused little apprehension. They were considered a necessary part of land clearance projects, right? And then, with startling suddenness, the flames merged in mid-morning into a most impetuous hurricane that quickly did its terrible work. So again, we find some of these same ideas again, is that people were living in forests where small-scale fires were a regular part of the landscape. And so the existence of such fires didn't seem to elicit any greater degree of apprehension than normal, right? And again, as we go through these narratives, you see how things suddenly change and how quickly the event occurred and enveloped these people. How they were basically going about their business, and then there were these omens that we talked about. Also, the idea that just prior to the outbreak, this idea of these, if you want to use the term, preternatural calm that prevailed, the quiet. This is part of it also.
Can I throw in a
absolutely
based on your previous comment? So the 2020 California wildfire season was one of the largest wildfire season recorded in California's modern history. 9,917 fires had burned basically 4,400,000 acres. So
over the whole fire season,
over the whole year, all almost 10,000 fires.
Yeah,
and so they're saying that's the largest in recorded modern history, though roughly equivalent to the pre-1800 levels, which averaged about 4.4 million acres yearly and up to 12 million in peak years.
Yeah, but what they're not saying is that in some of the cases, those fires were concentrated within a matter of a day or two.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a fact that I think we should emphasize here. Okay, so this is...
but yeah, before you continue
sure.
on, because you were talking about, what's leading up, we see these common elements. And to me, it's... Well, the interesting thing about Grandma looking out the window, right, or out the door, she keeps going back to the door and she's looking out there because the sun's red, the sky's weird, things are strange. She's getting, you can tell she thinks something's wrong.
Yeah.
But you get this purple sky, then you get these booming noises, like a series of reports, like or artillery,
making people think, that there's some,
Yeah, they're described as drums or guns.
Pealing.
Right?
There's peals.
There's peals. Then there's this silence and this weird light in the sky. And then this slowly developing roaring sound, and animals start showing up.
Yeah.
And then what really struck me when you were telling everybody, like, try to picture this in your mind, and you were doing these descriptions, what really struck me was when I realized that they were saying the flames towered up into the sky from behind the hill. Right? Because if you're standing right next to a really large fire, it can look like it's going way up into the sky. But if you have to look over a hill and it still looks like it's going way up into the sky, then it's a big fire.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And the other thing is like they were hearing those roaring noises and seeing the strange light in the sky, which I started to think of, I wonder if there's dark clouds or smoke or something, and the firelight is reflecting off that, and it's just really strange looking.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like if you have low-lying clouds or mist and there's a huge fire that's very distant, the light from that fire reflecting off those clouds might look really weird because it's moving, flickering.
Sure.
So,
well, as we go through, working our way through these narratives of these other fires, we'll be seeing the parallels.
Okay.
And yeah, when we're all done with this, we'll try to make some sense out of it. Not all that we necessarily will, but we'll give it a try anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is the history of the Great Fire in Chicago. The Great Fires in Chicago and the West. It was published right afterwards. History of the Great Chicago Fire was published. Let me see if I got the year here.
And this is just going to be a tease for the next show because we're getting close to wrapping up.
Yeah. We'll just start get a little bit into the Chicago Fire, and then next episode we'll continue. We're going to talk about then the Peshtigo Fire, the Hinckley Fire, and the Great Burn of 1910, where Brad and I have been through the town of Wallace, Idaho, a couple of times, and that was right at the center of this conflagration, and it was completely eliminated from creation by the Big Burn. Yeah, so we're going to talk about that in the next episode. But we'll get start get a start into the story of the Great Chicago Fire. So here we go. Among the saddest events of history, will rank the conflagration which began in Chicago and raged with unchecked violence, consuming more than one half the city, destroying hundreds of millions of property, occasioning large loss of life, and making homeless 100,000 purpose. 100,000 persons, excuse me. This renewal of the fire, or as it really was, an independent conflagration, began at 9 p.m. on Sunday night. Now, this is October 8th. But one day after the mirror, almost one day to the year, same time of night. Okay? The whole business portion of the south and north sides of the city were laid in ruins, and nothing resisted the appalling fury of the wasting element. Fireproofs were consumed as in a moment. The flames lapped over whole blocks and across the river. When everything was licked up and devoured by the fire fiend, people were caught in their dwellings and burned, or were overtaken on the streets and destroyed. And only when the city was consumed in the track of the hurricane did the elemental war cease. For days the fire smoldered, and night after night the heavens glowed like the canopy of hell and threatened universal destruction. And here's from the narrative of George M. Higginson, The History of Chicago from the Earliest Period to the Present Time, Volume 2, published in 1885. As I opened the front door, I saw the cinders falling like flakes of snow in a storm. As I looked to the south, the sky over the city was a bright red, glowing like a furnace, and studded with innumerable sparks, ignited cinders, and blazing embers shining like myriads of red stars. But I could see no flames nor even smoke. Indeed, the absence of smoke from any point of view I had of the fire was a notable characteristic, which I attributed to the intensity of the heat. It seemed as if I were alone in the city, that the last day had come, and the final conflagration of all things created was at hand. Again, we find this apocalyptic sense that people feel like the day of judgment, the end of the world, this is it. That somehow this is outside the bounds of normal experience, right? All the elements of nature are in chaos, right? This is also from the History of Chicago, the account of Elias Colbert. Everyone has read, if he did not himself pass through the horrible experience, how, this is important, how the very air itself seemed full of fire, how the flames seemed to take giant leaps of many hundreds of yards, breaking out in points far away from the scenes of general disaster, and how huge balloons of flames swept through the sky to descend and break like a burning water spout, licking up every vestige of human life and labor from open clearings to which many had fled as to a haven of safety. In the process, devastating flames were kindled afresh in hundreds of places so far removed from the previous locality of the fire that it seemed as if the havoc could only have been wrought by the torch of the destroying angel. And here I want you to recall an image, right?
Yeah,
and in fact, and I think, why not? I will share that image again.
Man, it's the end of the show.
Yeah, we
But-
gotta wrap it up.
I just want to know, like, what can make a giant ball of fire fly out and then just burst on a field?
Yeah.
Fly out of the fire.
Right. So I was gonna say this at the end here. We spent 2 years lighting very large fires. Sometimes we were clearing people's property for them, and so there were huge piles of trees. Sometimes we had to burn huge. Most of the time they were small, but on occasion you get the chance to burn a lot because it's wet or whatever. So I've been around humongous fires, and they can do really weird stuff when the wind picks up and things change. And they can get really scary. But I've never seen huge globes of flame leave the fires we lit and fly somewhere and set other stuff on fire. You know?
Yeah.
So, but yes, fire does weird stuff when it's large.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
I guess you're seeing this, the Aeon, or
Yes.
Aeon, the god of time and fiery destruction in the Mithraic tradition,
Yeah.
wielding the torches of Ekperusis.
And is he breathing flame onto that altar? Is that
yes?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Not only was he wielding torches, he was breathing flame. Okay. So
Fire breathing dragon.
Yeah. There you go.
so
But yeah, we got to wrap it up here. So
well, hell, let's wrap it up then, and we'll
provoking
yes,
for sure.
fascinating stuff
Fear-inducing.
and you know, scary. So
We warn
Yeah.
about the R rating coming.
yeah.
So okay, well, we that's as good a place as any to stop for now, and
Yeah.
then pick up the story in the next episode.
Well, you've sparked my interest.
Well put, Kyle. Yes, I'm hoping that I sparked the interest of a few more folks that might be listening in. So yeah, it's and the story is actually, I know it's been quite compelling up to this point, but it actually is going to get even more interesting.
All right.
Because when we get into the Chicago fire, the Peshtigo fire, the Hinckley fire, and the Big Burn, we have a much greater database to work from, being much more recent events in history. So the question we'll be asking is, are these normal fires? Or is there something else going on?
It doesn't
What do you
sound
say,
normal.
Mike? You're the
Normal.
expert.
Why am I the expert? Do I look an
We're
like an
asking you if it's
arsonist?
normal.
Normality.
Oh, well, normal.
Yeah.
That's why
I
you're
don't
here,
know.
bud.
Sounds pretty suspicious to me.
Suspicious.
All right,
Okay, I'll buy that for now. That'll
Yeah, we'll go with that.
we'll go with that for now.
Normal guy says these fires sound suspicious. They're not normal.
So if normal guy thinks this is suspicious, what do the rest of us fringe crackpots think?
Aliens.
It's definitely
Oh,
fire
obviously
from the
aliens.
heavens.
Yeah.
Auspicious. So, hey, one more long awaited announcement coming in February, right? Randall, on the Jimi Hendrix Experience. No, that's not it. Wait, who's that guy? He's really big right now. He's got all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Joe Rogan Experience.
That's right.
With Randall Carlson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got a solid date.
Got a
What's the
solid
deal?
date.
I think we're looking at February 4th.
Right on.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Can't
Oh.
wait.
It's gonna be a good show, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Looking
I
forward
think
to
so.
it.
Drum roll for a month.
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous about it, only because I'm like, how much should I let out of the bag and how much should I hold back? I just don't know. Maybe I should just go all out.
Just
There's
go.
no holding back.
Yeah, no
Come
holding
on,
No
man.
holding back. You
But
think
don't screw it up.
Just bring a really big bag.
No need to be.
There's
Go.
no holding back.
Yeah, no
Come
holding
on,
no
man.
holding back? You
But
think
don't screw it up.
Just bring a really big bag.
No need to be nervous. Just don't screw it up. Randall. Well, we're really excited.
No,
I
it's gonna
can't
be
wait.
great.
Joe's been knocking it out of the park recently, and so
Yeah.
have you. So I think it's going to be a great show. It's gonna be
Yeah, I
really
think
good.
it'll be fun. It'll
Yeah.
be great fun to hang with Joe again.
Yeah.
Is it going to be just you, or are you going to have another guest on?
No, just me.
Cool.
Just me and Joe.
Well, all your Rogan appearances have been great. So
Yeah.
I don't see why we should expect any less.
All right.
It's going to be great.
All the Randall he can handle.
That's right.
So
All right. So yeah,
it ought to be good.
RandallCarlson.com for stuff on that, and then newsletter, right? People should sign up for the newsletter to get updates on everything because you guys, there's all kinds of stuff. And we are live, ladies and gentlemen. This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. Thank you very much for being here. I see there's a lot of you in the chats already. And we have an extra special show for you guys tonight. We are joined by Johanna James, who has an excellent YouTube channel, and she's been diving into the ancient mysteries, especially the Atlantis stuff. So we wanted to have her on the show to have a conversation with Randall. So thank you very much for being here, Johanna.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome.
It's a Monday night where I am. I'm from London, and it's coming up to midnight, and so this is awesome. This makes Monday nights so cool.
Ordinarily, this would be my nap time.
Oh, sorry.
So I am making a great sacrifice to be here at this time.
I appreciate it, and I'm fangirling. I've got to admit, Randall.
Oh, shucks.
Yeah, we saw your surprise when somebody told you that Randall had done a response to your Atlantis video.
Okay, yeah,
That was great real time. We're like, yeah, she's happy about that.
yeah. I
Well,
may have
some of the comments that came up and some of the questions were
This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. And I think we're going to be continuing on the ekpyrosis, the wildfires.
the wildfires.
Did I get that term right, Randall?
Cosmic firestorm.
Do we need to start over? Did I screw the show up right at the very beginning?
Well, you did. I don't know if we need to start over. I mean, we can just leave it in there as
proof that I'm an idiot. We can do that.
Right.
Yeah,
I didn't
sure.
want to say that, but you read my mind.
Ekpyrosis. There it is.
Ekpyrosis.
There
yeah.
it is.
I think that's correct.
Yeah.
Of course, I've been proven wrong before.
How often does that happen?
Once.
Well, I recall that I misspoke. I think it was 1976. I was I got mixed up about something.
So we were, I guess, last time we were just about to start diving into the Chicago fire. Is that where we're going today?
The Great Chicago Fire.
Right.
Mrs. O'Leary's cow.
Right.
I don't know. You think it was Mrs. O'Leary's cow? You think who was at fault?
Been skeptical of that story
Uh-huh.
since I read about it. Yeah.
Well, as a matter of fact,
She was a scape cow.
It's utter BS.
Yes, escape cow, but not entirely. There may be an element of truth to it. We'll just have to wait and, have to wait and see how the story unfolds.
I can see what you might be hinting at there. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I got it.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's in the new dance music video featuring Randall and the team.
Oh,
is it? Okay.
yeah, but after I watched it, I thought something's missing from it, and then I realized, oh, of course, Mike's not in it. Normal guy, of course,
Replaced by Graham.
Yeah, replaced by Graham. Yeah. Okay, I got to give a shout out to that.
Wanjo sound.
Wanjo sound. Yeah, way to go, man. Hey, somebody in one of the comments said, "Hey, are you dissing Randall, man?"
I saw that. Yeah.
And
Nope.
yeah, you better stop dissing me there, Juan.
Brad, did
No.
you star in The Perfectionist? Pretty sure I saw you in that movie.
Must have been
Or
an
was it The
alternate life
Professional?
there.
I always get those two messed up. Nice glasses.
Yeah, that's it. It was The Professional.
Oh, okay, The Professional.
Yeah.
All right.
They're a little too green. I would like them to be more black.
So Brad's about to be engulfed in a solar storm, it looks like, or sucked into
this. Yeah.
Well,
it's
just
the
hang on until
wildest
the podcast's
wildfire I
over.
could get. So I thought that was like maxed out. Cosmic firestorm right there.
That is a cosmic firestorm, all right. Wow.
That's a sunspot? Is that what that is?
That's what it looks like,
It
yeah.
looks like a sunspot over there. Yeah.
Looks like a sunspot to me.
Yeah. Nice.
Ooh, we're going to have some, do a couple of shows on the sun. I have been getting some
I'd love to do
really
that.
interesting, cool stuff on the last year or two that I think make a little bit more sense. I put a little bit more of it together, and then we definitely should talk about the sun. For multiple reasons. Multiple reasons. Well, yeah, but I am the supreme dictator, but occasionally when I'm in a benign mood, I will allow a more democratic approach.
That's what Brad says, but at the end of the day, he can cut anything out that he wants or choose not to
Right.
publish.
He says it's your show because he knows that he has the final say.
Come on, Brad.
Okay.
Especially with that
that
new
explains a
badass
lot.
Computer that's coming.
Oh man,
I'm gonna rip it apart and
that's right.
Multi versions. I'm gonna be under
Yeah,
pressure,
so-
but there's gonna be a lot more coming out, people.
Thanks to all the support from everybody.
no shit.
Brad's getting a new computer. Editing's going to be so much faster and easier for him. That's going to be a massive workload.
That's right.
Easier
Grazie.
taken
Grazie.
off. So
Brad is getting an upgrade.
That's right.
thanks for all the support, everybody.
That's right.
Very much
Dude,
so. Dr.
Thanks for the
Shane.
support. We were able to build him a custom machine that is very upgradable as well, so we can continue to make it more and more capable as time
So
goes on.
he's getting some muscle.
That's right. That's right.
All right.
Light speed.
All right. So so we were talking about let's circle back, kind of pick up the thread a little bit. We were talking about Ekperusis, the cosmic firestorms that have made their way into the common mythology of humankind. And we talked about the great Miramichi fire in New Brunswick. Now, before we proceed further, Kyle, do you remember the date? I know it's been a few weeks, so I'm not going to be too hard on you if you don't remember.
I thought it was October 8th. Is that right?
You're close. No, you're
Is it the
close.
9th? Okay, no, I'm further on.
The other
It was
way.
at 9 p.m. in
No,
October,
no,
a
no.
date very close to the 8th of October at 9 p.m.
It was close to the 8th of October.
Okay.
First?
The 7th
The
of
7th.
October.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
That's about as close as you can get. I mean, one day earlier.
Well, I was thinking of the people in Australia. They thought it was the 8th.
Okay. And we learned that on that 7th of October, the Miramichi country was not alone with its troubles. You remember that? Far to the south on the St. John River, clearing fires that had been unattended for weeks and probably months destroyed the town of Fredericton. So, and also another detail to refresh our minds. William Coney, apparently an eyewitness to portions of the great fires along the Miramichi, said that on the 7th, a sickly mist tinged with purple emerged from the forest and settled over everything. And then, Kyle, as you said, around 9 o'clock, a succession of loud roars thundered through the forest. Peal after peal, crash after crash, announced the sentence of destruction.
That's right.
Now, that's an interesting detail to me. The sickly mist tinged with purple that emerged from the forest and settled over everything.
So
And
just
then,
quick geographic reminder here. We're in maritime province of New Brunswick, which is just northeast of Maine.
Just northeast of Maine, that's right. Thanks, Brad. That's a good point to make. It is not difficult to understand how many people thought all of New Brunswick was on fire, and much of Nova Scotia and Maine. As one quaint old account has it, the whole forest world appeared to be in flames. And then, said one unnamed poet who went through it, it was a terrifying night. All it required to complete a picture of the general judgment was the blast of a trumpet, the voice of the archangel, and the resurrection of the dead. So that's what we kind of covered. We covered this fire, and just to review a few of the details, because we want to be able to see if there's any commonalities between these various fires that we're looking at here. So we're going to move on a few years. We're going to jump ahead to 1871. And what happened on October 8th, 1871? So we'll maybe back up a little and pick it up where we left off. I think we covered these slides, but we'll just do it quickly again. So, firestorms caused major havoc in North America during the 19th century. No one had the means to predict when and where one would occur. After all, fires broke out daily for years in Chicago prior to Mrs. O'Leary's obstinate cow supposedly kicking over a lantern. To really appreciate these fires in context, we have to look at what was considered sort of par for the course at the time. There were constantly in the forest, for example, fires, small fires burning, sometimes clearing fires. In the cities, there were, even in Chicago, there were fires that, Chicago had a fire department and they were putting out fires. But here's the thing. The kind of climatic conditions prevailed on the Chicago evening of 8th of October, 1871, were hot and oppressively muggy with a brisk southwestern wind. Now, that was not that unusual during what they called Indian summer in the Midwest. But the O'Leary fire, which we can call it the O'Leary fire, differed because, for unknown reasons, its convection tower fought up through the inversion and became a wave of flames. Now, we know what a temperature inversion is.
That's when there are layers of different temperatures in the atmosphere as you go up.
Typically normally you're
warmer up high.
Well, exactly. That's the thing. And sometimes it'll become a denser layer that forms a cap, right? And it can trap, like if there's any pollutants in the atmosphere, like if you have a temperature inversion over a city, it can trap pollutants near the ground, right? Fogs will occur during a temperature inversion, right? Because it's trapping the moisture near the ground instead of allowing it. Okay, so you had it's important, I think, to understand that there was a temperature inversion. Temperature inversions will depress or suppress convection movement of air currents, right? So now what this is saying is that its convection tower fought up through the inversion. So once it's almost like the inversion is keeping the lower atmosphere under greater pressure, right? Now it busts up through, because now when the fire starts, what happens? You got a lot of energy, thermal energy below the cap layer, right? So now that allows, boom, to bust through. So now you get this upwelling, this updraft of air, right? So now it's sweeping the fire up with it. So the O'Leary fire differed because, for unknown reasons, its convection tower fought up through the inversion and became a wave of flames that moved across the Windy City, burning the downtown district and the docks and destroying over 40,000 dwellings. 46 years earlier, almost to the day, on the 7th of October, 1825, a similar fire ravaged New Brunswick in the Maritimes, burning 10,000 out of 25,000 miles of territory. So that's 10,000 miles is going
What
to be...
year was that one?
1825. So that's 6,400,000 acres. That's a pretty significant forest fire. And it did it all within 2 days. So I want to put this into perspective when we're talking about forest fires, because, we're being told that we've been having unprecedented forest fires in the last couple of years. So 10,000 miles, that's 6,400,000 acres. Now that's a massive fire to consume a lot of territory within just a couple of days. For days prior to the disaster, fires in the forests and air charged with wood smoke had caused little apprehension, considered a necessary part of land clearance projects. With startling suddenness, the flames merged in mid-morning into a most impetuous hurricane that quickly did its terrible work. Now that hurricane, you can think of you can attribute that to the this rapidly rising convection current. Okay, so we've established that 46 years, almost to the day, Chicago fire, right? And this is from the book The Wall of Flames by Lawrence H. Larson, published by the North Dakota Institute for Regional Studies. Wall of Flames. So he's talking about what he calls the O'Leary fire, the Chicago fire, and I kind of like that, the O'Leary fire. It differed from other fires because, for unknown reasons, its convection tower fought up through the inversion and became a wave of flames that moved across the Windy City, burning the downtown district and the docks and destroying over 40,000 dwellings. Now, did we get the covered about an inversion? What happens?
Yeah.
Kyle, that you did get that absolutely
And I'm
right.
kind of getting that, because the inversion layer, the warmer layer up high, would be a high pressure zone. And so the fire also being high pressure would run into that like a wall.
Yep.
And typically spread out underneath it, but it actually broke through that high pressure zone.
Yes.
That's cool.
I'm trying to picture that, how, and I'm guessing at that point it's just because the air has presumably accumulated enough heat that it is now hotter than the cap air, the air forming the cap, I guess.
Yeah, and it has to have enough heat to make it all the way through the entire inversion layer before
and
cooling
once it
down.
does that, it sort of punches a hole through it, and now it can just suck that air up.
Because above that, it's going to be another low pressure zone.
Yes.
So that's
Wow.
That's interesting.
It is interesting. For days prior to the to the disaster. Fires in the forests and air charged with wood smoke had caused little apprehension. And as we're going to see, this was kind of the normal state of things. It was not necessarily something that caused a lot of apprehension, because this was kind of the norm, that, people would that there were many small fires throughout the woods, sometimes clearing fires, sometimes natural fires. They generally were easy to maintain. They didn't turn into or merge into a great conflagration. However, in this case, in the Miramichi fire, as the author goes on to say here, that with startling suddenness, the flames merged into a most impetuous hurricane that quickly did its terrible work.
That's in the Miramichi fire, or are we talking
That's
about?
the Miramichi fire. Yes, he's describing that. So he's obviously drawing the comparison between the situation and was suggesting, and the fact that when we made the reference to the purple mist, that would be consistent with an inversion layer, because if you have gas or pollutants, that would accumulate. And when you have a fog typically is caused by an inversion layer. So, but what would form a purple mist?
Some kind of refraction of the light, maybe?
Is it a fraction of the light, or is it chemical?
Yeah, it could be chemical too.
I would think it's probably chemical. We'll look into that.
Was the purple mist prior to the fire catching?
Yes.
Or was this okay?
Yes.
All right.
So, quick question: what about the Boston fire or the Great London fire? Do you think these may also be a part of this? Because those were also at the end of the year, right? One of them was in September and one was in November, I think.
I have not looked into those fires to the
Okay.
extent.
Well, when I was reading about the Chicago fire, I came across those as well, because they were also gigantic, enormous, terribly destructive. Like, the London fire was in 1666 or something, and
I think that was the year.
And it burned a ton of the city in the same way. It was just completely out of control. They had to rebuild most of central London.
Yeah. I actually have some papers and reports and stuff on the London fire that I haven't gotten into yet.
Okay. And there was one in Boston too in the 1800s that burned half the city down. So. Anyway, back to Chicago.
Okay, so this is from the history of the Great Fire in Chicago, which appeared in The Great Fires in Chicago and the West, 1871. So this must have come out right away to have been published in 1871. Anyway, so here's the quote right from the book, and notice in the title, The Great Fires in Chicago and the West. Okay. Among the saddest events of history will rank the conflagration which began in Chicago and raged with unchecked violence, consuming more than one half the city, destroying several hundred millions of property, occasioning large loss of life, and making homeless 100,000 people. That would be a calamity. Within one night, 100,000 people rendered homeless.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah. So then the renewal of the fire, or as it really was, an independent conflagration, began at 9 o'clock on Sunday night. So they've pinpointed the onset of that particular fire to within a matter of minutes. The whole portion of the south and north sides of the city were laid in ruins, and nothing resisted the appalling fury of the wasting element. Fireproofs were consumed as in a moment the flames lapped over whole blocks and across the river. When everything was licked up and devoured by the fire fiend, people were caught in their dwellings and burned, or were overtaken in the streets and destroyed. And only when the city was consumed in the track of the hurricane did the elemental war cease. For days the fire smoldered, and night after night the heavens glowed like the canopy of hell and threatened universal ruin. So, boy, that gets a little descriptive, doesn't it? So I am going to do a little share screen here. This was a illustration done to show what the Chicago fire looked like. And let me just do this.
Oh, man.
And you see the people gathered by the river here.
Yeah. And you got to love the guys trying to spray water. Like, it seems hopeless. They're still
trying
working
to
on
spray.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. So here are some of the more of the eyewitness accounts. These eyewitness accounts are pretty compelling. This is from the narrative of George M. Higginson. This was from the history of Chicago from the earliest period to the present time. So let's see here.
So what year was the Chicago fire?
1871. As I opened the front door, I saw the cinders falling like flakes of snow in a storm. As I looked to the south, the sky over the city was a bright red, glowing like a furnace, and studded with innumerable sparks, ignited cinders, and blazing embers shining like myriads of red stars. But I could see no flames nor even smoke. Indeed, the absence of smoke from any point of view I had of the fire was a notable characteristic which I attributed to the intensity of the heat. It seemed as if I were alone in the city and that the last day had come and the final conflagration of all things created was at hand. So that is very typical of these accounts that people have this apocalyptic experience. They interpret it in terms of the end of the world type scenarios. Also from the same work, the history of Chicago continued, and this is from the account of Elias Colbert. Everyone has read, if he did not himself pass through the horrible experience, how, and this could be significant, how the very air itself seemed full of fire, how the flames seemed to take giant leaps of many hundreds of yards, breaking out in points far away from the scenes of general disaster, and how huge balloons of flame swept through the sky to descend and break like a burning water spout, licking up every vestige of human life and labor from open clearings to which many had fled as to a haven of safety. In the process, devastating flames were kindled afresh in hundreds of places so far removed from the previous locality of the fire that it seemed as if the havoc could only have been wrought by the torch of a destroying angel. And then we looked at...
Back to temperance.
Yes, then we look at this guy here. And here was Eon, the god of time and fiery destruction in the Mithraic tradition, wielding the torches of Ekperusis. Notice the flaming torches, the flame issuing from the lion's mouth, setting the altar here ablaze. Notice the wings. There's 4 wings, four serpents. And the lion's head, the flame coming forth from the mouth of the lion. Pretty wild stuff, I would say. Okay.
So yeah, the balloons of flame coming out of the sky is something we've heard from the other accounts as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's not. I don't think it's uncommon for fire to appear. Like if you've got a big fire somewhere, you can have flames suddenly appear very far away from that because bits of cinder will go way up in the air and then come down somewhere else and then start a new fire, and the next thing you know, you got another fire over there. But it's not. That's what they're saying is it was actually giant flames coming out of the sky and setting things alight, not a cinder landing in grass somewhere and setting that on fire.
Well, this is kind of what it seems.
Yeah.
If you've ever talked to many firemen?
No, have you?
Well, about the behavior of fire? Yeah, I have. In fact, I used to sell advertising for a magazine called Fire Chief. I used to go to these fire chief and fire conventions several times a year. They speak of fire as being alive.
Yeah.
They say it does. They'll go in to fight a fire, and they say it'll do remarkable, surprising things. It moves as if it's alive.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the way they treat it.
Well,
Yeah,
I think that'll even
Backdraft.
come through in some of these eyewitness accounts, actually.
Think of it, Liam. An explosion.
That's right. Backdraft.
No, that was
Was that something else?
blown away or
Blown
something.
away. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah,
Okay.
I agree, Mike. I've heard that too.
And we
But here's-
And I've seen it do
Yes.
very strange things
We've-
myself.
Yeah.
But I did think that, if going back to this inversion layer thing, you can imagine if you get a pipeline of convection that's punching through that inversion layer, getting into another low pressure zone, that it could be so conductive or moving so much material that you could have large masses of things that are burning actually flying up there, kind of like what a tornado would do. Pick something up, and then it's way up there and it's burning. And so what other people see is just like a giant fire coming out of the sky and just landing and just catching stuff. But it's actually materials that were picked up in that convection.
Well, you'll notice as we go through these eyewitness accounts, the frequent reference to a hurricane.
Yeah.
Even you will see there's references describing it as a tornado
Yeah.
of fire.
Yeah. We've seen that too with with controlled fires we build out here.
You'll see this like tornado. It's it's not a tornado, but it's like
It's sort of like
devil.
a dust. That's what I say, like a dust devil.
And
scale.
it'll move out of the fire, but it's like fire.
Yeah.
And it
Carrying
just-
flames with it,
just
but
starts
leaves
going off away
Yeah.
from the main, fire. It's
It
it's
can be
crazy.
quite terrifying. Yeah.
I bet it can.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is from the account of Richard Riley, who was a railroad contractor. Mr. Riley believed that the region was doomed and hastened home to prepare for the rescue of his own family and effects. After accomplishing what he could in the way of precaution, he went to the northeast corner of Taylor and Canal Streets, where there were piles of lumber about 25 feet high. Climbing upon one of these, Mr. Riley watched the progress of the flames. It was then about 30 or 35 minutes past 9 o'clock. A fierce, seesawing hurricane set in. The fire appeared to tear up and instantly consume the firmer structures, while light and loose articles were hurled into the air like blazing torches. A large mass of fire, seemingly 2 feet in length and 1 foot in thickness, arose from a spot just north of Taylor Street and went whirling through the air for more than 3 blocks, alighting on the cupola of the German Catholic Church on the northeast corner of Mather and Clinton Streets. The entire building was almost instantaneously enveloped in flames.
And this guy watched this from a 25-foot high pile of fuel.
Of long, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Jeez.
So maybe after that, he common sense got the better of him. But I'm thinking now of this verse from Acts 2nd chapter, verse 3 in the Bible. And there appeared unto them cloven tongues like as of fire, and it sat upon each of them. For some reason, I just thought of that verse when I read that account. So From the various recitals of individuals presented, a general idea of the terrors excited by this event may be gained. Also, a conception of the progress and magnitude of the conflagration. No pen can do adequate justice to the subject. No limner could depict the scene. There is nothing wherewith the fire can be compared. It stands alone, a monument in the annals of pyrology. But when the reader looks intelligently at the enormous surface burned over, remembers the very brief time occupied in the destruction, and then reads the particular narrative or recital, he may arrive at some little comprehension of the catastrophe. The incredible rapidity of the flames was noticeable here as upon the south side. In fact, the mind is scarcely able to comprehend what is implied by this term, and none, save those who beheld the scenes of agony, can realize what is meant. Also, just a selection of quotes that from various eyewitnesses. First quote, "During all this time, the fire was falling in torrents. There was literally a rain of fire." End of quote. Second quote, "There was a sea of fire to the south and southwest. The wind blew a perfect gale." Third quote, "I saw the sky, as it were, in flames over my head, and the streets lighted as if by lurid sunlight. What a scene! A sea of fire." Final quote, "Here indeed commenced the total extermination of all that was combustible. Buildings of every description were swept away, leaving the ground upon which they had stood a field of absolute waste." Some few incidents are inserted here to show how terrible was the fire. When it had reached the business center of the city, it ceased to be governed by any of the ordinary rules that are commonly attendant upon even great fires, as the terms are usually understood. In places, the heat could only be compared to that from the combustion of oxygen and hydrogen by means of a blowpipe. In places, it would strike great iron columns nearly 2 feet in width, nearly 2 feet square, and for 4 or 5 feet, perhaps more, the iron would all be burned up and no residuum would be left.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Posted on the 17th of October from an anonymous writer. From the roof of a tall stable and warehouse to which the writer clambered, the sight was one of unparalleled sublimity and terror. He could feel the heat and smoke and hear the maddened babble of sounds, and it required but little imagination to believe oneself looking over the adamantine bulwarks of hell into the bottomless pit. And adamantine is defined as impenetrable, like a diamond. In olden times, some impenetrably hard substance. And then from the statement of ex-Lieutenant Governor Brose, quote, "At this time the fire was the most grandly magnificent scene that one can conceive. The courthouse, post office, Farwell Hall, Tremont House, Sherman House, and all the splendid buildings on LaSalle and Wells Street were burning with a sublimity of effect which awed me. All the adjectives in the language would fail to convey the intensity of its wonders." He goes on to say that safes, iron safes, if exposed to these jets of heat, were of no account whatsoever. George Smith, banker, told me that they had standing in a back office a large safe full of ledgers and other books. That safe and its contents were all burned. Not a vestige of it remained to mark where it stood. Some of the freaks of the fire are scarcely credible. Very reliable gentlemen reported that they saw jets of flame dart across an entire block and in an instant envelop the building it struck in a winding sheet of lurid flame. The heat of the burning city was felt far away on the lake. So hot was the wind over at Holland, Michigan, 100 miles or more to the northeast of Chicago, that some parties there on the afternoon of Monday were obliged to get down behind a hedge and let the scorching blasts pass over them. They were unable then to account for the heat and greatly feared that the time had come when the earth and all things living would be burned up. So let's do a couple more.
I looked this up, because you're saying that they had these iron safes and there was nothing left, which implies that it didn't just melt, but it evaporated it, like burned it away. So apparently iron turns into a gas at 2,862 degrees Celsius.
How much?
2,862 degrees Celsius.
2,862 Celsius.
That's right. It melts at 1538, turns into a gas at 2862.
So let's see. I'm going to try something here.
I mean, how else would you completely make the safe completely disappear? Like if they didn't even find a puddle of slag, it's just gone.
A conspiracy, that's how.
That's right. It sounds
like, let's see. I own a bank. There's a big fire.
Let's get rid of those ledgers.
Let's just, yeah. We'll just tell them the whole safe just vanished.
Are we talking like 5,000 degrees?
We'll tell you in a second.
More than that.
It wasn't just the safe. They were saying this was happening to iron pillars and
columns.
stuff as well. Columns. So that's wild.
2,800 times 1.
Yeah, that would be 5,000 over almost 5,200 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Oof.
Damn.
So that's a bit warm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit warm. 5,200 degrees Fahrenheit. Interesting detail. So
it's wild to imagine the people in that town 100 miles away or whatever, just getting the wind starts blowing. It's so hot they have to go hide behind something. It's crazy.
It is crazy.
That would be terrifying. There's obviously no explanation for them at the time.
Right.
Man.
So we'll look at some artwork here.
I mean, a modern oxyacetylene cutting torch doesn't get that hot. It will melt iron, but it won't. I don't think it will evaporate it.
Vaporize it? No.
Right.
Wow.
And that's hotter than a blast furnace. And to make it vaporize.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
So this is mass terror in Chicago. View northeast across the Randolph Street Bridge. So this was a bizarre happening here because people from one side were fleeing to the other side while the people on the other side were fleeing to the other side, and they just ran into a big squash in the middle of the bridge.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, and there is this interesting sense of like what you were pointing out earlier in some of the quotes, that people who are familiar with forest fires, and familiar with even building fires and large city fires, these events overtake that sensation and make them think like this is the end of the world. It's not, this isn't a big forest fire. This is not a big city fire. The stuff that's happening makes me feel like the whole planet is on fire. Like this is so enormous that it completely overwhelms their sense of scale.
And here we go. Next quote. There it is. Look at it. The whole Earth, or all we saw of it, was a lurid yellowish red, wrote one survivor. Everywhere, dust, smoke, flames, heat, thunder of falling walls, crackle of fire, hissing of water, panting of engines, shouts, braying of trumpets, roar of wind, confusion, and uproar.
By the way, magnesium burns at 2200 Celsius or 4000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's pretty close.
Yeah, I think that's around the same temperature as an oxyacetylene torch, around 2200. Not quite hot enough to vaporize iron.
So let's go on. This again is Chicago and the Great Conflagration, Elias Colbert and Everett Chamberlain, published shortly after the fire. So the recollections were very fresh on people's minds. So the fact that building stone was everywhere, baked and blistered into mere chips, even where it was used only for sidewalk or foundations, attests to the fearful heat which prevailed everywhere. But in the interior of buildings, the fervor was unprecedented, as witnessed the melting of the great courthouse bell, the burning up of many safes so that they could be punctured with a single touch of the crowbar, and the fusion of metals generally. In the stores of Messrs. Heath and Milligan, the temperature was above 3,000 degrees, as shown by the melting of white lead and other stores requiring that degree of heat to fuse them. How much hotter it became, there is no index to determine. But this is known, that large masses of iron, such as iron columns in the framework of a large elevator, were literally burned up so that no trace of them could be found. So, from a letter by the Honorable William B. Ogden, who was one of the rich entrepreneurs that helped build the city of Chicago, here's a letter from him to a member of his family. Quote, "The reason that buildings, men, or anything did not withstand the torrents of fire without utter destruction is explained by the fact that the fire was accompanied by the fiercest tornado of wind ever known to blow here, and it acted like a perfect blowpipe, driving the brilliant blaze hundreds of feet with so perfect a combustion that it consumed the smoke, and its heat was so great that fireproof buildings sunk before it as readily as wood. Like the advance of a great army, the fires moved forward in several columns, and like a well-whipped but unconquered foe, the fire department slowly retreated. But they stubbornly contested every foot of ground, however, and would not surrender, although often almost entirely surrounded by the dread enemy. But no power on earth could stem the torrent. Never did firemen fight more fiercely to conquer, and never before did their heroic efforts seem so utterly in vain. The huge stone and brick structures melted before the fierceness of the flames like a snowflake melts and disappears in water, and almost as quickly. 6-story buildings would take fire and disappear forever from sight in 5 minutes by the watch. The fire also doubled on its track at the Great Union Depot and burned a half-mile southward in the very teeth of the gale, a gale which blew a perfect tornado. Strange, fantastic fires of blue, red, and green played along the cornices of the buildings. How was it that, while even 100 buildings might be blazing, others far in advance of the track of the storm, could not be protected, has not been understood by those who were not despairingly following the course of destruction. It was partly on account of the artificial currents already mentioned, and because huge tongues of flame actually stretched themselves out on the pinions of the wind for acres. Sheets of fire would reach over entire blocks, wrapping in every building enclosed by the 4 streets bounding them, and scarcely allowing the dwellers in the houses time to dash away unscorched. The sensations conveyed to the spectator of this unparalleled event, either through the eye, the ear, or other senses or sympathies, cannot be adequately described. And any attempt to do it but shows the poverty of language. As a spectacle, it was beyond doubt the grandest as well as the most appalling ever offered to mortal eyes. From any elevated standpoint, the appearance was that of a vast ocean of flame, sweeping in mile-long billows and breakers over the doomed city. A square of substantial buildings would be submerged by it like a child's tiny heap of sand on the beach of a lake. And when the flood receded, there was no more left of the stately block than of the tiny sand heap. So let us...
Did part of that say that at one point the fire seemed to go against the wind?
Yes. Okay, so...
And during that, they saw strange colors in the flames? That's really interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let me...
Getting close to good break time, too.
Okay, well, we'll look at some pictures of the destruction here. So this is like the day after. So one day you've got a whole city here, and then this is the next day. This is a few days later. And look, you can already see the streetcars starting to come back within this devastation of the city. Okay, so yeah. Tuesday morning, awe-stricken citizens explored the ruins of the heart of the city. The burned-over area was roughly 1 mile across and 4 miles in length. Many buildings had vanished so completely there was no evidence that they had ever existed. For mile after mile, no sign of the city remained but the built-up roadways which resembled lonely high roads designed solely to permit passage through some otherwise impassable desert.
I mean, they keep saying that there's no evidence of, no evidence that a safe was there or no evidence. I wonder if that's like a phrase. Is that a colloquialism at the time? Because, I mean, you've got a pile of bricks and ashes and all that. That's the evidence that there was a building.
I think the no evidence would be the wooden houses. There would just be...
Yeah, you can't see a house, but
yeah.
Okay. That's what I'm thinking. It's not like we were talking about vaporized steel, but it
well,
seems
in some
like
cases, I mean, when you had steel I-beams that there was no trace of left. And of course, the effects of the fire are not going to be uniformly, manifest throughout the entire. Some areas are probably going to be undoubtedly subject to more intense pockets of heat, and others, I don't think you're going to be looking at a entirely uniform effect with something like this.
Yeah, and there was one quote he read where they made a distinction between safes that were just so destroyed by the fire that they could go through it with a crowbar very easily, versus the iron columns in the elevator shaft that just vanished completely, not even puddles.
Well, there was the one account where the safe had completely disappeared.
Yeah, right.
So apparently many safes were destroyed, but
viewing those photos, it strikes me that your phrase "cultural amnesia," or is that yours or Graham's?
Graham, I guess.
But if it had not been for photographs and for written records at the time, this is one of those things that would have been passed into memory and become legend.
Yeah.
And people would say 100 years from now, or 500 would say, it was this legend about a great cataclysm, a great fire that destroyed a major city. But we have there's no evidence. And frankly, the way Chicago's been built over, you could probably not see any evidence of it. But it goes to what you've talked about in the past about our ability to forget these things.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, the memory is there in the legend, but future people decide that the legend is just a story.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
should we take a break?
Let's take a little break.
All right.
And then we'll come back, look a little more, and then we'll get started taking a look at the Peshtigo fire.
Okay. Be right back. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast. And we want to mention CBDfromthegods.com, and they are sending a special care package, right? Because you're making a trip.
Yeah, day after tomorrow, which will probably have already passed by the time people are watching this. But yeah, we will be departing from Georgia, coming out your way to Texas, to Austin. We're going to drop in and pay a visit to Joe Rogan. And I'm sure that by the time people are listening to this, that will have already happened. But yeah, we're getting a care package. It's going to be sent to Russ, and it will be oil, salve, and gummies. So gummies for you, Brad. Oil for me. I don't know what's in there for you. I guess oil for you.
Yep,
Russ?
I'm getting a new shipment of oil, and
and
I think the salve is for Joe.
For Joe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good.
Okay. All right.
Yep. I made specific gummy request.
All right.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we're looking forward to that. Getting that because